Chapter 1 Rebirth Easy. Easy. Please don't do that. It's not good for anyone to see this. I promise I won't commit suicide. You've attacked the wrong spot. Oh my heavens. I can't take it anymore. Damn it. I wanted to be a zombie, not the invincible Eastern warrior. This is too brutal. Woe is me. Lying on the bed, Chen Bufan furrowed his brow, mumbling incoherently, his closed eyelids concealing eyes that darted restlessly beneath. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sat up abruptly, desperately clamping his legs together, his hands instinctively pushing away as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, mingling with the tears streaming from his eyes and the mucus flowing from his nose. In those wide-open eyes, there was a mix of terror, helplessness, despair, and a hint of indignation. It hurts. It hurts so much. The sensation of flesh being torn away by a zombie was utterly unbearable. How humiliating. At 25 years of age, he had only ever indulged in watching the world go by, never having even touched a woman's hand. And now his first encounter was being attacked by a female zombie. The location of his injury was indescribable. A sliver of sunlight filtered through the crevice of the curtains into the dim room, casting a golden glow that illuminated the timid dust particles suspended in the air, which quickly scurried back into the shadows. Raising his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light, Chen Bufan squinted suspiciously around. Wasn't this his bedroom? Shouldn't he be dead in the corridor outside? As the grimace on his face began to fade, he wiped the sweat, tears, and mucus from his features, replacing it with a bewildered expression reminiscent of an elderly man on the subway. What was happening? Was this apocalyptic scenario merely a dream, or had he truly been reborn? No, it couldn't be a dream. The post-apocalyptic reality felt so tangible. Chen Bufan believed he had indeed been reborn. But why? Damn it. He had just resolved to leave. Chen Bufan hailed from a small city near Fengtian in northeast China. Following the outbreak, the streets were teeming with zombies. Especially given the geography, surrounded by residential complexes with over 200 buildings combined, alongside a second-tier high school. The apocalypse had erupted in the evening, with pedestrians leisurely strolling unaware, quickly succumbing to widespread infection. Thanks to 3 years of hoarding food, he managed to survive in his home for over a month. A full month passed without any sign of rescue teams. It was well known that the first wave of this virus spread through the air. The military, being a densely populated area, had a significantly high infection rate. Moreover, not everyone was constantly armed, so when the virus mutated, the physically fit soldiers swiftly transformed into formidable, agile zombies. In just one wave of attacks, most people had perished. Even those fortunate enough to escape would find it impossible to resist without firearms. And once a gun was fired, the loud noise would attract even more zombies, creating an inescapable cycle of doom. During this period, Chen Bufan witnessed an array of harrowing scenes. Individuals leaping from heights in despair, others falling prey to the gruesome fangs of zombies, and yet more succumbing to fatal conflicts over dwindling resources. For women, the phrase "life is worse than death" truly encapsulated their plight. Sometimes, the most terrifying aspect was the human heart itself. Once liberated from the constraints of law, it unleashed its darkest impulses. In just a month, Chen Bufan's own mindset underwent a profound transformation. Initially, he was engulfed in fear, lamenting that his life was in peril. Soon after, he clung to the hope of external aid, urging himself to remain patient. Ultimately, however, he came to a realization: his life was not particularly valuable, devoid of family ties and responsibilities, and therefore, what was there to fear in death? After all, what could be more agonizing than living in utter destitution, without food, companionship, or even a confidant, and with parents who had long abandoned him after their divorce to forge new families? Chen Bufan had been fending for himself since graduating middle school. In a world where everyone was absorbed in their own lives, his only social interaction came from commenting on videos, often engaging in verbal sparring with trolls. Growing up in an environment marked by solitude and a lack of affection, Chen Bufan gradually became emotionally numb, though a flicker of kindness lingered in the depths of his heart. However, when his own interests were at stake, he would not easily concede. Thus, he resolved to transcend the ordinary confines of his mental state. If the king of hell wishes for me to perish at midnight, I shall defy him and arrive at 2 o'clock instead, leaving him utterly perplexed. He sought a life unencumbered by constraints, one that embraced joy rather than self-destruction. When confronted with the dire shortage of food, he mused, since death is inevitable, why not venture out and let a zombie take a bite? In doing so, I could transform into one myself. After all, with his lackluster physique, neither surpassing the elderly nor the young, he knew he could not outrun the ferocious zombies. Embracing the philosophy of if you cannot defeat them, Join them. Chen Bufan stepped out of his home. As he descended the stairs, he encountered a female zombie clad in athletic wear, her backpack slung over her shoulder, standing motionless in the corridor. Her hands bore distinct bite marks, and her appearance exuded a captivating femininity, her alluring curves barely concealed by her loose-fitting attire. Regrettably, she emanated a putrid odor, which otherwise might have rendered her even more enchanting. Chen Bufan thought to himself, after being bitten by her, we would be family. Yet, he was taken aback when, following her bite, as he prepared to push her away and retreat home to await his transformation, a male zombie suddenly charged down the stairs. With his energy nearly depleted from hunger, he felt utterly powerless against such an onslaught. After all, the adversary had 4 limbs, while he possessed merely 2 fists, rendering him incapable of fighting back. Consequently, he was bitten and met his demise, only to be reborn. Cautiously lifting his undergarments to take a glance, he then set them down only to peer again. Thankfully, everything was still in place. How could he possibly survive without it? Chen Bufan patted the little fellow reassuringly and murmured, "From now on, it shall be just the 2 of us relying on one another. Whatever morsel I have, you shall share, 1 bite each." After washing his face in the restroom, Chen Bufan gazed into the mirror. Standing at 172 centimeters, he was neither particularly slender nor overweight, though he bore a slight belly. As for his appearance, while he could not be deemed handsome, he was by no means ugly. He was simply an ordinary individual, lost amidst the vast sea of humanity, lacking the striking features of protagonists or readers alike. Others flaunted their charm, while he exuded a certain insistence. Returning to his bedroom, he picked up his phone, scrolling through videos in search of any newsworthy clues. A glance at the time revealed it to be 11:29 a.m. on August 24, 2034. He pondered when the zombie outbreak would commence, the last time it had struck quite suddenly. Although he survived for over a month, he was initially consumed by fear and did not recall the precise day it began. He only knew that the first wave of mutations was likely airborne, as he consumed tap water daily without issue. The first wave remained unaltered, and the airborne virus posed no threat. Thereafter, only bites or contamination from zombie blood could lead to infection. Having watched several videos, he found no pertinent information. Occasionally, there were reports of family members suffering from fever and receiving treatment in overcrowded hospitals. Alarmed, Chen Bufan hurriedly drew back the curtains of his 12th-floor apartment, catching sight of 2 ambulances racing down the street outside. The presence of 2 ambulances indicated multiple patients, and an urgent sense of dread enveloped him. He rushed to open the refrigerator, which was stocked with an abundance of vegetables and fruits. The freezer contained around 10 pounds of pork and a few chicken legs, but no beef, too expensive. He lamented that these supplies would not suffice, recalling how he had run out of vegetables in the latter part of his previous life. The living room held 5 boxes of Waha bottled water. The 3-year pandemic had instilled in him the habit of stockpiling provisions, ensuring he purchased extra whenever he ventured out, which had enabled him to survive for over a month previously. Checking his WeChat balance, he discovered a mere 6,000 yuan. How frustrating. All others seemed to possess vast fortunes, hoarding supplies worth billions, while he had so little. Nevertheless, he resolved to purchase some convenient food and canned goods that would last longer. His body trembled slightly, an excess of adrenaline coursing through him. He could not discern whether it was due to anxiety or anger. Dressing quickly, he grabbed his phone and keys, rushing towards the door. Just as he reached for his shoes, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The Apocalypse sign-in system has been successfully bound. Oh. Chapter 2. The Apocalypse sign-in system. Ding. The Apocalypse sign-in assistance system has been successfully bound. Oh. Chen Bufan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a smile spread across his face. How wonderful. He finally possessed a golden opportunity. After years of being ordinary, was he finally destined for greatness? Is the system there? System. Chen Bufan swiftly returned to the sofa, no longer in a hurry to leave. After calming his emotions, he clasped his hands together, slightly pale, realizing that this concerned the quality of his post-apocalyptic existence. What is your dream? System. Apocalypse sign-in system. The host can click to sign in daily to obtain survival supplies for the apocalypse. The supplies are random in type and quantity, automatically placed in the backpack for retrieval. The backpack has no limits and can be used freely. Used freely? Does that mean I can gather supplies? Chen Bufan thought to himself, chuckling at the prospect. System. The task panel randomly updates survival tasks. Participation is voluntary. The host may choose which tasks to accept. Rewards are granted for completion, while failure bears no penalties. Before Chen Bufan appeared a luminous blue rectangular panel, akin to a sophisticated touchscreen display. As he absorbed the system's introduction and examined the panel, he quickly understood its functionality. The panel featured 4 touch buttons: Sign In, Backpack, Tasks, and Points. Upon opening the task section, he found it empty. The backpack resembled an online game inventory, filled with countless slots. Curious, Chen Bufan reached out to click on the Sign In button, marveling at the tactile feedback. Sign in successful. Obtained 100 roasted chickens. Wow, that's an abundance, he exclaimed, intrigued as he clicked on the backpack interface. It transformed into a grid of slots, with the first slot showcasing a tantalizing whole roasted chicken, the count displaying 100. How do I retrieve the signed-in items? Chen Bufan inquired. System, items can be retrieved manually or through mental command. Experimenting, Chen Bufan placed his phone into the backpack, where it automatically settled into the second slot. He could retrieve it with a click or through thought control. After a couple of attempts, he grasped the concept quickly. Having tested that the backpack could hold his belongings, Chen Bufan looked down at his hands, envisioning a chicken in his grasp. Miraculously, a steaming roasted chicken appeared in his hand. Ah, it's so hot. How fresh, he marveled, hastily placing it on the coffee table. The fragrant steam wafted towards him, and unable to resist, he tore off a drumstick. The crispy exterior gave way to succulent juices that flowed enticingly, and disregarding the heat, he devoured it hungrily. This is exquisite. In the final days before his rebirth, he had subsisted on cold rice balls seasoned with a hint of salt, devoid of vegetables. Now his body, unburdened by hunger, had not initially considered food in his eagerness to procure supplies. Yet, witnessing the roasted chicken, his cravings surged, and soon, he had devoured it entirely, even crunching the delicate bones. Wiping his hands clean, he rubbed his satisfied belly against the sofa, gazing at the roasted chickens in his backpack. I shall never go hungry again. System, what are the points for? System, for each zombie hunted, you earn 1 point. Points can be used to purchase ammunition for firearms and fuel for vehicles. 100 points grants 1 lottery draw, with random prizes. How convenient. No need to scavenge for fuel anymore. With firearms, I needn't worry about running low on ammunition. This truly is a supportive system, and the lottery sounds amusing. He clicked on the points section, which displayed a count of 0. Below are 2 options: ammunition, priced at 1 point for 10 rounds, and oil, at 1 point for 1 barrel, 10L. Such affordability is incredibly convenient. With a firearm, one could easily dispatch a zombie with 10 shots without incurring any loss. Chen Bufan was quite astonished. How was this any different from a giveaway? Hence, he inquired. System, I fear for your demise. In your previous life, I was already bound to you, and the binding was near completion. Yet, you went downstairs to feed your neighbor to the brim, leaving me completely unprepared. You caught me off guard, and should you perish again, it would truly be the end for both of us. Chen Bufan. The recklessness of my youth. Given this, Chen felt emboldened. System, I am but a novice. Is there no beginner's gift? System's perspective. Finally, you have asked. I have prepared bullets and oil. Yet this host is quite challenging to guide. Chen Bufan's perspective. None at all. Is signing in my only option? Why is the system silent? Is it mocking my reckless youth? System, the beginner's gift has been sent to your package. Sighs Chen Bufan, believing he had struck a bargain, beamed. Thank you, system. Please open it. System, congratulations, user. You have opened the beginner's gift and received the following items. Physique Enhancement Potion, improves physical condition with no side effects. Glock 17, lightweight, low recoil, precise, with a magazine capacity of 17 rounds, and includes 6 additional magazines, complete with a silencer. Menka No. 1 Star Off-Road RV. Enhanced version, bulletproof, explosion-proof, solar-powered, equipped with iris recognition, and uses points for water recharge. Points. 100. Chen Bufan gazed at the 4 items, utterly dumbfounded. How fearful is this system for my life? Is this not a perfect setup? It enhances my physique, provides a firearm, and offers a vehicle. Water in the RV can even be recharged with points. The ammunition and fuel are inexpensive. Henceforth, I shall merely hunt zombies. Brimming with a sense of security. With a satisfying click, he retrieved the gun and eagerly chambered a round. The mechanical sound captivated him. Only with a gun does one command respect. System, does the silencer render it silent? System, the silencer's purpose is to obscure your position from foes. However, it does indeed muffle the gunfire, making it less deafening. The sound will not travel far. As a novice, he resolved to watch tutorial videos on firearm usage shortly. He then took out the potion, a transparent glass vial containing a spiral blue liquid that bore an uncanny resemblance to the T-virus from Resident Evil. System, are you certain this is legitimate? How does one use it? System, more legitimate than you. Simply apply it to your arm and press the button on your rear. Rest assured, it will not harm you. Chen Bufan, obediently, adhered it to his arm and pressed down. With a soft hiss, a concealed needle penetrated his skin, and the potion was automatically injected. He winced, watching as the liquid spiraled into his body. Moments later, a sudden warmth enveloped him, raising his arm. He noted his skin had turned a rosy hue. His mind grew hazy, muscles tightened gradually, and his breathing quickened yet remained smooth and soothing. He felt remarkably relaxed. After a full 30 minutes, all sensations faded away. Rising slowly while grasping the sofa, I stretched my limbs, acclimating to my body. I realized that my physical condition surpassed even that of my 18-year-old self. My vision is sharper, my hearing has improved significantly. I can clearly hear the sounds of children playing downstairs. As I patted my stomach, I noticed it had flattened, and the emergence of defined abdominal muscles, albeit faintly outlined, assured me of my physical progress. Even my breathing felt more liberated, devoid of the previous sensation of tightness in my chest. With ease, I lifted one side of the sofa, a feat that once required considerable effort. System, having completed my injection, what is the state of my physical fitness? System, in the coming week, you must engage in exercise to aid the serum in enhancing your physique. Ultimately, you will possess the strength to lift objects weighing 500 pounds with both hands. That sounds promising. Currently, I struggle to lift even 110 pounds of rice. A tenfold increase seems remarkable. Next, Chen Bufan perused the introduction of a motorhome, one that boasted both explosion-proof and bulletproof features, truly impervious to zombies. This sturdy vehicle was exceptionally suited for him. However, he lamented his inability to drive, reflecting on the lack of necessity to obtain a driver's license in the past. As he had never owned a vehicle, his current aim was to stockpile supplies and hone his shooting skills. Contemplating the need for resources, he acknowledged that his funds were insufficient. Yet, he no longer felt the urgency that had accompanied his recent awakening. With improved health and access to firearms, Chen Bufan felt a surge of confidence. Having resources instilled a sense of assurance. He retrieved his phone and scoured the various lending applications available on the market. Any successful acquisition would constitute a gain, and with no one to demand repayment in the future, it would all be his to keep. If he refrained from seizing the opportunities, he would indeed suffer losses, irrespective of whether he spent the money, due to the narrative's demands. I urge everyone to refrain from engaging in such practices. The aftermath of online loans without an apocalyptic event could be dire. Ultimately, he managed to secure approximately 300,000 yuan, stowing his handgun within a package. Glancing at the time, he noted it was past 11 since his rebirth, and now it was 1 in the afternoon. With these funds, it was time to venture forth and gather supplies. Chapter 3. Woman, you have captured my attention. Upon exiting the community gate, Chen Bufan inhaled deeply, captivated by the vibrant and bustling scene before him. The wide road was alive with the constant flow of vehicles, while crowds of people bustled about, some hurrying along, others leisurely enjoying their day. Not far from the bus stop, a cluster of individuals awaited the arrival of their transport, some anxiously scanning for the approaching vehicles, while others engaged in light-hearted conversations about daily life. Among them, a few older women spoke with particularly loud voices, animatedly discussing which supermarket was offering a special on eggs. Planning to rush over to seize the opportunity, the shops lining the street presented a dazzling array of wares, each exuding its own unique charm. At the entrance of a fruit and vegetable market, several dilapidated tables displayed a pile of shriveled, desiccated fruits, clearly leftovers from the previous day or even earlier, lacking any semblance of freshness. Adjacent to this was a pet shop, where a few diminutive, unappealing toy poodles were confined within transparent cages for public viewing. They clung desperately to the bars of their enclosures or yawned widely, displaying their pink tongues to passersby. Observing all of this, Chen Bufan couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. How wonderful it is that there is no apocalypse. Yet, before his sigh could fully escape his lips, he turned on his heel and raced towards the market, which lay 300 meters ahead. In the blink of an eye, I arrived at my destination, my breath steady and my complexion untroubled. Had it been in the past, I would have been breathless after merely a 30-meter dash, panting like a small caged teddy bear. Gasping for air, before me stood a self-service eatery offering rice boxes for merely 12 yuan, where one could select 3 types of meat and an unlimited variety of vegetables. I had frequented this establishment in the past. The kitchen was open for all to see, with the greens thoroughly washed and the meat freshly slaughtered from the adjacent butcher, still steaming. After a bit of haggling with the proprietress, I secured a deal of 10 yuan for a box containing 3 meats and 2 vegetables, along with a complimentary bottle of mineral water ordering 500 boxes with a flexible selection of dishes. As I exited the restaurant, I could feel the resentful glances of the chefs, as if they were swinging their ladles with sparks of indignation. Chen Bufan intended to stock up on ready-made meals. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, there would be no time for cooking, and with the system at his disposal, food scarcity was not a concern. He proceeded to negotiate with 2 banquet-oriented restaurants, reaching an agreement for daily meals without the need for venue or service. Preparing 100 tables of dishes to be collected in the afternoon. The initial 2 days' preparations came with a small deposit. The menu included classics such as braised pork, braised carp. For happiness meatballs, braised pork knuckles, stir-fried meat chunks, traditional sweet and sour pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, spicy hot pot, fish-flavored shredded pork, sauerkraut with pork, and spicy tofu, among other home-style dishes. The plan was to change the menu every 10 tables, consciously avoiding seafood due to concerns about nuclear contamination. Each banquet consisted of 10 hot dishes, 4 cold dishes, and 2 soups, costing over 500 yuan per table. Over the course of 2 days, I ordered 400 tables, alongside ample steamed rice, which swiftly depleted over 200,000 yuan. Yet, I felt immense satisfaction. With such a bounty of food, preserved without spoilage, it was hard to fathom how many years it would last. A single dish per meal sufficed, as even in peaceful times, my household rarely enjoyed such an abundance. Having finalized the meals, I exhaled with relief. Adjacent to the market, I discovered a phone number for a rental storefront, securing it for 5 days at 100 yuan per day. Operating a physical store was challenging, and many remained vacant. The owner appreciated any income. Chen Bufan intended to use it as a temporary warehouse for convenience. I called the eatery to arrange delivery to this location, and the proprietress readily agreed. Once the boxes arrived at the warehouse, I placed an order for the following day and closed the roller door, organizing all the boxes into designated compartments. The system allowed for custom food categorization, streamlining the process. The 500 boxes occupied several compartments, with duplicates automatically grouped together, while the 500 bottles of mineral water occupied just one compartment. Securing the roller door, I noted it was already 5:30 p.m. Wary of unforeseen circumstances, I hurried home. Passing an outdoor supply store, I purchased several high-powered flashlights while observing the demeanor of passers-by. Aside from a notable number of coffers, everything seemed normal. Just as I was about to enter the elevator, the sharp sound of high heels clicking against the concrete caught my attention, prompting me to turn and look back. A beautiful woman clad in a modified national-style cheapao dress came running towards him, the hem of her skirt billowing gracefully with her swift movements. Her long, elegant legs, adorned with high-heeled sandals, became momentarily visible, dazzlingly fair. "Please wait a moment," she said, her voice sweet and gentle, neither coy nor overly flirtatious, but captivating enough to envelop the listener in a refreshing breeze. Chen Bufan stepped into the elevator first, pressed the button for his floor, and held the door open, preventing it from closing. "Thank you. You're welcome." Li Wenin, with her left hand carrying a bag of vegetables and another bag of pork, and her right hand holding a starch sausage, hurried to the elevator door. Still catching her breath from her recent exertion, she thanked Chen Bufan, her ample bosom rising and falling with each breath. Chen Bufan gazed at the smiling woman before him, suddenly struck by a sense of recognition. What? She looked so familiar. Realizing who she was, he instinctively took 2 steps back into the elevator, using his left hand to shield his lower body while discreetly retrieving a handgun from his jacket. Keeping it concealed, Li Wenin observed the polite man who maintained a respectful distance and mentally awarded him a good man card. She was well aware of her allure. Like flowers attracting butterflies, her beauty had brought her no small amount of trouble. Little did she know, if the man before her sensed any anomaly, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Nodding slightly to Chen Bufan, she gracefully turned, pressed the elevator button, and, standing sideways, took a gentle bite of the warm starch sausage in her hand. The outer layer was crisp, while the inside was tender, her favorite treat. Chen Bufan's gaze was fixated on her. Li Wenin's beauty was captivating and enchanting. Her exquisite features were a rarity even amidst the countless female streamers he had watched over the years. Unlike the prevalent internet celebrity look, Li Wenin possessed a petite, charming oval face, skin as fair as snow, smooth and delicate, brimming with collagen. Beneath her elegantly arched willow leaf brows, her long, thick eyelashes resembled tiny brushes, teasingly enticing. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with clarity, and beneath her straight nose, her rosy, cherry-like lips occasionally parted as she playfully nibbled on the starch sausage. Yet it was precisely this mouth that left a deep impression on Chen Bufan. Shadows of fear still lingered in his heart, prompting his instinctive defensive posture. For she was no stranger. She was the very female zombie from downstairs who had personally delivered him to his rebirth. After the initial surge of fear, anger welled up within him. So that's why you seemed familiar. I had hoped to share a bite with you, to join forces and grow together, only to discover that you prey on the unfortunate. How am I to rid myself of this inner demon? As he watched the woman, now comfortably enjoying her roasted sausage after pressing the elevator button, he contemplated violence. Should he strike her, leaving her disfigured and toothless? No. That would only land him in trouble again. He had no idea how she had bitten him in his past life. It was not entirely her fault, as she had lost her awareness at that time, and he had approached her willingly. However, he felt compelled to avenge his brothers. Otherwise, his conscience would be forever tarnished. An idea sparked within him. He took out his phone, checking his balance, which still showed over 200,000 remaining, as the banquet had only required a deposit. Do I want to make some money? Li Wenin was delightfully indulging in grilled sausages, a culinary delight she adored, yet miraculously remained slender regardless of her consumption. Today, a few new students had signed up at her newly opened yoga studio, earning her a tidy sum, which inspired her to treat herself and her brother, a diligent student preparing for his upcoming college entrance examination, to something delicious. As she stepped into the elevator, she encountered a man who she recognized as a neighbor from upstairs. He appeared quite amiable, unlike some men who might encroach upon personal space for ulterior motives. Instead, he took a couple of steps back, offering her a comforting sense of security. Although she sensed his gaze lingering on her, it did not bother her. After all, it is natural to appreciate beauty, and she too enjoyed admiring handsome men. Her physique was commendable, a result of her regular running and daily yoga practice, which contributed to her graceful demeanor and poise. It was no wonder that many students sought her guidance in yoga. At that moment, she overheard a rather inappropriate remark, suggesting a financial transaction for something utterly distasteful. How absurd! Clad in a long dress that revealed only her arms and face in the sweltering heat, she was affronted. She had never even entertained the thought of being intimate with a man. How could anyone perceive her as such? Her brows furrowed in frustration as she glared at the man she had once thought to be respectable, exclaiming, "You must be out of your mind." Though her voice was raised, it had an undertone of playful indignation. Chen Bufan, on the other hand, merely presented his phone to her, revealing a substantial balance. "Shall I strike you? 5,000. Upon seeing the figure on his screen, over 200,000, she scoffed at the absurdity of it. Who did he think he was to insult her like that? Infuriated, she cherished her own beauty, particularly her voluptuous curves, and could never fathom compromising her dignity for money. With her hands clasped behind her back, she chastised Chen Bufan. What an outrageous demand! You pervert! You filthy rogue! Chen Bufan rolled his eyes at her reaction, deeming her shallow. 10,000 for a slap. You earn 10,000. It's fair, legal, and a product of labor. Aside from the funds allocated for a banquet, Chen Bufan had no intention of hoarding wealth, understanding that it was not his own. He relished the thought of a future filled with abundant resources awaiting him, untroubled by the prospect of accumulating unnecessary items only to leave them uneaten. As the elevator reached the 11th floor, the doors opened. Chen Bufan observed her silence as a sign of dissent, but he was unperturbed. He knew there would be ample time for games when the world changed. Just as he was about to remind her of their arrival, a delicate hand presented a payment code before him. First, the payment, then the slap. Only a slap. Li Wenin braced herself, ready to confront this audacious man. Earning money wasn't he shameful. After all, it was just a slap. She was not intimidated by his stature, as she stood tall in her high heels. Moments later, she received a notification of 10,000 yuan in her account. Astonished, she checked her balance, realizing that this audacious man had indeed sent her a significant sum merely for his own amusement. Li Wenin extended her face. A piece of sausage still clenched between her teeth, clearly infuriated, having forgotten to swallow it. Her cheeks puffed up adorably. Be gentle. I fear the pain. I have work tomorrow, she said, tightly closing her eyes and tensing her body. Chen Bufan, observing the prepared woman, felt a smirk creeping onto his lips, ready for revenge. He raised his hand, aimed, and delivered a light slap to her exquisitely delicate face, leaving a mark. That'll teach you for biting me, he chuckled. Ah. Li Wenin clutched her cheek and leaned away. Despite Chen Bufan's gentle touch, a woman could hardly withstand the force of his anger. Quick to react, Chen Bufan grasped her hand, steadying her frail waist to prevent her from toppling over. All right, thank you, beautiful. I feel much better now. We're square. Shall we collaborate again in the future? You're home now. Li Wenin, bent over, remained silent, patting her chest and throat, clearly distressed. Casting a pleading glance at Chen Bufan while pointing at him, and then at her throat, gasping for breath. Chen Bufan was startled by the sound. What the hell? Did my slap transform her? Her face was flushed and pale, resembling a person struggling for air. Realizing she was choking, he rushed to embrace her slender waist, employing the Heimlich maneuver to aid her. At that moment, the door swung open. Sister? What the hell? You dog thief. You dare commit such a heinous act in broad daylight in the elevator. Li Wennin's brother, Li Wenxiang, shouted, nearly incensed to the point of fainting. His sister, blushing, gestured for him to stop, indicating she was on the brink of suffocation. Li Wenxiang, a high school student, would return home after classes for dinner before heading back to school for evening lessons, residing in the dormitory where he could enjoy gaming with friends. After starting the rice cooker, he awaited his sister's return, but she was late. He intended to go out and fetch her, only to witness a lewd man grasping his sister from behind, rendering her speechless. Chen Bufan, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted, "Don't panic. Your sister is choking, and I'm helping her." Sister. Li Wenxiang, towering at 189 meters, with a well-defined physique and a handsome appearance, rushed towards the two shorter figures, utterly flustered, unsure whether to assist his sister or not, scratching his head in agitation. Fortunately, Chen Bufan, possessing considerable strength and employing the correct technique, enabled Li Wennin to finally expel the obstructing piece of sausage. Cough, cough, cough. I can barely breathe. Li Wennin straightened up, gasping for air, her complexion returning to normal. With a blush creeping to her ears, she turned her head to glance at Chen Bufan, who still held on to her without letting go. Are you not going to let go? She inquired. Chen Bufan replied, Oh, all right. Nonchalantly releasing his grip, he added, since you're fine now, I'll head home. Take care to rest well, and prepare some food. I've heard prices are set to rise. With that, he pressed the elevator button and departed. Li Wenxiang observed his sister's ears growing increasingly crimson, then glanced towards the elevator. Sister, who was that person? He asked. Oh dear. Sister, who struck your face? Who bullied you? I'll avenge you. Li Wennin looked at her anxious younger brother, adjusted her clothing, her face still flushed. It's nothing, let us talk inside, she said, and after grabbing a grilled sausage, she stepped into the room. Behind her, Li Wenxiang picked up the bag of vegetables and hurried after her, eager to uncover who had dared to bully his sister. Back at home, Chen Bufan retrieved a takeout meal from his bag, which included braised pork, stir-fried meat, human lamb, spicy tofu, shredded potatoes, and finally, a tomato and egg mix over rice. He took a hefty bite, savoring the flavor. So, that lunatic slapped my sister and gave her 10,000 yuan? You could agree to that? Li Wenxiang stared incredulously at his unreliable, yet beautiful sister. Though she appeared gentle and demure, it was clear from her genes that she was anything but. Li Wennin nodded. Yes, I impulsively agreed. After all, 10,000 yuan for a slap. I didn't expect that pervert to hit so hard. Quickly check, is my face crooked? It's not crooked, just a red handprint. He replied. This one's he do. I'm going to find him and teach him a lesson. I'm furious. Li Wennin grasped her brother's arm. Oh, let it go? This is a transaction. I'm profiting from it. Ha. A slap for 10,000 yuan. If only I could encounter more fools like him. I need to send a message in the yoga group, letting them know I want to be working tomorrow. I need to take care of my face and go shopping. That night, lying in bed, she looked at her slightly swollen, red skin, muttering that Chen Bufan was a weirdo. No man had ever treated her so rudely. He was indeed a peculiar fellow, spending money to strike someone. However, she couldn't entirely blame Chen Bufan. He simply hadn't adjusted to the strength of his body during the rescue. After finishing his meal, Chen Bufan exercised in the living room, performing sit-ups, squats, and push-ups, followed by a session of boxing while watching instructional videos, practicing until he could barely move, then showered and went to bed. The next day, he awoke at 8, surprisingly free of soreness. It seemed the medicine had taken effect. After coordinating with the restaurant for a delivery time to the warehouse, he began exercising again, resting when fatigued before continuing until 2 in the afternoon. As he looked at the interface before him, he clicked to sign in. Congratulations. You've unlocked the exploration feature, the ability to probe biological data and favorability. A rather mundane routine. Reading indeed broadens the mind, Chen Bufan mused. Without needing to look, he understood its purpose. In a world where sincerity was rare, no one should expect to act in front of him without consequence. People often wore masks, smiling on the surface while harboring deceit behind their backs. Even zombies were more straightforward. They treated everyone the same, simply seeking to consume. The system reviewed my data. Human, Chen Bufan, 25 years old, height, 173 centimeters. Appearance, 72. Physicality, capable of lifting 230 gene, continuously improving. Evaluation, without the assistance of the system, he is but a frail and weak individual, unable even to handle zombies. After consuming a physical enhancement potion, his reflexes, strength, agility, and resilience now rank him among the elite of humankind. However, he remains merely a strong fool devoid of skill. Only physicality is set, with higher physicality. One naturally becomes more robust, possessing greater stamina, strength, and speed. Has his height increased by another centimeter? Height remains Chun Bufan's sole source of discomfort. Seeing the information below, he chuckled. System, have you successfully captured my attention? System, do you have no boundaries? Hey, step back. In the afternoon, he went to the warehouse to pack 200 tables of dishes and 500 boxes of meals, making several trips back and forth. By tomorrow, there will be 400 tables of dishes. If one person dines once a day, even with frugality, they could sustain themselves for over a decade. On the way home, he spotted a brother and sister duo downstairs, each carrying a considerable load, and couldn't help but marvel at their obedience. Following closely behind, he walked home with them. Li Wenyin, dressed in a chiffon short-sleeve top, cradled a bag of food in her two fair arms, while her lower half was adorned with light blue skinny jeans that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Chun Bufan silently applauded the jeans. Chapter 5. What is going on? The three of them were headed in the same direction, with the siblings walking ahead, unaware of Chun Bufan's presence behind them. Sister, why did you buy so much? A fleeting thought of Chun Bufan's ordinary face crossed Li Wenin's mind. She didn't know either. Last night, when he suggested she buy more, she complied. Why did she listen? It's fine, just buy it. The fridge can accommodate it. Oh, all right then. Li Wenxiang, tall and robust, still heeded his sister's words. Driven by their close bond and the bloodline's pressure. Since childhood, their parents had instructed him not to bully his sister, but rather to protect her. If he made a mistake, his father would scold him. If his sister erred, both parents would reprimand him, while she would revel in the spectacle. He knew better than to provoke their sister's genes. His father was from the northeast, and his mother from Sichuan. One could fight, and together they were even more formidable. After their bouts, they would often enjoy a drink together, sigh. As the two entered the elevator and pressed their floor, the half-closed doors slid open once more, and they turned to see Chun Bufan step inside. Human, Li Wenin, 22 years old, height, 168 centimeters, physicality, capable of carrying 70 gene, strong endurance. Appearance, 9'6", the center of attention everywhere, favorability, 35. Evaluation, engaged in long-term fitness and yoga, possesses exceptional physical capabilities and endurance. Human, Li Wenxiang, 19 years old, height, 189 centimeters, physicality, capable of carrying 218 gene, appearance, 92, favorability, 20. Evaluation, long-term practice of Sanda, possesses exceptional physical capabilities and explosive strength. The physical prowess of this brother and sister is indeed impressive. They are the elite of humanity, boasting both beauty and athleticism. In the past, Chun Bufan would feel a twinge of inferiority and admire such disciplined individuals. Now, however, with the advantage of his newfound abilities, he felt a surge of confidence. Li Wenxiang observed Chun Bufan gazing at his sister and immediately felt displeased, casting a warning glance at Chun. Chun Bufan, puzzled, raised his head. What is up, kid? Why are you making those noises? Li Wenxiang noted the audacity of the short fellow to respond and warned him again. His affinity for Chun Bufan stood at a modest 10. What is your problem? Are you challenging me? My strength may not surpass yours, but my reflexes are top-notch. Are you really going to take me on? If it comes to it, I could just shoot you. He defiantly tilted his head back, unwilling to concede. The two soon engaged in a spirited exchange, one with hands on hips looking down, while the other crossed arms and looked up, resulting in a cacophony of reverberating through the elevator. The two of them managed to unleash a torrent of expletives with just that single word. Damn it, you little squirt. Li Wenxiang fumed, recognizing the kid's unexpected boldness. Brother, Li Wenin admonished her sibling not to curse, stifling a laugh at the absurdity of the situation. What is up with these two? She muttered under her breath, quickly covering her mouth. Apologetically, she cast a glance at Chun Bufan, her eyes crinkling with a hint of embarrassment. It's all right, Chun Bufan waved dismissively, considering the brother's protective nature towards his sister quite normal. Exchanging glances with Li Wenxiang, Chun scoffed, and Li Wenxiang's affinity rose to 30. Li Wenin found amusement in the dynamic between the two. Once the elevator reached its destination, the siblings exited, with Li Wenyin nodding and greeting to Chen Bufan, while Li Wenxiang gave a dismissive nod. Humph, he muttered, only to be playfully smacked by his sister. Chen Bufan regarded him with disdain, thinking he was merely a kid standing at 189 centimeters. Upon returning home, he indulged in a delicious pork knuckle, savoring every bite. After finishing, he engaged in a workout, unconcerned about the greasy food, believing that as long as he exercised, the effects would be mitigated. He pushed himself until exhaustion overtook him before retiring for the night. Meanwhile, Li Wenxiang remarked, "Sister, did you see that kid? He may be small, but he possesses quite a spirit. I admire that. Most people cower when I get aggressive. Yet he dares to challenge me. Now that's a real man." Li Wenyin, organizing vegetables in the refrigerator, rolled her eyes at her brother's childishness. "At your age? Why are you still acting so immature? Why frighten someone so small? He.S. barely taller than I am. What if he gets scared? Don't bully others at school. Understand? Or I'll give you a good thrashing." Li Wenxiang protested. "Who bullied him? I was just upset seeing him cozying up to you yesterday. Besides, he wasn't scared. He was helping me." Li Wenyin blushed, twisting her brother's ear. "What nonsense are you spouting? He was rescuing me. Keep talking, and I'll twist your ear off. Now go study." Her thoughts lingered on the events of yesterday. Her cheeks flushed. Chen Bufan left a significant impression on her, but he looked rather ordinary and was quite small, wasn't he? What am I even thinking? She chastised herself, giving her face a light slap before retreating to her bedroom. Early in the morning at 5 o'clock, Chen Bufan arose and donned a full set of athletic attire to embark on a run. After an hour, his body only began to warm slightly, showcasing his remarkable physical condition. He returned home with an abundance of steamed buns, soybean milk, and fried dough sticks. After his meal, he hailed a cab to the largest shopping mall in the city, where an entire floor was dedicated to a supermarket, as he intended to engage in a zero-cost shopping spree. Upon arriving at the supermarket, he leisurely pushed a cart through the aisles. In the canned goods section, he found an extensive selection of items including braised pork, beef, knife fish, and canned peaches. Each aisle was lined with 5 rows of products. Chen Bufan only needed to conceal the 3 innermost rows within his bag, leaving the outer 2 rows intact, thus ensuring that no one would notice the missing contents. The staff would not quickly observe the emptiness within. Consequently, Chen Bufan meticulously explored every corner of the store, gathering various bottled waters, daily necessities, snacks, condiments, and household items, rice, oil, vinegar, tea, and even an abundance of sanitary pads. He took smaller packages in greater quantities and larger ones in moderation, ensuring that no one would suspect that the supermarket had incurred a loss of 13 items. These supplies would last him for years. Ultimately, he pushed a cart filled with goods to the checkout counter and confidently walked out in front of the surveillance cameras. The following day, reports surfaced regarding the disappearance of items from the supermarket, yet it faded into obscurity, coinciding with the outbreak of an apocalyptic event. The footage merely captured Chen Bufan reaching into the shelves to retrieve his acquisitions, but that is a tale for another time. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he completed the collection of 200 banquet tables and 500 boxed meals for the day. His haul already included 400 banquet tables and several thousand dishes, alongside 1,499 boxed meals and 1,500 bottles of mineral water. The mineral water from the supermarket filled dozens of boxes, monopolizing an entire section. With a moment of respite, he marked his attendance for the day. The banquets were over, the accounts settled, and he still had 500 boxed meals to collect tomorrow, with all payments completed. Upon signing in, he received a reward, a Benelli M4 shotgun, complete with 100 standard 12-gauge shells. How exhilarating! A shotgun is indeed a formidable weapon in close combat, particularly suited for those with less accurate aim, as a single shot disperses a multitude of pellets. He found himself anticipating the impending apocalypse. After tending to his tasks, he returned home and placed pork and chicken legs directly into a pot for marination. He washed the vegetables and packed them away, ready to be enjoyed with dipping sauces later. He was not lacking in food, weaponry, or water, as the RV's water supply could be replenished with points. He felt no worries for the future and envisioned a life filled with beautiful women, indulging in a lifestyle he had never dared to dream of before. Outside, ambulances raced by with increasing frequency. The past few days had seen a surge in their numbers. He pondered which day he had been reborn into. Just before the outbreak began, surely, they wouldn't stop coming, would they? Cursing, he lamented his dire circumstances. He picked up his phone and opened the browser to check for any news. Chapter 6. They have arrived. On August 26, 2034, at precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, An unprecedented global outbreak of a novel viral infection occurred. Infected individuals began exhibiting violent behavior, resulting in numerous bystanders being bitten and scratched. Authorities promptly dispatched patients to hospitals for treatment, and thus far, notable progress has been achieved. According to reports from American journalists, incidents of infection-related attacks have emerged in various locations across the United States, resulting in significant casualties. In response, the U.S. government has failed to implement effective measures, and we vehemently condemn such negligence and irresponsibility. I, your host Fu Yen, bring you this news. Professor Qian Duoduo, a biological expert, has stated that this virus does not pose a risk of widespread contagion. Therefore, I urge everyone to wear masks when venturing out, as long as masks are worn. Even if one were to contract the virus, they would not pose a threat to others. Now, let us hear a few words from Professor Qian Duoduo. Greetings, dear audience. I am Professor Qian Duoduo. Concerning this virus, I would like to share a couple of remarks. While two statements cannot fully encapsulate the entirety of the situation, time is limited, so I shall briefly summarize. This is the reality, and this is the situation. For those who wish to learn more, please follow my Weibo, where I will provide additional insights shortly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bufan reflected on the profound insights shared by the expert. Such depth of thought is seldom articulated by the average person. Well spoken, but perhaps next time, it would be best not to elaborate so much, as it seemed a waste of 2 minutes. According to the information available, the emergence of zombies has already begun, though it has not yet culminated in a full-scale outbreak. Moreover, there are undoubtedly individuals who have been bitten or scratched and have not sought medical attention, which poses a danger. With a serious expression, Chen Bufan realized that sleep would escape him tonight. Returning to his bedroom, he lay down, calculating his supplies. No matter how he assessed it, he had enough provisions to last for many years. Observing the firearms in his pack, he mused that with such assets, he was not lacking in resources. His neighbors stockpiled food while he possessed a weapon. His surroundings had become his granary. Wait, perhaps there was little to worry about? After watching the expert's speech once more, he fell asleep after 2.5 minutes. In the early hours of the morning, at the mayor's office, Mayor Wang Shuqing sat behind his desk, his arms resting on the surface as he massaged his temples. He had not slept for 2 days. 2 days prior, a report had emerged from a local market indicating that multiple individuals had been bit. Wang Shuqing, Secretary Wu, instruct Director Huang to isolate the wards there. Evacuate all nearby personnel, disperse the crowd, and meticulously check whether any doctors or nurses have concealed bite or scratch injuries. Establish a secure quarantine perimeter to prevent any escape. Monitor the situation closely and keep the information contained to avoid creating panic. I shall send someone to take charge of the area. Contact me if any issues arise. Understood. Wang Shuqing hung up the phone and immediately dialed the police chief. Brother Zhang, what directives do you have at this late hour? Director Zhang, contact the SWAT team immediately and dispatch them to the central hospital to assist Wu Gang in securing the area and evacuating the public. It is imperative to maintain control and prevent any deranged patients from escaping. If necessary, use lethal force and ensure ample ammunition is available. Do not get bitten. Hearing the gravity in his old friend's tone, Zhang Jingyi recognized the seriousness of the situation. Yes, Mayor. I will personally lead the team. Take care, old Zhang. Wang Shuqing leaned back in his chair, biting his lip as he pressed the intercom button in the secretary's office. Mayor? Immediately summon all vice mayors to the conference room for a meeting. Understood, Mayor. He had to prepare comprehensively. Should an outbreak occur, he needed to coordinate supplies, implement preventive measures, arrange for the populace, and establish shelters, among other tasks. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the virus's rapid mutation, its swift transmission, and onset. The virus afforded him no time to prepare, and the world was already in turmoil. When one perceives a cockroach in plain sight, countless others are lurking in the shadows. At 4:15 p.m., Ma Qingxiang paused by the roadside after delivering a takeout order, gasping for breath. He felt unwell, feverish, weak, clammy, with cold hands and feet, and an unsettling urge to vomit. Just yesterday, while picking up an order at the market, he witnessed someone being bitten and intervened, resulting in a minor scratch on his arm. Though it barely bled, he thought little of it. He retched several times, expelling the contents of his stomach onto the grass beside him, where he had just consumed a hand-grabbed pancake. I can't hold on any longer. I need to lie down. As he stumbled upstairs to his front door, he noticed the wound on his arm had darkened, oozing pus, and emitting a foul odor. In a daze, he knocked on the door, but his wife did not respond. Leaning against the door frame, he struggled to open it, his strength waning. Wife! Wife! His weak calls went unanswered. He reached the bedroom door, where he could see two figures entwined within. His eyes reddened, the scara turning bloodshot, and a dark crimson liquid gushed from his mouth and nose like a fountain, splattering onto the floor. The sound of objects crashing to the ground outside the bedroom before the man could take 2 steps. Ma Qingxiang, who had finally transformed into a zombie, lunged forward and tackled him, sinking his teeth into the man's neck and tearing away a chunk of flesh to devour. The excruciating pain made the man howl in agony. "Ah, Ma Ge, spare me. I want to do it again. I swear I'll never do it again." After his desperate plea, he summoned every ounce of strength to struggle and push Ma Qingxiang away, clutching his wound and stumbling away in a frantic escape. Ma Qingxiang staggered to his feet, blood still staining his lips, his gaze fixed intently on his beloved wife. The woman, having endured 2 shocks in a short span, stood trembling with her mouth agape, gasping for breath in a state of panic, unable to utter a word. The blanket that had surrounded her slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. "Ah! Ah!" The woman finally screamed, and the zombified man lunged at her, tearing into her flesh. The phenomenon of zombies attacking humans had erupted in every corner of the globe. Those bitten on the neck would rise mere minutes later to prey upon others. The apocalypse of biological horror had begun. In the conference room, Wang Shuqing answered the phone. The cacophony on the line was overwhelming, with the continuous sound of gunfire reverberating, and a sense of foreboding surged within him, causing his voice to tremble. "Hello? Mayor, it's Wu Gang. It's over, it's all over. They've been shot multiple times, and still one T die. Only shots to the head work, and the mutation speed has accelerated. Those who've been bitten are transforming in just a few minutes. It's not just those quarantined in the hospital. On the streets, they were everywhere. We can't control it, Uncle Wang. We're doomed. This world is over." Wu Gang cried, lamenting the dire situation. Wang Shuqing's hand trembled uncontrollably as he held the phone. The others in the conference room were equally frantic, restless, and anxious. "What about Zhang Jingyi? What about Dean Huang?" Wu Gang sobbed. "Uncle Wang, they're dead. Their remains have been devoured." The outbreak began with the doctors and security personnel nearby. "It's not only those who are bitten that mutate. The virus has already spread through the air. We could all be carriers. Many have transformed without being bitten. Uncle Wang, take care of yourself. What's wrong? Run away." Wang Shuqing's eyes reddened as he rose, banging his fists on the table. "Uncle Wang, I can't go back. I've been bitten. I'm trapped in the hospital. I'm so cold. Am I going to become a monster too? I don't want to eat people. Ha ha ha. Take care, Uncle Wang." Bang! A gunshot erupted from the receiver, causing Wang Shuqing to collapse back into his chair, tears streaming down his face. Wu Gang had been with him for many years. He had nurtured him like a nephew, believing that the special police force would maintain control. He never anticipated the virus would spread so rapidly, nor that it could be transmitted through the air, not solely through bites. What were they to do? The special police couldn't manage the situation, and there were no military forces nearby. Where would they find troops? This wasn't just localized. It was a nationwide and even global crisis. What could they possibly do? There would be no military to oversee their small region. They could only hope for the best. The conference room descended into chaos. As Wang Shuqing stood, ready to speak, the door burst open, and a young civil servant rushed in. "Mayor, many clerks have gone mad. They've bitten and killed numerous people." Wang Shuqing furrowed his brows, urging others to swiftly grasp any weapons at hand and instructing the survivors to head to the cafeteria, where provisions awaited. It was there they must linger, awaiting rescue and seeking opportunities for resistance. Having spoken, he led the charge outside. Chapter 7. The dawn of the apocalypse. On the afternoon of October 27, 2034, Chen Bufan returned home after collecting his boxed meal for the day. Today's check-in had rewarded him with a Glock 17, bringing his total to 2. In this dire time, possessing an additional weapon equated to an extra measure of safety. Ding! A notification chimed from the group chat of the homeowners. 102301. I just returned from the hospital where I received an 4 drip. The central hospital is on lockdown. Forbidding entry. Outside, heavily armed SWAT officers patrol. I'm unsure of the situation. Building 6, apartment 1301. A colleague residing near the hospital mentioned hearing gunfire this morning. It sounded serious. Is it possible there are fatalities involved? 211503. Images. 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 54802 Chi. My goodness. What is happening? Are they attacking people? Building 9, Tang Dalong. 211503. What is the story behind those images? What is going on? 211503. These were taken a couple of days ago at the big market. Someone went mad and started biting people. Their intestines were exposed, and they even tore off a chunk of flesh from a bystander. I suspect zombies have arrived, everyone. Stock up on food. 65101. Good heavens, does this mean it's the end of the world? Are we done for? Zio Balong. Does this mean we can skip our homework? Haha, splendid. Building 9, Tang Dalong. Seriously, who raised this foolish child? Have they been driven to madness by their studies? Street official, everyone, remain calm. We just received an announcement. The situation is under control. There's no zombie virus, just rabies. It's nothing to worry about. Please refrain from spreading rumors. Building 9, Tang Dalong. Is this still a rumor? People are dying. Who is foolish enough to believe that? Do you think rabies is harmless? Property manager, enough. Let us all adhere to official guidance. The chat buzzed feverishly, while many rushed out to procure supplies. System, can you detect when the apocalypse will fully unfold? System, 3 in 3 days? Thankfully, I have some mental preparation. System, 2 what? System, 1 what? They are here. What is this? System, it appears we must engage in thorough communication henceforth. Bang, bang, bang. A series of car crashes echoed outside. Chen Bufan resided on the 12th floor, making it difficult to discern the screams and chaos below. The cacophony of panicked shouts, car explosions, fleeing crowds, and agonized cries resounded, each shout imbued with a profound intensity. Gently pushing open the window, he leaned out slightly, lighting a Chinese cigarette, and leisurely exhaled swirling smoke rings, his gaze fixated on the tumultuous street below. Reflecting on his past life, he pondered how he had once chosen to plunge into despair, avoiding a life of hardship and evasion. Back then, he lacked ambition, merely wishing for a life of ease. However, this life is markedly different. Now he has everything: guns, food, and a strong desire for survival. When a person has nothing, they can live freely and without desires or demands. But once you have something, you will be afraid of losing everything you have and even crave for more. At this moment, the outside world has already fallen into chaos. Some of the people who were originally leisurely strolling on the streets suddenly underwent a mutation. Those people, who were obviously in danger, still had to take risks to rescue others, and unfortunately died in the underworld, becoming the dishes of those zombies. On the streets, terrified people fled in panic, but were easily thrown to the ground, instantly turning into delicious food that could be slaughtered. Accompanied by piercing screams, blood splattered everywhere. And the scene was exceptionally tragic. Not long after, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a nauseating stench of corpses, which could be clearly smelled even from a long distance. Even if I watch it again, Chen Bufan is still shocked by this tragic scene because it's not a movie. Watching others chop people and oneself chopping people is not the same feeling. Because I happen to meet you leaving footprints is beautiful. The wind blows and the flowers fall. Squeezing, clanking, clanking, whooshing. Li Wenin has less work today and went home early to cook. She likes to cook and eat by herself, which is healthy. She was humming a song while washing vegetables when the banging sound downstairs startled her. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hurriedly running to the window and sticking out her little head to look around, she could accept cars colliding on the street. But what were those piles of people doing together? Ah, help. Don't bite me. Don't. Ah, it hurts. Hee. There were heart-wrenching screams coming from outside my own room. But soon there were no more cries for help, followed by the sound of chewing food. Oh my God. She walked towards the door barefoot, tiptoeing cautiously. Then, she gently leaned her eyes close to the cat's eye and looked out. With just one glance, she immediately covered her mouth and withdrew her body, her face full of fear. I saw 2 people with ferocious faces outside the door, pressing a man firmly on the ground. They cruelly tore piece after piece of bloody flesh from the man and put it in their mouths to chew. Blood flowed like a spring on the ground, staining the entire area red. One of the zombies even grabbed a blood-red intestine and desperately stuffed it into their mouth, but due to the length of the intestine, the other end was still hanging outside, and feces kept falling down. Vomit. The scene was both terrifying and nauseating, and Li Wenin couldn't help but retch. She covered her mouth in terror, her heart filled with fear and doubt. What was happening outside? Why do these people eat people? She quickly turned around, locked the door, and ran back to the sofa to sit down. Picking up her phone, she originally wanted to send a message to her brother and parents, but then she thought, what if there were such a terrifying monster around her brother and his parents? If I send him a message and make a sound myself, wouldn't it implicate my younger brother and parents? So she gave up the idea. Li Wenin tightly bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. She covered her face with her hands, desperately trying to suppress her cries, fearing that the lurking monsters would be drawn to her sobs. It was only when her lip bled from the pressure of her biting that she suddenly regained her senses, feeling lost and helpless as she curled up on the sofa. resembling a forsaken little kitten. In a moment of clarity, she remembered that she could call the police for help. Yes, I cannot simply wait for fate to decide my end. However, when she dialed, only silence greeted her. She hung up, her mind racing with thoughts. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. Maybe help will arrive. If all else fails, I could venture outside and allow the zombies to bite me, joining their ranks to pursue other humans. She refused to be a victim, having her insides ripped out only to be left to defecate. Such indignity was unacceptable. Chen Bufan remarked, "So, you think you can outpace me? I haven't even slept with a man yet." She lamented. "Brother, Mom, Dad, how are you doing?" After releasing her pent-up emotions, she rushed to the window to peer outside. Below, hordes of zombies roamed, and her heart sank. Her brother would not be coming back. Suddenly, a whiff of secondhand smoke invaded her nostrils. She looked around, and finally glanced up to see a familiar little man. It's him. How delightful it is to encounter someone I know in such dire times. With a face alight with surprise, she softly called out to Chen Bufan, "Hey, you lunatic. You pervert." Chen Bufan was swatting away the foul odor while observing the zombies feast upon their victims. He knew he had to adapt to this apocalyptic world, otherwise, no amount of supplies or weaponry would save him. The most fundamental requirement of this new reality was to acclimate to the unbearable stench. What's that familiar sound? He pondered. "Hey, you scoundrel." Following the voice, he looked down to see a tear-streaked face filled with surprise, her eyes red, exuding an innocence that suggested she had just been wronged. "Well, look who it is." Chen Bufan scoffed. "First of all, I don't go by He. Secondly, my name is Chu Ku, Chen Bufan." "Huh, Chen Bufan, you're quite amusing." "I'm Li Wenin. Do you think those flesh-eating creatures are like the zombies from the movies?" "You seem unfazed by them," she inquired, observing his lack of fear, replaced instead by disdain for the odor he was fanning away, with Chen Bufan's relaxed demeanor providing her with a sense of security. It felt as though each encounter with him instilled a newfound comfort. "I suppose I have a thicker skin than most. You look a bit frightened, though," he noted. Li Wenin's expression shifted to alarm. "I'm scared. There are zombies devouring people outside my door. I just saw them. How did everything become so chaotic so suddenly?" "Do you know what's happening?" "I don't, but it appears the apocalypse has arrived." "The apocalypse?" Li Wenin gazed blankly at the turmoil below, feeling utterly terrified. The scene was indeed reminiscent of an end-of-the-world scenario. The city sprawled beneath her in disarray. What would come next? "Do you have any food at home?" Chen Bufan's question broke her reverie, and a flicker of relief and gratitude appeared on her lips. "Yes, I have food. Thanks to you, during our first meeting. When you mentioned that prices might rise, I bought extra supplies that will last for many days. Thank you. Do you have enough to eat?" Li Wenin truly appreciated Chen Bufan. Had it not been for his reminder, she would have had nothing to eat at home while chaos reigned outside. She felt fortunate to have heeded his advice. "I have food," he replied. "Please stay safe at home and do not open the door to strangers. In this apocalypse, your beauty may attract unwanted attention, such as mine." Upon hearing this, Li Wenin's expression paled. She was well aware of her allure. Wherever she went, she turned heads. In peacetime, it was manageable with the law in place, but now, in a world devoid of order, who could hold anyone accountable? This thought brought tears to her eyes. Such beauty could indeed be a curse. "Do not be afraid. Let us exchange contact information. If you need anything, feel free to call on me. After all, we are acquaintances now." Chen Bufan revealed his true intentions. Li Wenin was indeed the type he found appealing, resonating perfectly with his aesthetic standards, earning a commendable score of 96 from the system. As a yoga instructor, her physique was exceptional, and her delicate face evoked a sense of tenderness, especially now, as she bit her lip in fear, her innocence tinged with a hint of desire. Li Wenin looked up at the man she had encountered several times, curiosity piqued. He instilled a sense of security in her. Amidst the apocalypse, he appeared unperturbed, as if this calamity were not so dire after all. Yet, he had startled her moments ago. "Am I not clever enough to see through your tricks?" she mused, deciding to grant him a chance. With determination, she extended her fair arm, holding her phone with the QR code aloft. "Are you also eyeing me?" Chen Bufan, equally earnest in scanning the code, nearly lost his balance upon realizing he had been discovered. "My apologies," he chuckled sheepishly, offering a sincere smile. "You caught me. I truly am interested in you. You are exceptional, and remarkable individuals will always garner recognition. Your sincerity is quite refreshing." Li Wenin found herself engaged in conversation with him, which momentarily alleviated her fears of the apocalypse, allowing a radiant smile to grace her face. Their rapport blossomed, and they conversed for an extended period until their stomachs began to growl. Reluctantly, they retreated indoors. Li Wenin felt enlightened. Her brother was too afraid to reach out. and her parents were far away. Regardless of her worries, she needed to maintain her health. Survival was essential to learn of their well-being. Chapter 8. The Zombie Cleanup Mission. Back in the living room, Chen Bufan opened WeChat to find the group chat ablaze with complaints about the street officials concealing information about the zombies. The officials were undoubtedly distressed. They were as clueless as anyone else. Those who ventured out to gather supplies reported mixed results. Some rushed back indoors upon descending the stairs, while others found themselves chased by the undead. Suddenly, a series of unsettling sounds caught his attention. What is that? Chen Bufan wondered, hearing an incessant smacking noise. Approaching the peephole, he saw an elderly woman turned zombie, gnawing on an arm with fervor, each bite accompanied by an irritating smack. Before the cat's eyes appeared a grotesque, blood-soaked visage. One side of the face was decayed, while the other was stripped of skin, exposing the crimson muscle beneath. A solitary eyeball swung precariously, and the mouth opened and closed as it gazed at Chen Bufan's door, as if searching for something. Chen Bufan was startled, his heart racing. Suddenly, the sound of a zombie banging against the door echoed ominously. He chose to remain seated, dismissing the commotion. After all, the fortified door was not something that could be breached by mere hands. As long as he did not linger too close, the scent of flesh would not escape, and the zombie would soon disperse. The zombie had only recently transformed. Its muscles had not yet fully decomposed, granting it both speed and strength. Despite possessing a firearm, Chen Bufan was reluctant to take risks, as he lacked marksmanship skills and feared the repercussions of a mere scratch. In a day or two, the zombies would move at a pace akin to that of humans, at which point he would no longer fear them, provided he could avoid being surrounded. He retrieved a bottle of cola and a roasted chicken, setting up his tablet to watch The Walking Dead, which proved to be a delightful accompaniment to his meal. In this series, he particularly admired Sean, who, in his quest for survival, displayed no trace of saintly virtue. Alas, his character exited the narrative far too soon. He yearned for companions like Daryl and Glenn in the future, hoping that his foes would resemble Morgan, thus creating a harmonious bond with his allies while facing merciful adversaries. At 8 p.m., after several days of rigorous training, Chen Bufan assessed his progress. Human. Chen Bufan height, 175 centimeters. Physique, capable of effortlessly lifting 370 pounds. There was no need to elaborate on unchanged attributes. His strength had significantly increased. Now, he could shatter a zombie's skull with a single blow. His stature had also grown, instilling him with newfound confidence. After all, soon he would be able to cradle a girl in his arms with ease. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Wenyin, are you asleep? Chen Bufan, not yet. Why? Can't you sleep? Wenyin, the zombies outside are incessantly moaning, and I'm too frightened to sleep. I fear they might break in and devour me. Chen Bufan, would you like me to come over and keep you company? We're all friends here. No need for formality. Wenyin, thank you for your kindness. Chen Bufan, is your brother not home? What about your parents? Wenyin, my parents aren't here. But my brother texted me. He and some classmates have taken refuge in the cafeteria. It's quite safe, but they're surrounded and can't get out. Do you think they'll be alright? I'm worried something might happen. Chen Bufan, with your brother's physique, even if he can't fight, he can certainly run away. Worrying won't help. Just let things unfold naturally. There are thousands of people at school, and you can't control everything. Instead of fretting, focus on resting well. And when you wake, train your body and practice with a blade. Wenyin, you make a valid point. Chen Bufan, you should have some perfume. Spray a generous amount at the door to mask your scent. The zombies will disperse shortly. Wenyin followed his advice, dousing the entrance with perfume. After a while, the incessant knocking ceased. Wenyin, I sprayed the perfume, and indeed, they stopped knocking. You're quite remarkable. Chen Bufan, it's merely a matter of observation. Zombies locate humans through sound and scent. As long as you keep quiet and conceal your aroma, they won't detect you. Wenyin, got it, thank you. I'm going to rest now. You should also get some sleep and stay safe. Chen Bufan, are you truly sure you don't need me to accompany you? Wenyin, I appreciate your offer, but really, it's unnecessary. Lying on the bed, I perused the chat records. My brother was safe for the moment, and my parents informed me they were in their rented accommodation, which alleviated my worries considerably. After conversing with the fellows upstairs, the weight of pressure and fear lessened significantly. My mind was consumed by Chen Bufan's visage. With my family absent, I instinctively sought familiar faces around me. He appeared exceptionally astute. I scratched my head, feeling a peculiar itch and pressure in my mind. Was I developing a greater intellect? Li Wenyin's affinity score stood at 1070. Chen Bufan pondered. Could this girl possibly harbor feelings for me? What sort of taste does she possess? Glancing down at himself, he mused, aside from my average looks, Everything else seems satisfactory. My muscles have grown slightly larger. Chen Bufan had been awake, persistently honing his physique. Thanks to the aid of medication, no matter how rigorously he trained. He awoke the next day without soreness, ready to continue for several days. By midnight, he had successfully signed in for a new day. Congratulations. You have obtained the AR-15 automatic rifle, equipped with a 6x scope, a silencer, laser sight, and a magazine containing 6 30-round cartridges. It boasts minimal recoil and remarkable accuracy, emitting a soft sound. This is splendid, truly splendid. I adore this scope. It allows for distant and clear vision. Unable to contain his excitement, he swiftly extinguished the lights, opened the window, and drew the curtains, positioning himself to peer outside through the gap. Though the outside was shrouded in darkness, electricity still flowed, illuminating the streets with streetlights and moonlight, allowing him to discern the zombies standing on the road. The ground was strewn with corpses, their blood having transformed into a dark crimson. Adjusting to the 6x magnification, he could clearly see the expressions on the faces of the zombies in the community below. He aimed at an elderly zombie, its face and neck grotesquely disfigured, with a portion of large intestine hanging from its abdomen, utterly repulsive. Bang! The sound was subdued. A muffled thud. The silencer was designed to prevent the noise from being sharp or spreading. The zombies below remained undisturbed, though he could still hear the gunfire, which he had always thought would resemble the cinematic piu, yet it was not quite so. The old man stood there, a bullet hole puncturing his neck. Though he had aimed for the head, excitement coursed through him as it was his first time firing a weapon. He readjusted the scope and his stance. Bang! The elderly zombie collapsed, and the camera captured the splatter of flesh and blood from the back of its head. Zombie killed. Points 1, huh? What a thrill. Summoning the system interface, he discovered his points had reached 101, including a gift of 100 points. The mission has been updated. There is now a task. System. Is there only one task per day? System. Tasks refresh randomly after daily sign-in. Understood. Clear 100 zombies. Reward. Zombie virus antidote. An antidote. Excellent. That means I need not fear bites, as long as I am not completely devoured. He accepted the task, with a firearm in hand and an abundance of ammunition. Completing it should be a breeze. Chen Bufan possessed great strength, quick reflexes, and enhanced vision, with the gun feeling weightless in his grip. He shot with the steadiness of a seasoned marksman, accurately hitting his targets. The sounds of gunfire transitioned from intermittent shots to a rapid succession. Soon, over a dozen zombies lay sprawled at the foot of his building, bullets lodged in their foreheads, some corpses riddled with multiple bullet holes, while the remainder were dispatched from the street outside. Within less than an hour, all 7 magazines were expended, with the firearm itself containing 210 rounds of ammunition resulted in the demise of 105 zombies. Aside from the initial inaccuracies in my shooting, I soon found my rhythm. The key factor being that the zombies remained stationary. I accrued a score of 206, which allowed me to exchange for 210 rounds, costing 21 points. With a score of 185, I found myself with an abundance of unused points. I spent some time at the window reloading bullets, but lost patience after 2 attempts. System. I wish to claim my reward, I said, my eyes blinking with anticipation. System. Package. Oh, a zombie virus antidote. Can be injected after being bitten but before transformation. A single-use remedy. A splendid find. Feeling elated, I continued reloading my magazines. It was rather monotonous. Once I finished, I took a warm bath and retired for the night. In a few days, the electricity would cease, and without power, the water supply would dwindle as well. Without electricity to pressurize the system, the higher floors would have no water. Chapter 9. Extermination of zombies within the building. Upon awakening, it was already 10 in the morning. I downloaded a 3D map onto my phone. Upon opening it, the surrounding streets and buildings were displayed in clear detail, proving quite convenient. I casually consumed a few buns and sipped a bottle of soy milk. The tasks had been completed at dawn, and with no further assignments today. I glanced outside at the zombies, noting their rapid decomposition. I picked up an empty glass bottle and hurled it onto the paint-stained road. Crash! The sound resonated sharply, prompting several zombies to shuffle towards the shattered glass, moving slightly faster than an average human pace. Their movements were growing increasingly sluggish. Zombies, in truth, were not particularly terrifying. What was truly fearsome was their overwhelming numbers. In this county-level city of 500,000, there were approximately 300,000 zombies, if not more. In places like Fengtian, with a permanent population exceeding 9 million, the undead would be as numerous as the stars in the sky, leaving no place to tread. An adept ordinary person could easily evade a few zombies by maneuvering around them, provided they did not become encircled. In the presence of a horde, without sufficient firepower, the only option would be to flee. Chen Bufan's physique was not particularly formidable. He possessed great strength and quick reflexes, yet lacked combat finesse. Relying solely on brute force, an asset only for running away. I perused the messages from the owners group, all inquiring about rescue efforts. Alas, no such assistance would arrive. The apocalypse had only just begun. The atmosphere, while still bearable and humanity somewhat intact, would soon deteriorate as food supplies dwindled, leading to the emergence of small factions. Li Wenin had also sent a message, though it bore no significant news. Chen Bufan understood that she was simply frightened and seeking companionship, at present. He was her sole confidant. He chose not to reply, instead preparing to venture out and clear the zombies from the stairwell, honing both his marksmanship and courage. He grabbed 4 magazines, tightly bound them to his arm with layers of tape, ensuring his forearm was safeguarded against accidental scratches. He donned a pair of fingerless leather gloves, of his own making, which provided better protection than bare hands. With cotton stuffed in his ears to muffle the gunfire, knowing the stairwell's acoustics would amplify the sound. He donned a mask and peered through the peephole. The sight that greeted him was one of a blood-soaked floor and walls adorned with severed limbs and bones. No zombies were in sight. He gently rapped on the door and waited for a response, but none came. Presumably, they had wandered elsewhere. He cautiously opened the door a crack and slowly pushed it ajar, surveying the surroundings for any signs of zombies. Stepping outside, he found the ground covered in blood and shredded flesh, his shoes leaving sticky trails upon the floor. He swiftly retreated. Having sprayed a modicum of inferior perfume within his mask, which considerably alleviated his discomfort, he nearly retched into it. In his previous life, he had emerged only after a month, but this time he was released early, and the bodies were still fresh, exuding a foul odor amidst the sweltering heat. Cautiously, he made his way to the stairwell, his handgun loaded and equipped with a silencer, gripping it firmly with both hands. There were no zombies by the window between the 2 floors, so he opened it to let in some air. He aimed to clear the upper floors first to avoid being surrounded from above and below, his heart racing with a thrill as he prepared to confront the undead directly for the first time. On the 13th floor, he encountered a female zombie, slender in build and missing an arm. He refrained from ascending, opting instead to tap on the ladder's handrail. The sound resonated, and the female zombie turned. Sensing Chen Bufan's presence, she stumbled forward and slipped, falling headfirst just a meter away from him. A muted gunshot rang out, akin to that of a silenced AR-15, as the zombie's head burst open in a gruesome display. The noise was bearable. Remain vigilant, he thought. As he heard the growls of zombies approaching from both above and below, he preferred to wait for them rather than risk an ambush while climbing the stairs. Before long, another zombie tumbled down from above, becoming wedged in the position of the first corpse. A single shot dispatched it effortlessly at such close range, no aim required. The zombie downstairs continued to howl without ascending. Surely it wasn't he too foolish to climb the stairs? He disregarded it and meticulously inspected the upper floors, 13th, 14th, and 15th, dispatching another zombie and earning 3 more points. One door stood ajar, revealing an unoccupied room, immaculately kept. On a television cabinet, a frame captured a couple joyfully embracing. The same 2 who had been among the first to perish. He carefully removed the frame. Opening the refrigerator, he gathered frozen goods into his pack, including several thick-cut steaks and rows of cola and Sprite from the chilled section. From their bedroom, he took a blanket and descended, covering the corpses of the 2 who had died together from head to toe. This gesture was twofold: to allow them to share their final rest, and to mitigate the unbearable stench that assaulted his senses. From the 15th to the 1st floor, he eliminated 2 more zombies, totaling 5. Poor Li Wenin. These 2 were likely the ones that had wandered away from her doorstep. Many zombies remained trapped within their own homes, and he saw no need to break in for a meager haul of supplies. His score now stood at 190. Closing the unit door behind him, he noted that his residence was in Building 9, adjacent to Building 10, which had once served as the sales office for the community and had been converted into a supermarket a few months prior. Having cleared the zombies within the building, he could not return empty-handed, lest he become a mere pawn for others. With his handgun in hand, he hastened towards the supermarket, passing several zombie corpses, those he had dispatched during the early hours of his mission, encountering no obstacles along the way. Chen Bufan approached the supermarket entrance cautiously, discovering the door ajar. Peering through the gap, he beheld an enormous zombie standing within. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the supermarket owner. The proprietor bore no conspicuous wounds, likely succumbing to the initial wave of airborne infection. Suddenly, The boss seemed to notice the commotion outside the door and suddenly opened his ear-wide mouth, let out a low growl, and then rushed towards Chun Bufan. As it approached step by step, the carrion that had originally covered the boss's beer belly began to slide down continuously. Due to the large size of the belly and the strong downward force, the already rotten skin cannot bear the weight inside. When it reached the door, even its intestines fell out of its body and scattered on the ground. And those piles of intestines and organs hung like pendants on its body, making it very difficult for it to walk. Stumbling and stumbling all the way out of the supermarket. The horrifying scene before him, even Chun Bufan, who had seen many worlds and observed for a whole month more than others, couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. Fortunately, Chun Bufan soon regained consciousness and noticed that there was a shovel in front of the supermarket. Chun Bufan thought that perhaps he could take this opportunity to test his current physical condition, but also worried that shooting would attract other zombies. There is a group of more than 50 zombies wandering around at the entrance of the community. Moreover, he also plans to enter the supermarket to search for some useful supplies. Pick up the shovel, and when the zombie rushed over, bent down to avoid his outstretched arm. The zombie didn't fall down on him, and took a step forward in inertia. Before turning back, Chun Bufan stepped behind it and kicked it hard at its knee socket. The zombie knelt there with a single coat of paint, and when it didn't get up, he forced the shovel toward his neck and shoveled it in. The zombie fell to the ground with a loud bang, and Chun Bufan had great strength. There was only some flesh attached to its neck, and its spine had already been broken. Although its body was dead, its head was still alive, and its mouth was opening and closing in primitive movements. Take the shovel to the front, shovel into the head one by one, and insert the head into a mess. The first time I hit a zombie close at hand, I still felt a lot of pressure. I used a shovel to practice my courage. Shooting with a gun and chopping with a knife gave me different visual senses. It felt nothing when a bullet was shot. Chopping with a knife was more scary than using a gun, and it was easier to make people timid. Many survivors from the two buildings saw Chun Bufan go to the supermarket and were amazed by his courage. They also admired his skills. Such a big zombie, much taller than him, was poked in the head with just one move. How brave and powerful it must be. Finally, watching him ruthlessly poke the zombie's head, it was both terrifying and respectful. It was only the first day of the apocalypse, and such a ruthless person should not be provoked. No one dared to call for help upstairs. They all knew that zombies were good at listening to sounds and didn't pose any danger. No one was a fool. Only a few people were waving their hands, trying to catch Chun Bufan's attention. Unfortunately, this poster didn't even glance upstairs. There are disappointed people, and even more jealous people. Building 10, Unit 1, 3rd floor, very close to the supermarket, is a couple in their 40s. Their appearance clearly shows that they are not easy to get along with. One looks fierce, while the other looks unreasonable. At this moment, observing Chun Bufan dismiss them entirely, they stormed into the supermarket, unleashing a torrent of expletives, albeit in hushed tones. They had no habit of stockpiling food, preferring to descend each day to procure fresh ingredients. Now, with no vegetables in sight, only rice remained. Damn it. He actually ignored me, that foolish lad. One lamented. Indeed, does he not realize we need help? When he emerges, we shall give him a proper reckoning. We have nothing to eat. He shall not find sustenance either. Unbeknownst to Chun Bufan, he was the subject of their disdain. Inside, he found no one else present. Beside the entrance stood a freezer. He gathered sodas, beers, and his favorite ice creams, leaving behind only the less satisfying options. In the canned goods section, he filled his bag with an ample supply of instant noodles, various chips, an assortment of sausages, spicy strips, dozens of cases of mineral water, assorted beverages, and toilet paper, taking more than half of each item, but leaving some untouched. He was not in need of supplies, and taking everything would risk revealing his secret. He was no altruist, contrary to any misguided assumptions. With more accrued points, he could exchange 100 points for unlimited vegetables in the future. He also grabbed a substantial quantity of sanitary napkins, disregarding day or night specifications. Opting for those longer than 400 millimeters, his thoughts wandering to Li Wenin's shapely figure. Surely they would suffice. He retrieved a backpack, stuffing it with snacks and a few cans for show, slinging it over his shoulders as he exited the supermarket, preparing to return home. Chapter 10. Brother Fan. Not far from the supermarket, a cacophony erupted as a cluster of beer bottles shattered nearby. Chun Bufan's expression soured. Was it only the second day? And already such mischief? He turned to see the couple from the 3rd floor, silently exchanging smug glances, their expressions a mix of glee and disdain. What despicable individuals. Glancing around, he discerned no one else nearby. In the distance, over 20 zombies were drawn in by the sound. Chen Bufan raised his gaze to the two neurotics, offering them a disarming greeting. What the hell are you two up to? The man, incensed, retorted. No one had dared to chastise him yet. The audacity of this boy. So fierce, yet he does not come to our aid. Is there no decency left? We are all neighbors in this community. Is it only about your own survival? Can you even eat at all? If you do not assist us, then none shall feast. Setting down his backpack, Chen Bufan extracted a red sausage, tearing it open and indulging, inciting a furious uproar from the couple above, desperate to attract more zombies. Jealousy breeds madness. While feasting, he pretended to rummage through his bag, discreetly retrieving his handgun, chambering around, his expression turning cold as he aimed at their chests, ready to fire. Bang, 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 click. The couple from the third floor let out a few pitiful cries before silence enveloped them. The vicinity was riddled with bullet holes. Gasps of shock echoed from nearby survivors. Who would have thought, merely 2 days in, that someone would dare to take a life, armed, no less? They had witnessed him wielding a firearm. How did he acquire such a weapon? In this apocalyptic reality, Chen Bufan had no intention of sparing those who sought to harm him. Those who threatened him must perish. Meanwhile, Li Wenin was diligently running on her treadmill. Her recent conversation with Chen Bufan had made her acutely aware of the precarious existence of women in this new world, especially beautiful ones. She harbored no desire to be consumed or to become a plaything for a horde of men. Thus she committed herself to rigorous training. She did not aspire to conquer the undead or vanquish villains. Rather, she yearned to outrun her companions and elude her foes. As long as her legs could propel her swiftly, no one could inflict harm upon her. With an already enviable physique, her long legs and large strides were a testament to her daily regimen of exercise. She was confident that the average person would find it impossible to keep pace with her. Breathless and drenched in sweat, her yoga attire clung to her form. Strands of hair stuck to her flushed cheeks, and the exertion caused her complexion to glow a vibrant red. Sweat trickled down her slender neck into the delicate valley of her chest, leaving behind a tantalizing trace of allure. Upon hearing a series of loud thuds, she hurried to the window to assess the situation, only to discover the nefarious individual from upstairs. She had not witnessed him commit murder. She assumed he had descended in search of supplies. Suddenly, at the edge of Building 10, she beheld over 20 zombies emerging, closing in on Chen Bufan from less than 20 meters away. So many. Her heart raced as it lodged in her throat. He was in peril. How could he possibly contend with such a horde? Be careful, she cried out, her voice strained, startling not only her neighbors, but also Chen Bufan below, who was busy reloading his magazine. He jumped, his handgun flipping in his grasp several times before he managed to secure it. He had already spotted the zombies and was calculating his timing, but the sudden shout startled him. Turning, he saw the very woman who coveted him. Just wait. I will have my revenge. Having finished reloading, the zombies had now closed to within 5 meters. At such proximity, aiming was unnecessary. As they approached to 3 meters, he fired rapidly. Bang, 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 bang. With a magazine containing 17 rounds, he retreated while firing, swiftly switching to another firearm from his pack. Score, 211. 21 zombies lay sprawled together, swarms of flies buzzing about amidst the overwhelming stench. A glance upwards revealed many heads retracting in fear, save for one strikingly beautiful woman who waved at him, signaling that she was unharmed before making her way home. As she reached the 5th-floor staircase corner, she encountered 2 men descending from above. One was a portly fellow in his 40s, adorned with a large gold chain and a scar that stretched from his mouth to his chin, wielding a kitchen knife. The other, a leaner man slightly younger, trailed behind, carrying a large travel bag. Judging by their appearance, they intended to venture out for supplies. However, considering the gunfire echoing in the vicinity and the zombies dispatched below, it was evident they were not oblivious to the dangers lurking. They were intelligent individuals with a measure of initiative. Brother, you go ahead. The portly man, upon spotting Chen Bufan, scrutinized him closely. His eyes widened as he abruptly thrust his arm out, shoving himself and the lean man into the corner of the staircase to allow this formidable person to pass. Chen Bufan remained still, casting a glance at the kitchen knife in the man's grip. Hey, the portly man, observing Chen Bufan's expression, immediately dropped the knife onto the ground and gently kicked it aside, offering a conciliatory smile. Tang Dalong, the corpulent figure, had already heard Chen Bufan's gunshots from upstairs. Soon after, he witnessed Chen Bufan descending to the supermarket, clutching a bag of provisions. It dawned on him that this was an opportune moment to procure supplies. So he decided to venture forth with his cousin Tang Ren, especially since there were children at home to care for. A lack of food was simply unacceptable. Unexpectedly, they encountered the concept of love around the corner. With a backpack slung over his shoulder and a handgun directed at the duo's midsection, Chun Bufan brandished his weapon and commanded, "You two, move along." He was unwilling to turn his back to strangers. Hey. All right. The two portly men pressed themselves against the wall, cautiously making their way down the staircase, stealing glances at Chun Bufan, their faces breaking into sheepish grins. Standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, with a fierce appearance, they now resembled fools. "Take the knife," one of them said. Oh. The corpulent man picked up the knife, tucking it behind him. After taking a few steps, he glanced back at Chun Bufan, hesitating as if to speak. "What are you staring at?" Chun Bufan fixated on them, noting their hesitance. "Big brother, may we fetch some food from the supermarket? We have nothing left at home." The corpulent man observed Chun Bufan's expression, although the man appeared younger. Strength dictated hierarchy, and thus he addressed him as Big Brother. The leaner man peeked out from behind the corpulent figure, cowering slightly. "Go ahead, it's fine. Thank you, Big Brother." The corpulent man nodded profusely in gratitude, while the lean man mimicked his gestures, both hastily making their way downstairs. Watching them descend, Chun Bufan noted their swift departure. It seemed the corpulent man possessed a certain perceptiveness. Downstairs, the two men cautiously entered the supermarket, finding the path surprisingly safe. As they passed a heap of corpses, a shiver ran down their spines. Inside the supermarket, the corpulent man instructed, "Brother, grab canned goods. They last longer. Also, we need sugar, toilet paper, and sanitary napkins. Better to be prepared for when women need them." "Understood, Brother Dalong. But why did you inquire about that fellow earlier? We could have just come down and taken what we needed. He wasn't even here." "You fool. I'm telling you to consume more nutritious food to sharpen your mind. Don't let my size fool you. My mind is filled with wisdom and my belly with worldly knowledge." The zombies in this supermarket were all dispatched by him. "He doesn't care if we take anything. But we must ask out of courtesy. Quick, pack it up, and we'll prepare 2 bags to deliver to the big boss's place." "Brother Dalong, you truly are wise. Do you know where that young man lives?" Smack. "Hey, why do you hit me?" "Stop referring to him as that young man. He is the big boss. From now on, call me brother in public and private alike. I don't know where the big boss resides, but did you hear that warning? It must have been from the big boss's wife. I recognize her. Your sister-in-law practices yoga with her. I've heard her speak before." "What do you mean, before? What about it, Brother Dalong?" I've always shown her respect. Now, hurry and pack up your things. The gunfire will certainly attract the zombies." "That yoga instructor. I remember her. I believe the slender youth appeared utterly captivated, while the stout Tang Dalong observed his cousin's foolishness with an increasingly ashen complexion, his scarred lips twitching in agitation. He pondered whether he should eliminate this imbecilic brother on the spot, fearing that he might one day bring ruin upon him. Yet, reflecting on the fact that he was the sole heir of their uncle's lineage, he refrained. However, while death may be evaded, one cannot escape the consequences of their actions. I struck, sending the slender boy flying a meter away with a kick. Ouch! The boy lay on the ground, rubbing his backside, biting his lip, and wearing a face full of grievance. "I'll tell Annie you hit me. I'll end you. Don't let that mouth get me into trouble. That man had a gun. Do you want to die? How dare you speak of his woman?" And with that repulsive expression, the stout one, incensed, kicked him twice more. "I'm foolish, not stupid. I was merely talking to you. Such a perfect woman. My brother is truly remarkable." His voice dwindled to a whisper, for the stout one had raised a kitchen knife above his head. "That's a beauty worthy of a hero. The boss is merely understated, concealing his brilliance. He does not flaunt his talents. What do you know? You look like a monkey and dare to judge others? Enough, let us get to work." The slender youth rose, rubbing his backside and pouting, thinking to himself, "Humph. She's just average. It's like a flower in cow dung." Chun Bufan muttered, "Damn it, who's inserting whom? Besides, cow dung has its nutrients." Chapter 11. Unable to restrain emotions, Chun Bufan strolled directly to the entrance of Li Wennin's residence on the 11th floor. Just as he was about to raise his hand to knock, the door swung open abruptly, revealing Li Wennin's beautiful face, edged with worry. Clearly having awaited his arrival for some time, she donned a pink yoga outfit, exposing her fair abdomen, with delicate abdominal muscles glistening with sweat from her workout. Gazing at Li Wennin's troubled countenance, Chun Bufan felt a surge of delight within, yet his lips betrayed no mercy as he teased. "What's wrong? Miss me? What? Cough. Could you speak more seriously? I'm merely concerned about you as a friend." Li Wennin lifted her head, her bright eyes scrutinizing him for any signs of injury. She herself could not articulate why she felt such concern for this man. Perhaps it stemmed from some ineffable emotion deep within her heart. Are you all right? Did you get hurt just now? Her voice softened, almost a whisper. I'm unscathed. Not a scratch. Why are you so concerned for me? Do you like me? Not at all. Just a friend's concern. Then why is your face turning red? Who is blushing? That's impossible. Li Wennin's hands touched her increasingly warm cheeks. Observing the bashful woman, Chen Bufan lowered his head and kissed her. Their lips met gently, and Li Wennin's eyes widened in astonishment. What just happened? Her mind went blank, completely devoid of thought. Her body instinctively struggled for a moment, then ceased all movement. She even found herself wrapping her arms around his neck, her body pressing against him like a pendant, her eyes tightly shut. Minutes later, Li Wennin's face bloomed with the hue of peach blossoms, her cheeks flushed like the evening glow, her gaze dazed and dreamy. She found herself enveloped in a state of bewilderment. Once she regained her composure, she fixed a complex gaze upon the audacious man who dared to take advantage of her. Pondering silently, how could he be so brazen? Throughout her life, Li Wennin had been cherished and had never engaged in such intimate gestures with any man. This sudden closeness was unprecedented for her. However, was it not all too hasty? They seemed to have known each other for but a brief moment. I should not have opened the door. Aware of his ulterior motives, yet foolishly walking into his trap, how could he treat me this way? As the realization dawned upon her, Li Wennin glared at the detestable man before her, her heart brimming with indignation. His audacity was infuriating. How dare he kiss her without a modicum of restraint? In this world on the brink of collapse, if you care for me, and I have feelings for you, we ought to be together. If we don't act swiftly, what shall become of us when our time is up? Chen Bufan wrapped his arm around her waist. And at that moment, she felt fragile and powerless against his firm grip. She naively suggested, we have only known each other for a few days. Since you are unharmed, perhaps you should just go home? Ignoring her words, his grip remained unyielding. She could sense the warmth radiating from his body, coupled with a heartbeat that seemed to resonate with her own, causing her pulse to quicken in response. With a mischievous persistence, Chen Bufan pushed her into the room and closed the door, pinning her against it while gazing down at her flustered expression. This is too fast. Let us spend more time together. I do have some feelings for you, but this is too much. Hey, are you even listening to me? Li Wennin, in a flurry, raised her hands to shield herself from his chest. Although she felt a slight attraction to him, this was all happening far too quickly. She was not prepared for such a turn of events. Foolish Li Wennin, why did you open the door? Now, it seems I am destined to be devoured. I have something else in mind. She attempted to speak again, please don't. But before she could finish, her lips were once more silenced, and all she could manage were muffled sounds. Deep down, she realized this rogue had her in his grasp. Since resistance was futile, she might as well begin to enjoy it. Seizing a moment of respite, Li Wennin surrendered, tilting her head aside in resignation. I yield. Is that enough? I need to change my clothes. I'm all sweaty from running, and you should freshen up too. Your clothes smell terrible. Go ahead, I'll tidy up a bit. Chen Bufan replied with a grin, releasing her as he sensed his triumph. Fine. With a fleeting glance of defiance in her beautiful eyes, Li Wennin hurriedly escaped to the bathroom. Chen Bufan surveyed the room, which mirrored his own home and layout, yet its decor surpassed his own. There lingered a scent reminiscent of Li Wennin, and the walls adorned with numerous photographs included an older couple he presumed were her parents, her father tall and robust, her mother petite and charming, yet undeniably possessing fine genes. As Chen Bufan squatted in the living room, he placed snacks and sanitary items from his bag onto the coffee table. The sound of running water echoed in his ears, stirring his imagination. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Li Wennin, her cheeks flushed, mentally prepared herself, reflecting on the urgency of this rogue. He had sought her contact information yesterday, and today he desired her. How ironic that her concern for his well-being had led her to this hungry tiger. The world has changed, yet I hold a certain fondness for him. It would not be so bad to rely on each other in the future. With my beauty, as long as I do not hinder him, I refuse to believe he would willingly let me go. 20 minutes later, the bathroom door slowly creaked open, and Li Wennin emerged gracefully, wrapped in a towel. A mist of steam enveloped her, accentuating the silky black hair cascading down to her waist, which framed her snow-white, delicate shoulders, enhancing their tender allure. Beneath her exquisite collarbone, the edge of the towel hinted at alluring curves, as if ready to reveal more at any moment. Her slender waist, rounded hips, and long, fair legs captivated the heart. Chen Bufan's gaze was unwavering, his eyes glued to Li Wennin, unwilling to blink even for a moment. What is the matter? Li Wennin observed him with playful interest. Wennin, you are truly stunning. You are the most perfect woman I have ever encountered. Upon hearing this, Li Wenyin couldn't help but smile. A hint of pride gracing her features as she replied, "Go wash up. I have prepared a new towel for you." With that, she sauntered towards the sofa, clearly pleased by Chun Bufan's compliments. Chun Bufan remained silent, swiftly darting into the bathroom. Within 5 minutes, he emerged. Li Wenyin, perched on the sofa with her legs crossed, looked up in surprise at his quick return. "You finished that quickly? Men do bathe fast." Chun Bufan gently sat beside her, wrapping his arms around her slender, soft waist. Li Wenyin appeared somewhat shy, her head lowered, her gaze evasive, avoiding his eyes as it flitted from side to side. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Chun Bufan could not help but pull her tightly into his embrace, his heart racing, aware of his own inexperience. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their faces drawing closer until they could no longer resist closing their eyes. Chapter 12. I care for you. 3 minutes later, Chun Bufan leaned against the headboard, staring blankly ahead, muttering incredulously. Li Wenyin bit her lip, her face flushed, torn between laughter and propriety, opting instead to lie in his embrace, drawing circles on his abdomen. Impossible. How could this be? Observing Chun Bufan's despondent expression, Li Wenyin burst into laughter. "This is what you call faster? I am merely concerned for you." Chun Bufan replied in a monotone, devoid of emotion. "How thoughtful. Thank you so much," she teased, her laughter ringing with joy. "If you weren't smiling so happily, I might have believed you." Chun Bufan turned his head, pouting slightly. Feeling a blush creep onto his cheeks, Chun Bufan found himself embarrassed, realizing how awkward the situation was, especially considering he had taken less time than her. It's all Li Wenyin's fault for being so beautiful. Li Wenyin prepared to rise and fetch something to eat, though her movements were slightly hindered, causing her to wince. The slipping blanket revealed her graceful curves, illuminated by the afternoon sunlight. Chun Bufan's eyes sparkled with uncontainable desire. "Come back. Ah, did you not say you were concerned for me? I shall prepare something for you. I am quite hungry. Moments ago, I felt a pang of concern, but now I am untroubled. You are incorrigible. Why rush over such trivial matters? You have belittled me." The cacophony within the room momentarily subdued the distant roars of the zombie horde outside. 2 hours later, Chun Bufan gazed triumphantly at the dazed Li Wenyin. "In my past life, I nourished you, and in this life, I must continue to do so. It seems I owe you this." After a brief respite, he ascended the stairs to change into athletic attire, gathering food, essentials, and clothing to bring downstairs to Wenyin's residence. Li Wenyin was in the kitchen, clad in a dress, her youthful face still flushed, radiating a glow that made her all the more alluring as she transitioned from maiden to matron. Were it not for my concern for her well-being, Chun Bufan would not have easily let her be. The doorbell chimed, prompting Chun Bufan, who was at the balcony loading bullets into a magazine, to rise and head towards the entrance. Li Wenyin emerged from the kitchen, a look of apprehension upon her face. Wielding a kitchen knife, their eyes met, and Chun Bufan offered a reassuring glance, indicating that whoever was at the door was likely human and not a zombie. A person would not fear a firearm. Peering through the peephole, he recognized the chubby man and his lean companion from 2 hours prior. "What brings you here?" Chun Bufan inquired, his voice resonating with authority. "Brother, my cousin and I picked up some supplies from the supermarket. We made a couple of trips and, regrettably, lost some time at home sorting through our haul. We brought some good items for you and your wife to express our gratitude for saving our lives." In truth, Tang Dalong, the rotund fellow, had only made one trip before returning home, his travel bag still containing several provisions to stave off hunger. They hastily selected 2 substantial bags of quality goods to present to Chun Bufan, understanding the social niceties of establishing rapport for future assistance. However, upon reaching the door, the chubby man discerned faint sounds from within that were decidedly inappropriate for children. Well versed in reading the room, he promptly interrupted his cousin's attempt to knock and discreetly led him away. After spending several minutes calming his temper at home, they waited for nearly 2 hours before returning to ensure the coast was clear before daring to knock again. Chun Bufan regarded this chubby man as quite astute. After some deliberation, he decided to open the door. Given that the apocalypse had only just begun 2 days prior, humanity had not yet descended into savagery. His behavior today could potentially pacify many. Survival solely by oneself would not ensure longevity, unless one retreated to an isolated mountain with a spouse, never to emerge. The sheer volume of zombies, hundreds of millions nationwide, would inevitably be on the move. If one were ever encircled, at least there would be someone to withstand the onslaught. Without a team, one could only toil oneself to death. The chubby man was adept in social navigation. A wise individual recognizes the times. He was willing to extend assistance without jeopardizing his own interests. Kindness is admirable, yet he is no saint. It is merely a mutual exploitation of resources. Human. Tang Dalong height. 180 centimeters strength. Carrying capacity of 120 gene appearance. 57 favorability. 60 human. Tang Ren height. 172 centimeters strength. Carrying capacity of 30 gene appearance. 60 favorability. 40 upon reviewing their profiles. Tang Dalong seemed quite capable. A robust physique would prove invaluable in this dire world, while the leaner one appeared to be an ordinary individual, lacking even Wanin's strength. Further observation was warranted. Brother. Oh, and greetings to sister-in-law. Tang Dalong and Chun Bufan greeted each other, and soon their eyes fell upon Li Wanin, who stood not far behind them. Chun Bufan felt a sense of awkwardness as he addressed someone considerably older than himself as sister-in-law, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. For she was now indeed the woman of his life. Brother, my companion and I have brought some provisions for you and your sister-in-law. It must be inconvenient for you alone. We are strong, so we will leave these here and take our leave. We reside on the 9th floor, rooms 902 and 903. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call upon us. After speaking, the two clasped their hands in a gesture of respect and departed. For Tang Dalong, the delivery of the supplies was sufficient. Upon bringing the items inside, he discovered 2 bags filled with quality goods. One contained an assortment of canned foods, luncheon meat, instant noodles, and chocolates, while the other was stocked with toilet paper, sanitary napkins, wet wipes, and various small cakes and snacks. Evidently, a thoughtful selection. Who are they? Li Wanin inquired curiously as she began to organize the items in the refrigerator. I encountered them while searching for you in the building. Do not concern yourself with them for now. Let us rest early today. Let us eat first, Li Wanin retorted with a playful glare. Dinner consisted of 2 grilled steaks accompanied by a vegetable dipping sauce. After their meal, Chun Bufan settled comfortably on the sofa by the window, with Li Wanin nestled in his arms, both gazing out at the scene before them, momentarily uncertain of what the future held. Outside, the streets were teeming with zombies, roaming in groups, drawn to any sound. In the distance, a residential building burned fiercely, its structure on the verge of collapse. The apocalyptic imagery surpassed anything depicted in films. The heat intensified, and the stench of decaying zombies filled the air. In a couple of days, I must venture out, he said. Where to? Li Wanin asked, her tone resolute. In this post-apocalyptic world, we require supplies. The presence of zombies is pervasive, and the space for the living diminishes by the day. It is no longer suitable for production. Therefore, I must seek and stockpile what resources remain, enabling us to survive longer and more comfortably. Before the apocalypse, I could procure food, but I have no means for medicine, no connections, no money. I must collect the pharmaceuticals from the pharmacies on the streets, claiming them as my own. Medicine, food, and daily necessities are essential. In a few days, the zombies will weaken from lack of sustenance, moving slower than an average person. Survivors lacking food will emerge to seize resources, and that is when true danger will begin. Humans can be more malevolent than zombies. The deaths caused by humans will not be fewer than those inflicted by the undead. Li Wanin bit her lip, reflecting, indeed, humanity can be more wicked than the zombies. Take me with you, she implored. I do not wish to remain home alone while you are out. I want to learn how to protect myself. And I want to protect you as well. I cannot rely solely on you. Chun Bufan turned to gaze at Li Wanin's determined expression, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart. His earlier words served a dual purpose. He informed her of his intent to venture out, while subtly encouraging her resolve. He stated a fact, leaving the choice in her hands. Should she prefer to stay at home, he would ensure her safety. Yet he yearned for her to possess the ability to safeguard herself, for unforeseen events could arise at any moment. Chapter 13. Teaching Li Wanin. As he gazed into her earnest eyes, he remained silent, turning his attention to the outside world. Li Wanin, unaware of his thoughts, nestled in his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, while both observed the cinematic scene unfolding beyond the window. There were moments of screams from those bitten, and instances of cars speeding past. Chun Bufan was deep in contemplation. After an afternoon of exchanging phonetic dialogues with Li Wanin, her fondness for him had soared to an impressive 95. Such a high score indicated that her heart was entirely devoted to him. As the person closest to him, certain matters could not remain concealed. Sharing a bed each night had fused their lives together. Even a fool would sense something amiss, and Li Wanin, though somewhat naive in matters of the heart, was far from foolish. The intricacies of the system were secrets he would never divulge, not even to his dearest. Yet the matter of the package was bound to be discovered during the gathering and usage of supplies. After a moment of deliberation, he resolved to share the truth about the package with her, nothing more. With the fondness gauge in place, he could observe human emotions from a divine perspective, unperturbed by anyone's ulterior motives. Should her affections wane, he would eliminate the heartbreaker. Once a life was extinguished, the secret would remain eternally shrouded. I have a secret to share with you, one that pertains to our very existence. It must remain between us, without the knowledge of anyone else, including your family. Can you manage that? He asked earnestly. Can you not tell me? Li Wenin replied, her expression serious and solemn. Chen Bufan was momentarily taken aback. Ouch! You hit me. I shall weep for your attention. Be serious, she retorted. As my most cherished and intimate companion, you must understand that if you reveal this, who knows whom I might have to silence. I perceive your intentions as manipulative. Rest assured, I will not disclose it to anyone. I want to inquire further. Nor will I speak of it. My lips are sealed, Li Wenin said with a playful smile, before returning to her serious demeanor. Indeed, it's wise to keep our lips tight. Some matters must remain undisclosed. Tomorrow, we shall venture out, and I will teach you more. You must learn diligently. What will we do? Li Wenin inquired, preparing herself. Seeing her readiness, Chen Bufan retrieved an AR-15 rifle from the package along with several magazines, placing them in her arms. Wow! Li Wenin exclaimed, her playful demeanor momentarily replaced by astonishment as she stared at the firearm nestled in her embrace. Glancing back and forth between the weapon and Chen Bufan's hands, utterly perplexed by its origin. Let it be. I shall not ask, nor shall I know, she thought. Suppressing her curiosity, yet feeling a swell of emotion. Such a significant secret. He truly cared for her, and her romantic inclinations began to resurface. Just understand this. I possess the capability to conceal items. Now, I shall instruct you on how to handle a firearm, regardless of the world before or after the cataclysm. A gun remains the most formidable tool. This particular weapon has minimal recoil, produces little noise, and is equipped with a scope, perfect for you. From now on, it is yours to wield, but the barrel must never be pointed at another, except for adversaries. Chen Bufan guided Li Wenin in the handling of the firearm, teaching her its structure, performance, usage, and stance. Li Wenin proved to be quite astute, her physical capabilities impressive. It was remarkable for a girl to lift 70 pounds, especially in an age where few had engaged in strenuous labor. With the rifle poised in her hands, Li Wenin stood before him, while Chen Bufan positioned himself behind her, adjusting her arms to perfect her shooting stance. Peering through the scope, with the stock firmly pressed against his shoulder and his grip steady, he aimed for the heads of the zombies in the square below. The only vulnerable spot on a zombie was its head. Only a shattered skull would bring it to its demise. Remember to finish them off when you go out later, but for now, focus on honing your shooting skills. Fire away, do not cease until you've exhausted these magazines. The deep, resonant gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Bufan watched for a moment, nodding in approval. Not bad. He managed to dispatch over 3 zombies with 10 shots. The remaining bullets simply missed their target, hitting the bodies instead. He displayed a modicum of talent, and with the points he had accumulated, he could exchange them for more bullets, perhaps even cultivating himself into a sharpshooter. Points. 1 points. 1 what? I also gain points for the zombies Li Wenin kills. This golden opportunity is quite significant. In the future, when Wenin works, I shall contribute too. Chen Bufan reclined comfortably on the sofa, observing Li Wenin as she expertly wielded her firearm against the zombies outside. It was evident she was adept with a gun, a commendable partner indeed. Unconsciously, he dozed off, but it was a brief slumber as he soon awoke. Li Wenin was indeed reticent, keeping her thoughts to herself. She shot him a sidelong glance before swiftly retreating to the restroom, the sounds of her morning routine soon echoing from within. Upon her return, she settled down. How was your shooting practice? She inquired. I did remarkably well. I could accurately take down a small zombie with just 1 or 2 shots by the end. Li Wenin raised her head in pride, but upon catching his teasing gaze, she lowered it again, speaking softly. When she discovered his secret earlier, her emotions stirred, and feeling unwell, she clumsily attempted to express affection using techniques she had gleaned from her studies, only to be caught in the act. Oh, let us check the points. Points. 280 not bad. 210 bullets dispatched 69 zombies, averaging 3 shots per kill. One must remember that he had initially wasted some ammunition. He had a knack for this. After taking the medicine, his reflexes had sharpened, allowing him to learn quickly. He exchanged for 210 bullets. Points. 259 now. Load the magazines and continue practicing. Chen Bufan tossed bullets her way for her to load herself, then sat back to admire her beauty, watching as her cheeks flushed deeper with each glance. Chapter 14. Trying again at home. 203491, 8 a.m. Time flew by. It had been 5 days since the outbreak, and 3 days since Chen Bufan had been together with his enchanting neighbor. Since moving into Li Wennin's home, he had dedicated himself to exercising alongside her, striving to enhance both of their physical conditions. Although this period was arduous and exhausting, it had proven immensely beneficial for both. The effects of Chen Bufan's medicine had nearly reached their peak. Ultimately, he found himself able to lift 490 pounds effortlessly, and he was exceedingly content with this improvement. With such physical prowess, a single punch from him would be formidable. He felt invigorated, no longer burdened by the weakness that had plagued him before. For an ordinary person, being able to lift 100 pounds and walk would be considered excellent fitness. Most would struggle to carry even 20 pounds without gasping for breath. During the 4 days from the 29th to the 1st, the system provided supplies that included 2 spring embroidery knives, 20 portions of spicy hot pot, 20 cases of mineral water, and 2 sets of stab-resistant tactical clothing, complete with trousers and shoes. Chen Bufan tested the knives with a fruit knife, finding them impervious to cuts and stabs. However, he refrained from testing them against zombie bites, fearing that such an experiment might result in his demise. He also noted that the system's daily sign-in rewards all began with the number 2, which the system attributed to the fact that he and Li Wennin were now a couple, a rather thoughtful touch, indeed. In these few days, they completed 2 tasks, both related to exterminating zombies, which coincidentally aligned with Li Wennin's gun practice, yielding 2 vials of zombie virus antidote, bringing their total to 3. Their points had also accumulated to a neat 600. After dinner, Chen Bufan presented Li Wennin with a Glock 17, 3 magazines, and a spring embroidery knife, enhanced by the system. It was exceptionally sharp with a straight blade, save for a slight curve at the tip, making it suitable for both slashing and stabbing. With their combined strength, a well-aimed strike could easily dispatch a small zombie. Clad in their tactical attire, Chen Bufan's outfit appeared quite standard, while Li Wennin's female version was more form-fitting, accentuating her feminine features, perhaps due to her ample figure, of which Chen Bufan had evidence. In recent days, the shambling zombies had exhibited increasingly sluggish movements, their pace even slower than that of an average human. During this time, they had observed numerous survivors daringly venturing out in search of essential supplies, some returning triumphantly, while others met their untimely end, lacking superior weaponry. Even facing such slow-moving zombies, eliminating them proved a formidable challenge, for their strength remained considerable despite their lack of speed. Before stepping out, Chen Bufan, with a serious demeanor, meticulously briefed Li Wennin on the precautions to take. Make sure to keep close to me once we step outside. Do not scream, and avoid running around. When using firearms, steer clear of my position, and exercise utmost caution with the knife to avoid injuring yourself or me. Do you understand? This is of paramount importance. Yes, I understand. Rest assured. I've only just begun to savor the taste of happiness and certainly do not wish to become a widow so soon, she replied playfully. Since growing closer to Chen Bufan, Li Wennin had shed her previous demure demeanor, becoming more playful and charming, though she maintained her composure and efficiency in handling matters. After several days of practice, she had become adept with firearms, yet had yet to try her hand with a handgun. With masks donned, they stepped outside. You may laugh now, but once we encounter the reality out there, you might not find it so amusing, Chen Bufan remarked. As they descended the stairs, the sound of retching echoed through the air. Li Wennin, experiencing the outside world for the first time, found the stench overwhelming, causing her to gag and tear up. Are you all right? Why the sudden silence? Chen Bufan teased as he observed her crouched and retching beneath the shade of a tree in the community. I'm fine. It's just that the smell of the corpses is unbearable, and I momentarily felt nauseous. I apologize for holding us back, she replied, regaining her composure. Li Wennin rolled her eyes with a look of self-blame, her fingers tightly gripping the knife, turning slightly white. It wasn't until she had Chen Bufan accompany her upstairs that she felt scared. Don't blame yourself. I just came out like this, by the way. Chen Bufan took out a bottle of wind oil essence from the package, dropped a drop on his finger, wiped her vagina, and also wiped himself. Li Wennin took a big gulp. It's much more comfortable now. It's not just a foul odor that fills my nose. Does Finjiujing even care about heatstroke? Well, let's go. In the community, there are not many zombies left in the location of their building. When passing by the pile of bodies killed by Chen Bufan on the first day, Li Wennin couldn't help but vomit. The view from a distance and up close is not the same. Especially throughout the night, maggots had already grown on this pile of corpses, densely packed in and out of their mouths, noses, and eye sockets, only growing plump and disgusting. Elegant mat made of a tiger's skin. What's wrong? Go and chop off their heads. Cut off the neck. Chen Bufan wants to exercise her courage. Otherwise, she won't dare to take action when faced with life. Okay, I can do it. Li Wennin's eyes outside the mask looked at her lover's expression with a resolute and encouraging look. She knew it was for her own good. I can do it. I can. Li Wennin held a knife in both hands, aiming the tip at the neck of the deceased zombie in front of her. She encouraged herself with her mouth and then gave a stern look, holding the blade high and fiercely chopping at the zombie's neck. Damn it. Li Wennin had great strength and used all her strength to strike down. The corrupt zombie's neck was cut into two without any obstruction, and the tip of the knife even went straight into the floor tile. Damn it. Looking at the bloody flesh on the neat cut of her neck, Li Wennin's stomach spasmed, but she didn't vomit. Unable to bear the stimulation, she turned around and hugged Chen Bufan, crying. A few days ago, she was still a beautiful little woman doing yoga. A few days later, she had to chop off someone's neck, and Tenema was terrifying. Chen Bufan held her, patted her back, and was wary of his surroundings. To be honest, he was also disgusted. Cutting with a knife and shooting with a gun felt different. The impact of a severed limb and a bullet hole is clearly different. It's too scary. He couldn't bear to show it and couldn't embarrass himself in front of a woman. The last time he was embarrassed was the first time. After a few minutes, Li Wennin wiped her tears and went to chop off other heads with a knife. Chen Bufan looked at this strong woman with admiration and was a good teammate. Two people with two knives chopped off the heads on the ground, and their fear of humanoid creatures also decreased significantly. People always grow slowly through experiences. Arriving at the entrance of the residential area, there were dozens of zombies surrounding a car in the middle of the street outside. The zombies outside were squeezing in, while the zombies inside were eating well. The car lacked power and was surrounded, unable to break through. It could only be reduced to food by breaking glass. The zombies on this street are blind spots in their field of vision that they haven't cleared with guns, and there are still many zombies. Without alerting the group of zombies who were eating, Li Wennin carefully ran towards the nearest pharmacy with her bent waist in this street. A mere stretch of 80 meters boasts 5 pharmacies. It is not just this street. Nearly every thoroughfare contains approximately 23 pharmacies within 100 meters, thriving in business, outpacing even clothing stores and restaurants. I'll go in first. You follow closely behind and remain vigilant outside. If you spot any zombies or people approaching, just shout for me. Chen Bufan gently tapped the shop's entrance shelf with his knife, but there was no response from within. Typically, this pharmacy employs just one cashier, and during the outbreak, they had yet to close for the day. Upon entering, he found neither zombies nor staff. After a thorough inspection, it was confirmed the place was deserted. Hey, the cashier has fled. Wennin, this pharmacy is empty. The cashier has abandoned it. Huh. Brother Fan, quickly gather the medicines. Do we have enough supplies here? Indeed. But who would complain about an abundance? It's all ours. Hurry up. Chen Bufan paced back and forth, first collecting commonly used medications, fever reducers, cold and cough remedies, anti-inflammatories, various vitamins, health supplements, and ointments for injuries, as well as iodine, gauze, and some tonics for replenishing energy and blood. He wondered about their effectiveness. In pharmacies, the first items to inspect are the humbly packaged medications on the bottom shelves, often small white bottles and assorted bundles, undoubtedly quality products. While the gaudy items displayed prominently are merely profit-driven junk. After clearing the shelves, he proceeded to gather medicines from the storeroom, opening every cabinet to seize the available stock. Approaching a cabinet near the entrance, Chen Bufan's eyes lit up. Wennin, come here. What do you think of this? What is it? You are so tedious. Li Wennin tossed a box into his arms, rolling her eyes at him. Childish. Hey, Brother Fan, look at the entrance of the opposite community. Chen Bufan turned to see a group of about 10 men entering the supermarket at the community entrance, each carrying a bag and wielding an assortment of weapons, the most formidable being a cleaver. Despite their commendable courage, they were lacking in experience. They rushed in, focused solely on gathering supplies, neglecting to assess the potential dangers inside. Before long, only half of them emerged, the interior filled with screams that attracted the zombies lurking outside. The cacophony of distress provided a momentary safety for the two. They felt a sense of melancholy, lamenting the cursed apocalypse. Let us go. The zombies have been lured away. There is a small supermarket ahead and a barbecue shop nearby. Let us take a look. Hasn't it been 5 days since the apocalypse began? Can the food at the barbecue shop still be edible? As long as the power hasn't gone out, the items in the freezer should be fine. Let us check it out. Chen Bufan was aware that the power would cease on the 7th day of the apocalypse, which was tomorrow, heralding the onset of chaos. Chapter 15. Jianzhou Barbecue. This was a Jianzhou barbecue establishment, modest in size. From outside, Chen Bufan observed 7 zombies within. It appeared they had been dining when the outbreak occurred. Among them were 3 patrons, 2 dressed as servers, and the remaining 2 were likely chefs. A few zombies, along with a server and a diner, bore no marks, suggesting they might have transformed into zombies through airborne transmission. The other zombies exhibited clear signs of having been bitten. On the ground lay a corpse, nearly devoured, its limbs stripped of flesh, reduced to mere bones cast aside. The space was cramped, yet there were 7 zombies, making it difficult to navigate. Chen Bufan spotted the ordering area at the entrance, where several freezers stood in a row, brimming with an assortment of skewers, meats, and vegetables piled high, conservatively estimated to number in the thousands, likely prepared for the evening service just before the outbreak. The freezers were still operational. Although a few days had passed and freshness had waned, the doors remained tightly sealed, indicating they were intact. What should we do? Do we still want it? Li Wenin, vigilant of her surroundings, licked her lips. She had a penchant for barbecued food, and after days of rationing due to the apocalypse, the sight of the skewers was tantalizing. Yes, but we can't fire a gun. I'll go in. You keep watch outside and ensure we aren't cornered. All right, just be careful. If it doesn't work out, we should leave. We aren't lacking in food, she replied, though the space is limited. The dining tables can serve as obstacles to separate the zombies. No worries. Tonight, we shall indulge in barbecued delights. Chen Bufan gently opened the door and stealthily entered, followed closely by Li Wenin, who secured the door behind them. The layout of the barbecue shop was rather intriguing. A low wall over a meter high effectively separated the ordering area from the dining space. As long as they blocked the entrance of the low wall, the 5 zombies within, the diners and server, would be contained. The remaining 2 zombies lingered near the barbecue grill. Chen Bufan surveyed his surroundings and picked up a plastic condiment container, tossing it towards the kitchen. The plastic landed softly on the floor, perfectly designed to attract the attention of the zombies indoors, while those outside remained oblivious. With a loud crack, a zombie let out a roar, "Brothers!" To the back. Several zombies turned and began to shuffle towards the noise. The dining area zombies became stuck at the low wall, flailing their arms and claws in a futile attempt to breach the barrier. Chen Bufan swiftly dashed to the nearest freezer, gripping its sides with both hands and exerting tremendous force to push it against the small door of the low wall, effectively blocking the exit. The sound of the freezer scraping against the floor drew the attention of the zombies once more. With a fierce roar, again to the back. The 5 zombies were trapped inside, and Chen Bufan felt emboldened by the 2 outside. He seized a 20-pound bag of charcoal at the entrance, hoisting it above his head and hurling it with great force at the lower leg of the approaching zombie. The bag struck with the power of a cannonball, shattering the zombie's frail leg at the joint. The creature tumbled to the ground, struggling to rise, while the advancing zombies behind it stumbled over their fallen companion, causing 2 to collapse in a heap. Chen Bufan took a couple of steps forward, gripping his knife firmly as he aimed for the eye socket of the zombie that had raised its head and was howling defiantly. He plunged the blade deep into its eye, piercing through to emerge at the back of its skull. The zombie's body stiffened, its arms falling lifelessly to the ground. No longer moving, he withdrew the knife and thrust it into the gaping mouth of the zombie above him, silencing the 2 undead. For reasons unknown, his aim was remarkably precise, striking true with every thrust. Turning to glance at the anxious Li Wenin, he decided not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Li Wenin was perplexed, questioning why Chen Bufan was looking her way. She was already on edge, her grip on the knife turning pale from the tension. After all, these were living dead. Chen Bufan approached a low wall, observing the remaining 5 zombies. He left the tallest and the shortest alive, swiftly dispatching the other 3 by targeting their mouths and eye sockets. He preferred this method over severing their heads, as a dismembered head could still bite, and he found it more efficient to destroy their brain tissue directly. His technique was exceptional, quick, accurate, and merciless. Reaching the door, he secured the glass entrance with a U-lock before turning to Li Wenin. The remaining 2 are yours. Maintain your distance, eliminate them at your discretion. But be cautious not to get caught. They can't escape, so it's a perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills. How cruel. Why treat me this way? I'm still a gentle girl, Li Wenin pouted, casting a mournful glance at the man she deemed insufferable. On their first day out, he had her killing. Rationality told her he was right. She needed to adapt to this new world and grow. Yet, her emotions insisted this man disregarded her femininity the moment he got out of bed. As she approached the zombies, she couldn't help but complain that Chen Bufan was no good, vowing not to let him touch her when they returned home. Li Wenin looked at the zombies. One a female waitress shorter than her, the other a male diner towering over her. It was clear that Chen Bufan had left them for a purpose. Both were challenging for her to confront, and she imagined herself piercing their eye sockets as he did. There were no bones here, so it should be an easy kill. Uh-huh, she exclaimed, rallying herself. With both hands gripping the knife, she lunged at the shorter zombie's eye socket, but her aim faltered, and the blade struck the zombie's forehead instead. Lacking the necessary technique, the force of her thrust sent the zombie reeling backward. Chen Bufan turned to see two zombies drawn in by Li Wennin's careless shout, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Why did women always have to scream? Sever their arms to prevent them from grabbing you, then cut their throats to finish them off. He couldn't help but remind her. Li Wennin, realizing the danger, felt a rush of urgency. It was all her fault for calling out. Summoning all her strength, she swung the knife at the zombie's arm, severing it cleanly. She then swiftly redirected her blade to sweep across its throat, returning to dispatch the other approaching zombie. At last, she had slain both. The knife was swift, and Li Wennin possessed considerable strength. Although she had not exerted much effort to behead them, adrenaline surged through her, and she gasped for breath, trembling with a mix of tension and exhilaration. Bang bang. What if the noise attracts more zombies? She fretted. I'm sorry. I won't scream again. I just blurted it out. Hurriedly rushing to the door, I gazed at the zombies that had just arrived, knocking frantically. With an anxious tone, I inquired about Chen Bufan. It's fine. Step back a bit. Chen Bufan pulled the door inward, but the U-shaped lock on the doorknob prevented it from opening further, leaving only a small gap between the two glass doors through which the zombies pressed, drawn by the scent. Wennin, come here and stab their eyes. Don't be nervous. Chen Bufan shifted to the side to make room. All right. Li Wennin pressed the tip of her knife against the zombie's eye, gritted her teeth, and plunged it in with force. The zombie's brain was destroyed, and it collapsed to the ground. Huh. I did it. I got it in. Well done. There's one left. Let's go again. Absolutely. With the same method, she dispatched the last zombie. Li Wennin exhaled with relief, sitting on a carbon bag to rest, her forehead glistening with sweat, a testament to her earlier tension. Chen Bufan gently patted her shoulder in comfort. Darling, you were amazing. Take a breather while I gather some edible supplies. Hee hee. I want to slow you down. Li Wennin looked up at Chen Bufan with a triumphant smile. He leaned down to kiss her forehead before walking inside to find the two heads that Li Wennin had severed. He stepped on one forehead and used his knife to deliver a final blow. With those threats eliminated, he felt a weight lift as he approached several freezers filled with various meat skewers, vegetable skewers, and pig trotters. Opening the freezer door, he took out a skewer, sniffed it, and inspected it closely. Not bad. It hasn't spoiled, just a bit dry. Wow, so many skewers. I love lamb skewers, kidneys, cilantro, and dry tofu rolls. And real eggs. You have quite a taste, don't you? Chen Bufan chuckled at Li Wennin's eager expression. Of course. Otherwise, how could I have my eyes on you? Li Wennin teased, provoking a bemused reaction from Chen Bufan. Chen Bufan packed all the edible items he could find into a bag, collected the charcoal, and gathered various beverages and barbecue seasonings. Task accomplished. They planned to feast on skewers that evening to celebrate their growth. Yay! Hooray! The two exchanged smiles and quietly celebrated. Chapter 16. Survivors in the supermarket. In a small convenience store adjacent to the Jinzhou barbecue, several disheveled survivors sat in small groups amidst the aisles. There was an elderly lady, 5 high school students, and a bespectacled adult man. The supermarket owner lay on a small cot behind the cash register, speaking on the phone. How are you all at home? Is there still food? None left. How are the kids? Don't open the door to anyone. I know. I can't get out either. The streets outside are filled with those flesh-eating monsters. I'm too scared to open the door. The sound of the rolling shutter is too loud. It would attract the monsters, and if I get surrounded, I'd be done for. Just wait. I'll look for another opportunity to see if there's any rescue. Don't worry about me. I have enough food here. Be careful at home. All right. I'm hanging up. Ah, what a damn world this is. After working a lifetime, I finally opened a supermarket, and now it's the apocalypse. Damn it. I Haven T enjoyed a single blessing. A student clad in a high school uniform approached, his hair greasy and several adolescent blemishes marring his face. He was pudgy, standing at 170 centimeters and weighing around 180 g. Excuse me, has anyone answered the emergency hotline yet? The supermarket owner shook his head, remaining silent. He had heard this question countless times over the past few days and was weary of responding. Could I borrow your phone? I wish to send a message to my parents. In the room, only the supermarket owner's phone had any battery left. The others were lifeless. For the owner's device was a Huawei, while the others either possessed incompatible Apple devices or no phones at all. The student took the phone and sent a message to his mother before returning to join his peers. Suyang, what is the news? Any updates? A girl with a delicate appearance urgently clutched Su Yang's arm, her face etched with concern. Su Yang gazed at the girl, pursed his lips, and shook his head. The girl, Shin Tong, was one of their close friends, and they walked to school together daily. Shin Tong sat down, lowering her gaze and falling silent. What are we to do? Have you all seen Resident Evil? Outside, it's filled with those kinds of monsters, and we have no weapons. We can't even reach the police. What should we do? A girl with glasses sitting beside Shin Tong wailed. Her face speckled with freckles and her hair tied back with bangs. Enough crying. We're still safe here, right? We have food. And the supermarket owner is a good person. We can eat whatever we want. What if help arrives? Let us just wait. The delicate girl looked helplessly at her sobbing companion. Wang Lingling's tears seemed to flow endlessly. She cried daily, and her eyes were puffy. Stop crying. It's so annoying. Wah. Be quiet. Wang Lingling, your snot is about to drip into your mouth. Wang Lingling wiped her nose and continued to sob. Damn it. A lanky male student, frustrated by his dead phone that rendered him powerless, stood and walked to the window, which was plastered with newspapers and magazines, leaving only a small gap through which the outside world could be glimpsed. The streets were teeming with zombies, devoid of any vitality. Stop crying. A cold voice pierced through the air. It belonged to the lone girl sitting silently in the corner. Not only was her voice frigid, but she was also the most strikingly beautiful among them, her demeanor aloof, instilling a sense of fear in the others. Wang Lingling instantly fell silent. This scenario had played out countless times over the past few days, and the group had grown accustomed to it. Su Yang and Shun Tong exchanged glances and shared a faint smile. Wang Lingling, the perennial crybaby, was easily silenced by Xiaoya. A single remark from her was enough. Look, someone is coming. Quick, come here. The group sprang to their feet and rushed to the window, pressing their eyes against the small opening. Tang Ming. What did you see? The slender boy, Tang Ming, noted the eager gazes directed at him and excitedly gestured. I saw two people enter the nearby shop. A man and a woman, wielding long knives like two heroic figures. No way. Where are they? They went inside the shop. Did you really see that? Why would I lie to you? Believe it or not. At that moment, a sound akin to friction against the ground emerged from beside them, unmistakably originating from Chun Bufan as he pushed the icebox. Did you hear that? There's movement next door. I'm not deceiving you, am I? Can we open the door? Even just to inquire about their situation? No, we cannot open the door. Who knows if they are good or bad? They might be armed while we possess nothing. And what if the noise attracts the monsters? Protested the bespectacled man vehemently. Are we to remain cooped up here for a lifetime? We've finally encountered other people. Lamented an elderly lady. What does encountering people matter? They are not police. Can they save us? She shouted, striking her thigh. Indeed, if they come in, they might seize our food. Is that food yours? It belongs to the owner. How dare you speak like that, child? Do you not understand the virtue of respecting the elderly? Have you respected the young? You're an adult, yet you argue with a child. Be quiet. Let us keep our voices down, commanded the supermarket owner, who was tall and robust and had taken them in. The others fell silent. The owner approached the window to peer outside. The hordes of zombies that had previously gathered appeared to have moved towards a neighboring shop, an opportune moment. The owner strained to glimpse into the adjacent store, but alas, he saw nothing. After a while, he noticed two zombies shamble past, knocking on the door, only to collapse lifelessly on the ground. It seemed they had been slain by someone. Having waited for so many days, witnessing people venture out only to be bitten, he was reluctant to miss this chance to see someone capable of killing zombies. If he delayed any longer, rescue would not arrive, and his wife and child would perish from hunger. The supermarket owner dashed to the cash register, scribbling a few words on a piece of paper, then hurried to the window to tear down two sheets from the newspapers and magazines, allowing those outside to glimpse the situation within. Boss, are you truly going to open the door? What if we get surrounded by zombies? We will die? The bespectacled man clutched the owner's arm, preventing him from opening the door. The elderly lady chimed in. Yes, yes. With so many monsters outside, why would you let more people in? Oh dear. You're going to get us killed. The supermarket owner chuckled in exasperation. Without my shelter, you would have been reduced to pulp. After enjoying sustenance here for days, you express no gratitude, treating this place as your own home? Speak another word, and I will throw you out. You have no family left outside, do you? I still have family. If you keep whining, you can leave. This is my supermarket. With a fierce glare, the owner mocked the two, causing the elderly lady and the bespectacled man to turn pale, then flush with anger, then pale again. Nearby, a few students, Su Yang and Shin Tong, were chuckling, while Wang Lingling clutched Shin Tong's arm, weeping and sniffling. Xiaoya, arms crossed and coldly indifferent, averted her gaze from the two, merely smirking, while Tang Ming's contempt almost seemed to pierce through the air towards them. The supermarket owner held the paper in his hand, awaiting the individuals from the neighboring shop to emerge, praying they would take an interest in his supermarket supplies. As long as he could glean information from the outside world, he would relinquish his supermarket's stock. They could take as much as they desired. He needed to return home. His food supplies were depleted, and he could not forsake his wife and child. Being a man is challenging, but being a man who can provide for a family is even more arduous. Chapter 17. Zombies and Murder. Chen Bufan and Li Wenin meticulously gathered supplies from the barbecue shop, even retrieving the frozen piles of beef and lamb, along with skewers from the kitchen. Their lips curled into smiles, primarily because free resources were truly delightful. Li Wenin gazed at the empty shop, marveling at a man's ability to gather, an invaluable skill in apocalyptic times. Fortunately, this man belonged to her. She only needed to embrace him, not stockpile supplies. Though she felt a bit frustrated after being outsmarted by him a few days prior, their time together had alleviated that sentiment. This man was truly charming. With a radiant smile, she looked at him. If her feelings had begun as a mere spark of affection a few days ago, now she found herself deeply entranced. He had truly captured her heart. No, he was a significant man in her life. Shall we head to the nearby supermarket? Chen Bufan inquired, holding a knife and eyeing the mischievous grin on Li Wenin's face, curious about her thoughts. Oh, before they could reach the convenience store, they spotted a group of people through the window, lined up and pressing their faces against the glass, grinning like madmen driven to insanity by the apocalypse. Goodness! Chen Bufan instinctively shielded Li Wenin behind him as they both took 2 steps back in shock. They initially feared that a horde of zombies might burst forth. Upon closer inspection, however, they realized it was merely a gaggle of fools, pointing excitedly at a large fool holding a piece of paper, as if saying, "To see the letter is to see the person." How frightening, they muttered in unison. Chen Bufan took a moment to scan the group, noting that there were no zombies, just sheer foolishness. "We mean no harm. On the day of the incident, we were trapped. Could you come in? We wish to understand the situation," he addressed the supermarket owner. Ignoring the smiles plastered on their faces, he peered through the glass. 5 students in uniforms were present. 2 wore smiles. One had a runny nose. Another was a lanky boy with admiration in his eyes, and a beautiful girl with a frosty expression, cradling her stomach. The last was the robust supermarket owner. Upon assessing their demeanor, he discerned they were all ordinary individuals, lacking any combat prowess. Only the owner appeared somewhat physically robust, yet still weaker than Li Wenin. Looking further back, he noticed 2 reluctant individuals who did not impede the others. The situation inside was clear to him. There was little to worry about as long as he remained vigilant. This group posed no real threat. He signaled the owner to open the door and turned to Li Wenin, offering a cautious warning. "Be careful." As the mechanical whirring of the rolling shutter echoed, the door began to rise slowly, its sound resonating through the silent street, inevitably attracting a few zombies from the back of the horde across the way. When the door was halfway open, Chen Bufan was the first to bend and slip inside, followed closely by Li Wenin. As the door began to descend, with the owner standing 2 meters away, holding the remote control. Once the door was securely shut, the owner greeted them. "Hello, I am the supermarket owner, and these are the survivors I have sheltered. We have not seen any living souls for several days and would like to ask you some questions. After you leave, feel free to take whatever supplies you need. There is no charge. All the living souls we encountered are deceased." This is a statement the boss did not utter, for the dead cannot be considered as living beings. What is there to inquire? Although Chen Bufan's demeanor was gentle and not menacing, beneath his placid expression lay a voice that resonated with strength. The knife he wielded remained unsheathed, its tip naturally pointed in their direction. At the slightest provocation, it could be raised to inflict harm, thus casting an invisible weight of pressure upon those present. "Could you enlighten us about the situation outside? Is there any rescue? Has the government provided any updates?" The crowd exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the supermarket owner who voiced their collective concern. "Do you not possess a mobile phone? It is akin to the apocalypse outside. Monstrous creatures roam, and a mere bite transforms one into a zombie within minutes. We have encountered no rescue and must rely solely on ourselves." "You must be jesting. Young man, how could there be no rescue? In the face of such calamity, how are we to survive without assistance? Do refrain from instilling fear." The elderly lady was visibly displeased with Chen Bufan's words, as they shattered her hopes and were too burdensome for her to accept. "Have you witnessed any rescue personnel? Where are they? Can you introduce me to them? Surely they can assist me?" Chen Bufan gently inquired, causing the elderly lady to fall silent. "The virus has erupted worldwide, and the military is overwhelmed. Our small county lacks a garrison. Who is to rescue us? Relying on the police? in a county of hundreds of thousands. How could they manage? Chen Bufan turned his gaze to the supermarket owner, locking eyes and slowly articulating, "Your eagerness to inquire suggests a desire to venture outside. Otherwise, with the abundance of supplies in this supermarket, there would be no need to permit others to enter. Indeed, my family is out of food, and upon seeing you today, I realize that the zombies seem to have congregated elsewhere. This presents an opportunity. Take what you need from the provisions here. I must return home. My wife and child are awaiting me. I appreciate the information, brother, for I was still anticipating rescue." The supermarket owner, having spoken, disregarded the others and sought a large bag, retrieving a baseball bat from beneath the cash register to gather the food he required. He had resolved that hiding here was safe, yet he could not neglect the lives of his family. As for the others, they could do as they pleased. Chen Bufan and his companion both carried bags, as they too needed to gather supplies. They separated to carry out their tasks. Chen Bufan collected canned goods while Li Wenin gathered chocolates, candies, and other high-calorie provisions. "Look at them. Aren't they so cool?" Su Yang exclaimed. "Their attire and knives are identical. They are so impressive. That sister is incredibly beautiful, and her figure is remarkable. Moreover, she dares to venture out. How extraordinary. Oh, how I wish I could be as formidable as her. Why are you crying again? Wipe your nose. Be quiet." Several students whispered amongst themselves, observing the two armed individuals. "Sister, do you know Li Wenxiang?" The chubby student Su Yang approached after others had spoken, inquiring hesitantly. He was Li Wenxiang's roommate and shared a decent relationship, though he did not enjoy sports, which limited their interactions. They only played games together at night. And he had seen a photo of her on Li Wenxiang's phone, as Li Wenin was busy packing. She heard someone mention her brother's name and turned excitedly towards the speaker. "Hello, classmate, do you know my brother?" "Ah, sister, I am his roommate. But I wasn't at school on the day of the apocalypse. I contacted him a couple of days ago. He was at the school cafeteria." "I see, thank you. What's wrong?" Chen Bufan approached, observing the group. "These classmates know my brother, but they weren't at school on the day of the apocalypse." Li Wenin's face was filled with worry. Despite their daily communication, the absence made her anxious about any potential mishaps. "Focus on living your own life for now. Once things settle down, seize the opportunity to visit." Li Wenin nodded, aware of Chen Bufan's capabilities. Chen Bufan glanced at the students' backpacks, which were still filled with books, and shook his head. "Throw the books away. Pack food instead. The owner is leaving and won't he have your backs." The students exchanged glances and then looked at the supermarket owner, who was indifferent to their presence. They hastily discarded their books to gather food, an act they had contemplated earlier but hesitated to do with the owner around. "You can't do that. If you take everything, what are we supposed to do?" "Exactly. Put it down. You can eat here, but you can't take it with you. This isn't even your stuff. Why can't we take it?" "The owner hasn't said anything. Who do you think you are? Do you even understand reason? Wah, you're bullying us. Shut up." The weeping girl left Chen Bufan and the others both amused and exasperated. The commotion grew louder, and Chen Bufan noticed the zombies outside were beginning to take an interest. He approached the old lady and the bespectacled man, delivering a swift kick to each, sending them crashing against the wall, unconscious. In an apocalypse, others taking my things is unacceptable. Forbidding me from taking things is even more so. The group was taken aback by Chen Bufan's sudden aggression, silenced, even Li Wenin. Chen Bufan, always gentle and playful with her, revealed a side she had never anticipated. "Are you staying here, or do you plan to go somewhere?" Upon Chen Bufan's inquiry, Su Yang looked around, and no one spoke up. They mustered the courage to respond. "Can we go out with you, brother? Once it's safe outside, we can walk on our own. You don't need to protect us. We can follow. If there's danger, you can leave." "All right. But you can't just tag along for free. Each of you must carry a bag of supplies." "Okay, thank you, brother." The students, not lacking in wit, quickly found large bags to fill with easily preserved food, each packing several substantial plastic bags, leaving their own backpacks for Chen Bufan to carry. "Let us go, guys." The supermarket owner finally finished packing and approached, securely bundled. As they reached the entrance, several zombies stood in the way, drawn by the earlier commotion. "What do we do? We're blocked. We can't get out, can we? Someone go knock on the glass over there to lure the zombies away while I open the door and step out first." Su Yang, with his backpack, ran to the farthest glass window and gently tapped on it. Bang, bang. "Hey, over here." As I observed the zombies advancing in that direction, I urged the door open. With a creaking sound, the door partially opened, and Chen Bufan seized the opportunity to slip outside. As the zombies turned, he swiftly dispatched one after another with his blade, and soon the ground was littered with severed zombie heads. With increasing proficiency, the remaining zombies posed little threat to him. "Take care, brother. The supermarket owner called out as he sprinted away, burdened by 2 hefty bags. Let us go, Wen-yin. Lead them to the community. I'll join you shortly. With a knowing glance towards Li Wen-yin, she understood immediately. He intended to return for supplies from the supermarket, ensuring no one witnessed his actions. Be careful, I'll be waiting for you at home. As he made his way home, the streets were devoid of zombies. And Chun Bufan felt no worry for her. She was no longer the frail girl who would cry out in pain at the slightest touch. Upon returning to the supermarket, the bespectacled man had regained consciousness, albeit momentarily dazed from his head injury. He was now cursing and muttering angrily. How dare you kick me? I swear if I encounter you again, I'll make you pay, and that wretched woman too. If she lays eyes on me again, she'll regret it. Damn it. Taking all my food. Aren't you afraid of choking? You have no chance. Nonsense. Opportunity favors the prepared. The bespectacled man glanced down at the blade that had pierced through him, then turned to Chun Bufan, his expression shifting from fear to regret, and finally to pleading. He was but a coward, one who thrived in solitude, venting his frustrations behind a keyboard. He never anticipated this moment would return. Please, spare me. No. I fear what you might do to me afterwards. With a swift motion, Chun Bufan withdrew the knife, and the man collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. The pungent scent of iron filling the air. The zombies on the street turned in unison, letting out excited roars. Chun Bufan gathered all that he could from the supermarket, then approached the elderly lady feigning death, plunging the knife into her thigh. Ah, that hurts. I'm leaving, Auntie. No, don't go. Please don't leave me. Don't bite me. At the entrance of the community, after gathering some fresh fruits and vegetables from a shop that had not spoiled, Chun Bufan glanced back at the horde of zombies entering the supermarket, the cries within echoing endlessly. Strangely, he felt no discomfort at all. I am truly suited for this apocalypse, he mused. Auntie, do you think it's time to depart? Chapter 18. Power and water outage. Just as he reached his doorstep, the door swung open, and a lively figure leaped into Chun Bufan's arms. Li Wen-yin embraced his neck, compelling him to usher her inside and secure the door. What about the group of students? They're upstairs in your home. They've placed everything here since they can't return to school. I gave them your house keys. Is that a problem? Not at all. After all, I'll be sleeping in your bed. If we need to find your brother, perhaps they can guide us. Find my brother? Li Wen-yin exclaimed joyfully. There will be opportunities. We cannot afford to be reckless. Chun Bufan stroked her head reassuringly. Yes, I understand. It's a matter of necessity. With his physique, if he could have escaped, he would have returned long ago, leaving us behind. Is he your biological brother? Indeed. I shall take a shower, and then we may indulge in a barbecue? Certainly. Barbecue is delightful. An hour later, Chun Bufan, with a sense of pride, adjusted the air conditioning and settled comfortably by the living room window, observing the apocalyptic scene outside while setting up the barbecue grill, savoring the unique atmosphere. Li Wen-yin languidly lay on the sofa, her damp hair yet to be dried, her figure and beauty reminiscent of a goddess. Do not forget to grill kidneys and oysters for me. I need to nourish my body, she murmured, expressing her culinary desires. She felt somewhat fatigued. Haha, understood. Suddenly, she realized that life now was more comfortable than it had been before the apocalypse. No work obligations, no need to earn money, a daily indulgence in food and leisure, and the freedom to procure sustenance from anywhere. How cool. Li Wen-yin propped her head on her arm, gazing at the man preparing their meal, speaking softly. This is only the beginning. Once the water and electricity are cut off, and the survivors await aid in vain, despair will set in, and food will dwindle, leading to mental collapse. That will be the true end of days. Chun Bufan continued to grill without lifting his gaze. Li Wen-yin suddenly sat upright and walked towards the treadmill. I must practice running, no matter how tired I feel. I must run faster than others to survive. With that, she began to run vigorously. Ah, clever and determined. You truly are my remarkable woman. You should put on some clothes before running. Chun Bufan, turning to commend her perseverance, nearly dropped his jaw at the sight. Why did one not need to maintain their appearance at home? The following day, October 3rd, 2049, at 10 a.m. Bufan, wake up quickly. What is it? Chun Bufan replied with his eyes closed, reveling in the luxury of a leisurely morning, having indulged in a hearty barbecue the previous night, which had invigorated both of them. Surprisingly, they felt neither fatigued nor drained. Their complexions were rosy, a testament to their robust health. The power is out. The water is gone. What shall we do? What can we do? It has been a week of apocalypse. It is already fortunate that the power was only just lost. So, I cannot take a shower anymore. Will I become a smelly woman? Haha, no matter how you smell, you shall always be the most beautiful. Yesterday, you mentioned a power outage. Today it has happened. You truly are remarkable, or perhaps you have a crow's mouth. I am beginning to sense the arrival of the apocalypse. Embrace your end of days. After breakfast, Li Wenin practiced yoga while he preferred to sit by the window, admiring the view outside. System sign in. System, why do you not sign in yourself? I fear I might forget you. Congratulations, you have received 2 seafood sets. Not bad. Are these seafood items legitimate? I shall not consume anything contaminated by nuclear waste. System, who do you underestimate? The female teacher's nation has polluted the entire ocean. Yet I can still provide you with legitimate seafood. Now, do not disturb me while I observe. I am a system that delivers goods. TSK, how unprofessional. Wow. This seafood set is quite abundant. Lobster, abalone, giant grouper, elephant trunk clam, king crab, and so forth, albeit in pairs. Nonetheless, they are quite substantial. Ding ding ding. It's my brother. Hello, brother. Why are you calling? Sister, are you safe at home? I am quite safe. And you? Sister, I am fine. It's just that the power is out. I was worried about being unable to contact you, so I wanted to inform you in advance. There are some zombies scattered around here, and perhaps I will be able to return soon. Stay safe at home, and do not open the door for anyone. Your beauty attracts too many unsavory characters. In this apocalyptic world, please do not play the saint. Chun, that audacious individual, reassures me. Do not worry. I am not foolish enough to let anyone in. Just be cautious at school. Your life is of utmost importance. Do you understand? Rest assured, sister. I am perfectly fine and will return swiftly. Take care at home. I am hanging up now. All right, you take care. Beep beep. Unfathomable unease enveloped Chun as he glanced at the newly updated tasks in the system interface, realizing the gravity of the situation. His tasks had not seen any new additions for several days. Something was amiss. 1. Eliminate 100 zombies. Reward, health enhancement potion, increasing by 100 pounds. 2. Rescue Li Wenxiang, 2 hours. Reward, 1 clone soldier, customizable. Do not fret, we will check the school soon. Look, there is a horde of zombies over there. You take aim and shoot only at their heads. Li Wenin, burdened with anxiety, approached the window, pouting, feeling an inexplicable unease that she had not experienced in recent days. I have a premonition that something is about to happen. My heart races with worry. What could it be? Observing her delicate lips pouting, Chen couldn't help but marvel at the intuition of women. A mere phone call had stirred a sense of foreboding within her. He handed her the AR-15. Here, take this weapon. First, eliminate the zombies below, reach a count of 100, and then I will take you to find your brother. Why should I? I am already anxious. How can I shoot at such creatures? Trust me, be obedient. Chen gestured towards the zombies below. After several gunshots rang out, she asked, Are we really going to the school afterward? Yes, keep shooting. That is your brother, are you not going? But it is too dangerous. He is as strong as an ox and has not returned. We are like little chicks. How can we rescue him? I cannot let you take risks. He is not your brother. I do not wish to endanger you either. Perhaps I should go alone to assess the situation and return. I have become quite capable now. Li Wenin's eyes darted about, her expression earnest. Humph, Chen suppressed a laugh. Do you really think you can outsmart me? Your cleverness is as insignificant as a child's. Enough of this nonsense. You are my woman, and he is your brother, which makes him my brother as well. Can I simply ignore him? Furthermore, it is impossible for just the two of us to survive in this apocalypse. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot compete with 4 hands. Together, our family is far stronger. I understand. I will heed your words. Li Wenin gazed at him, her smile increasingly mischievous yet tender. Chapter 19. The Manka 1 off-road RV. After practicing shooting with Li Wenin for a while, he checked the remaining time for the task, over 60 minutes. The school was merely 1,000 meters from his residential area. By car, it would only take 2 minutes to arrive. He took Li Wenin to the RV. Even if they couldn't save anyone, at least they would be safe inside. Though he yearned to rescue others, he could not jeopardize his own safety. He swiftly donned his attire, ensuring all weapons and ammunition were prepared, and meticulously cleaned his knives. Although the 2 blades were blood-free, they still required maintenance. Shall we go, my valiant lady? Li Wenin emerged from the restroom with some difficulty, but it did not hinder their mission. With her hair tied in a high ponytail and a knife in hand, a Glock 17 secured at her waist, she presented a striking and extraordinary figure. Look at yourself. You must learn to exercise restraint. One must know moderation and practice self-discipline. Now limping about like this, if we delay in rescuing your brother, you cannot complain. Oh, how vexing. I truly wish to silence you, she retorted through gritted teeth, rolling her eyes. Ha ha ha. First, let us go upstairs and find a student to guide us. I have no idea where the school cafeteria is. And then you simply follow me. You are well aware of my capabilities, are you not? All right. All right. You are the most formidable. Suyang, what do we do next? Once Xiaoya feels better, we will venture out together to gather supplies. The situation outside is unlikely to improve anytime soon. Our home is no longer here, and we cannot return. If we do not seek food, we shall not survive. Upstairs, 5 individuals were arranged on the sofa, some seated, others reclining. Xiaoya clutched her abdomen. Sprawled across the chaise lounge, Shintong hugged his legs, Tang Ming picked at his toes, and Su Yang munched on snacks. Where is Wang Lingling? Oh, she is wiping her tears. Tang Ming, oblivious to Su Yang's remarks, nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must grow stronger. It is the apocalypse. Just think how impressive those older siblings were yesterday. I aspire to be like them. Tang Ming, I am uncertain whether the apocalypse is thrilling or not. But your feet are certainly a source of excitement. When was the last time you washed them? Wang Lingling, beside him, was incessantly wiping her tears. She was naturally predisposed to weeping, unable to control her emotions with the slightest provocation. Ahaha, the power and water are off, after all. Hee. I'll get dressed now, Tang Ming said, awkwardly scratching his head. Seeing him scratch his foot, and then his head, Wang Lingling quickly shifted away. Su Yang and Shintong exchanged disapproving glances. Shintong turned to the pained Xiaoya, gently rubbing her abdomen. Xiaoya, how are you feeling? Is it any better? Xiaoya's complexion was pale, devoid of color. She suffered from severe menstrual cramps, with heavy flow and excruciating pain each time. I feel much improved, significantly better than yesterday. Rest a bit longer, I will boil you some hot water. Fortunately, we still have gas. Thank you, Shintong. There's no need for thanks, whenever I am in pain. A bit of hot water does wonders. Just wait here, I'll prepare it. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed. The group exchanged anxious glances, whispering among themselves. Who is it? Should we open the door? No one knows us. Could it be the sisters from downstairs? I'll check, Su Yang said, leaning toward the peephole. It's Li Wenxiang and the others. I'll open the door. All right. Brother, sister, you've come. Su Yang opened the door, stepping aside to let them in. We shall not enter. Our purpose for coming was to seek your assistance in guiding us. We aim to reach the school cafeteria to find Li Wenxiang. One person suffices. Who among you can accompany us? There is no obligation. Chen Bufan had already communicated with Li Wenin, inquiring whether they would join. If they do, they may be included in the team later. If not, it indicates a divergence in paths. Chen Bufan is indifferent. What he seeks are allies, not burdens. I'll go. I'll go, Tang Ming exclaimed excitedly, having admired them since yesterday and seizing the opportunity. Let me go instead. I am more familiar with the cafeteria. Tang Ming, you stay here. Su Yang understood this was an opportunity. Having someone accompany them might lead to mingling with Li Wenxiang's sister in the future. Compared to their small group, it was more reliable to be with these two. Moreover, the man accompanying Li Wenxiang's sister, though unremarkable in appearance, must possess certain merits to be with such a beautiful woman. Su Yang, by virtue of his physique, understood the cafeteria's dynamics better than anyone else. Li Wenin observed Su Yang's build, and then turned to Chen Bufan, who nodded. All right, let us depart. The few remaining in the room felt a tinge of worry. They were aware of the dangers outside. If they separated, they might never reunite. Even Xiaoya, who had been lying down, sat up. Shall we go together? Her voice trembled slightly as she clutched her stomach in pain. Indeed, together we are stronger, Wang Lingling remarked, looking around at her close friends, deeply moved by their camaraderie. Ah, be quiet, Su Yang responded. Watching them, Li Wenin felt a pang of envy. Such pure friendships are truly rare at their age. You need not worry. The young lady seems unwell. You should care for her at home. We merely intend to step outside for a moment. There is no cause for concern. Yet, Chen Bufan interjected, it must be one person. The group fell silent, still haunted by the memory of Chen Bufan's formidable display the previous day. Let's go. Chen Bufan turned to descend the stairs, and Li Wenin exchanged a glance with Su Yang before following. Meanwhile, Shintong held a bowl, his face etched with concern as he gazed at Su Yang. It's all right. Who knows the cafeteria better than I? He reassured them. Do not fret. Li Wenxiang is formidable, and so are his sister and brother-in-law. Lock the door securely, and do not let anyone in. Stay put. If I return late, do not venture out to find me, lest I have to search for you upon my return. The previously tense atmosphere lightened as Wang Lingling inadvertently broke the seriousness with laughter. Ha ha. Hee. Li Wenin, can you drive? Yes, I've known Hao for quite some time. In 2 minutes, bring him to the garage. Understood. She realized that being excluded from the descent indicated matters that needed to remain undisclosed. Chen Bufan arrived at the garage, swiftly dispatching 2 zombies that lingered near the entrance. He ventured a bit further in search of a suitable spot to unveil his cherished RV, which he had yet to behold. As he wandered into a secluded corner, he stumbled upon a man and a woman trapped inside a car, both transformed into zombies. The male zombie sat in the seat, his bloodied face devoid of eyes, emitting an unconscious howl. The two zombies were entwined, and Chun Bufan leaned closer to the car window for a better look. Well, their physiques were commendable, albeit a tad too gaunt. Suddenly, the zombies caught the scent of flesh and began to pound against the glass, startling Chun Bufan. As he recoiled, he witnessed the female zombie rise and tear a piece of flesh from the male one. Such a sin. Not my fault. You brought this upon yourselves, he thought. He parked the RV beside them, marveling at its impressive dimensions, 99 meters long, 39 meters high, and 25 meters wide. The vehicle exuded a robust and formidable presence, and he was relieved the garage was spacious enough to accommodate it, lest maneuvering become a challenge. The doors were fitted with a fingerprint and iris lock. Following the system's prompts, Chun Bufan enrolled his details, unlocking the door. The driver's cabin was astonishingly spacious, with seats that could convert into a bed, comfortably accommodating two individuals. Lacking a key, it operated via fingerprint recognition, and the central control screen was expansive and futuristic, capable of managing every aspect of the vehicle. Accessing the living quarters from the driver's area revealed opulent furnishings, a television, refrigerator, oven, washing machine, and all the comforts of home. At the far end lay a large bed, and the living room sofa could also transform into a bed. The roof featured a lift platform, transforming into an expansive terrace. Brother Fan. Hey. Chun Bufan turned to see Li Wenin descending with the chubby boy. Yes, Wenin, you drive. What's your name? He inquired, glancing at the chubby boy. Brother. My name is Su Yang, he replied with a sheepish grin. Su Yang, very well. Just guide us, Chun Bufan responded. Oh my goodness. Am I really driving this massive vehicle? I've never driven one this large. Li Wenin exclaimed, her mouth agape as she gazed up at the imposing RV. Chun Bufan playfully patted Su Yang's head. Let's go. You little rascal, stop staring. Hee, sorry, just curious, Su Yang chuckled, his face reddening with embarrassment. Li Wenin took her place in the driver's seat, and Chun Bufan registered her fingerprint in the vehicle's system. From now on, only the two of them would be able to drive it, while the doors would only respond to his iris. Wow, this is so advanced. Once the vehicle ignited, the control area illuminated with a burst of lights before settling into a soft glow, displaying an array of sophisticated Chinese options. The three of them sat comfortably in the driver's cabin, with ample space. Drive carefully, no rush, Chun Bufan advised, fastening his seatbelt and gripping the overhead handle. Li Wenin held the steering wheel tightly as the vehicle gradually moved forward, but its considerable length necessitated reversing before proceeding out. At last, they emerged from the garage. Chun Bufan glanced back at Su Yang, who was just sitting up, and recalled the two zombies that had been crushed during the reverse. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he looked at Li Wenin. Haha, this vehicle is quite lengthy. I need to get used to it. Thankfully, it's sturdy and hasn't suffered any damage, he commented, eliciting a sheepish smile from Li Wenin. Do not look at me. Direct your gaze ahead. Bang. Crash. Chapter 20. A rescue at school after crushing a pair of wild mandarin ducks, colliding with 7 vehicles, and sending a row of electric scooters flying. They finally burst forth from the garage. The vehicle was so tall that it demolished a section of the wall above the garage door and knocked over the lifting barrier. Inside the car, the 3 occupants exhibited a range of responses. Li Wenin's face was flushed and her eyes glazed over. Chun Bufan gripped the steering wheel with veins bulging. And Su Yang, in the back seat, was in a dire state, blood streaming from his nose and a large bump swelling on his forehead, a truly pitiful sight. Chun Bufan resolved that if they were to successfully complete their mission and earn the soldier's reward, mastering the art of driving was imperative. The thrill was unparalleled. If not for the sturdy vehicle, their efforts to save anyone would have been in vain. Didn't you claim to be able to drive? I took my driving test at 18 and drove the instructor's car. You truly are my treasure. Thank you, thank you. Chun Bufan rolled his eyes in exasperation, realizing that the extent of her driving experience was limited. If I had known, I would have preferred to drive myself instead of nearly sending my brother off. Little Chubby, lead the way. Which route shall we take? Brother, sister, let us use the northeast gate of the school, the one near the market. The little chubby boy rubbed his painful bump on his forehead, wincing as blood smeared across his face. Upon entering through the northeast gate, they would find themselves in front of the classroom building and the office building. Since the outbreak occurred around 5 p.m., most people would likely be out for dinner or playing on the playground, reducing the likelihood of encountering zombies in that vicinity. Upon entering the northeast gate, head east to the corner, then turn south. That's where the school canteen is located. Beyond the canteen to the south lies the dormitory building. The first floor offers the cheapest communal meals, the second floor features street vendor-style stalls, and the third floor includes private dining rooms. However, directly opposite the canteen is the large playground, where monsters are sure to lurk. This small county town had a compact school, everything tightly packed together. Observing Su Yang's calm and coherent articulation of the plan, Chen Bufan nodded in agreement. Wenin, let us circle the school and assess the situation. Make wide turns at the corners. Avoid the inner lane to prevent collisions due to the vehicle's length. One doesn't need to have seen a pig run to know how to maneuver. I've seen buses navigate turns using the outer lane to avoid scraping against obstacles. Understood, brother Fan. In the school canteen, on the first floor, two factions stood in a tense standoff. One group boasted over 20 members, with the front line displaying an especially brazen demeanor. They wielded an array of menacing blades, kitchen knives, boning knives, cleavers, and some even brandished table legs as improvised weapons, waving them menacingly. Amidst the throng were several girls, quietly observing from the sidelines, not participating in the charged confrontation. The leader of this group was notably distinct, wearing glasses. He appeared scholarly, yet exuded an almost frenzied aura. When his gaze fell upon Li Wenin and the others, his eyes glinted with a cold ferocity, as though he regarded them as already deceased. However, upon spotting Wang Yuhan, sheltered behind Li Wenin, a twisted fervor flickered in his eyes. As for Li Wenxiang, he is accompanied by 3 others, including himself and 2 roommates, along with a girl who is his girlfriend. Initially, their party consisted of over a dozen members, but today, they have suffered heavy losses due to an unexpected surge of violence from the opposing side, resulting in several deaths and many fleeing for their lives. On the day the apocalypse erupted, Li Wenxiang was having a meal on the second floor with his girlfriend and roommates when chaos ensued, with people around them turning to cannibalism. He valiantly protected his girlfriend and roommates, fighting off zombies and rescuing numerous classmates, ultimately forming a team that managed to eliminate a significant number of zombies on the first floor. However, the opposing group descended from the third floor, overwhelming the first floor and sealing the doors. For the past few days, they had been relatively peaceful, with the leader of the opposing group occasionally exchanging a few words with his girlfriend, which Li Wenxiang dismissed, knowing they had known each other since childhood. This morning, however, a power outage and loss of internet connectivity led to the sudden outbreak of violence from the opposing group, resulting in the current dire situation. Li Wenxiang, hand over Wang Yuhan, and I will not cause you any trouble. You possess remarkable skills, and in this environment, individuals like you are highly valued. I wouldn't mind having you join us to survive this apocalypse, the leader, Su Cheng, said, adjusting his glasses with one hand while brandishing a knife in the other. His tone calm and presumptuous, as if demanding another's woman were an entirely reasonable request, disregarding everyone around him. His followers wore expressions ranging from amused grins to scornful sneers, exuding an air of entitlement. Su Cheng, do you expect me to become a dog for you and your people? Moreover, Yuhan does not harbor any feelings for you. Li Wenxiang retorted, unable to conceal the fury burning in his eyes. This group had just slaughtered several of his classmates, comrades he had fought alongside. At his words, the refined Su Cheng remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the provocation. However, his followers erupted in outrage. What do you mean by calling someone a dog? You are the one who is a dog. Li Wenxiang, you're courting death. Fool, who are you calling a dog? Cut him down. How dare you overstep? Su Cheng raised his hand, silencing the crowd, all eyes fixed on Li Wenxiang with simmering resentment. Wang Yuhan, if you do not come over, they will perish for you. Su Cheng proclaimed. Su Cheng, I have never liked you. Why are you doing this? They are all our classmates, and just days ago, we fought together against the zombies to stay alive. How can you kill them like this? Wang Yuhan pleaded, tears welling in her eyes as she pushed Li Wenxiang's hand away to gaze at Su Cheng. Regardless of your feelings for me, you must remain by my side. Even in death, you must die in my embrace, Su Cheng replied, his gaze fixated on Wang Yuhan, who possessed an innocent, youthful visage and a graceful figure. Her fair and delicate skin now glistening with tears, rendering her even more endearing. Yet, such considerations were inconsequential to him, even if she were to appear unattractive. She must be his. He had loved her since childhood, his heart narrow enough to hold only her. After the apocalypse, his possessiveness intensified. He felt an overwhelming need to claim her for himself. Yuhan, we grew up together, sharing delightful treats and cherishing the bond we forged. I had envisioned us aging side by side, playing house in our childhood, where you were always my bride, proclaiming your desire to marry me. But that was merely a game of youth. How could one take it seriously? I regarded you as a sister. Wang Yuhan wore a look of astonishment, unable to fathom that the reason was so trivial, a mere childhood game. At that age, what did they truly understand? Even the girls from Su Cheng's side exchanged glances of disdain, muttering about his foolishness. Why, in the face of impending doom, would one squander time chasing after women like a child playing house? Yet, they felt powerless. This reckless group, unrestrained even before the apocalypse, seemed to have lost all sense of decorum. Yuhan, since we entered high school, you have changed. Is it because of this fellow? No matter, I'll deal with him. Su Cheng gazed at Yuhan with disappointment. Do not harm Yuhan. Eliminate them instead. No sooner had he spoken than his companion stood idle, and Lu Xiangdong, a roommate of Li Wenxiang, struck Li on the back of the head with a forceful blow. Li's look of shock lingered for a brief moment before he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing into Wang Yuhan's embrace. Wenxiang, wake up, Wenxiang, Wang Yuhan cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clutched Li Wenxiang. What the hell? Lu Xiangdong, you traitor. Another roommate, Han Wenqing, shocked at the scene, kicked Lu to the ground, ready to retaliate. Suddenly, a massive vehicle crashed into the glass doors of the cafeteria, sending shards of brick and glass flying. What the hell? Is this how one drives? Su Cheng and his group, positioned near the entrance to prevent Li Wenxiang's escape, found themselves injured by the chaos. They groaned in agony, body sprawled, suffering from numerous cuts. Chen Bufan, observing the shattered entrance, felt a surge of joy. This vehicle was indeed a treasure. Reverse the vehicle. Block the doors with the cargo. Once the entrance was obstructed, Chen Bufan and Su Yang exited the vehicle, met with a mixture of astonishment, anger, and confusion from those inside. Chen Bufan hadn't intended to be so crude, but with the overwhelming presence of zombies nearby, it was impossible for individuals to enter or rescue anyone without such drastic measures. The fates of others were of no concern to him. As for Li Wenxiang, he was momentarily unnoticed, lying in the arms of a woman. Vanguard, over there. In her arms. Su Yang dashed over, conversing with a few individuals. What happened to him? Quickly, help him up. His sister is coming to rescue him. The zombies will return soon, and we won't be able to leave. Su Yang, what are you doing here? Han Wenqing exclaimed, surprised to see Su Yang, who was presumed absent from school. Oh, never mind that. Quickly, Wang Yuhan. Help him into the vehicle. We must flee. The outside is swarming with zombies. The three of them hurriedly assisted Li Wenxiang, struggling with his weight. This guy is too heavy. How can he be so dense? Chen Bufan observed the unconscious Li Wenxiang, realizing that trouble had indeed struck, confirming that tasks were unfolding in real time. Stop. Do not let them escape. Su Cheng, blood trickling down his forehead, charged forward in a frenzy, intent on reclaiming Wang Yuhan. As the others followed suit, filled with fury. They are all of various second generations, usually respected by everyone, and used to being arrogant one by one. Even if something happens, the family will handle it. In their eyes, they are just high and mighty, and now that the end is over, it is even more lawless. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to kill just now. Stop them. Fuck them. Grab the car too. With this car? I'm not afraid of being surrounded anymore. Chen Bufan looked at this group of people. Isn't he too arrogant? Didn't he just crash in and save a younger brother-in-law? Why are you shouting and killing? Isn't it good to be alive? He doesn't know the whole story. He just knows that they don't want them to leave. They don't even explain it clearly, and they're going to fuck me when they come up? I don't have time to waste with you guys. Isn't it good for me and Wen-in, the little baby, to be together when we have that time? Humph. If you don't learn well at a young age, all bad people will grow old in the future. If that's the case, then don't get old. Kaka loaded the gun and aimed it at the fastest running male student, who was far ahead with a fierce expression, and 2 shots were fired in the chest. At first, people thought it was a fake gun, but they didn't expect it to be real. A group of howling and screaming people seemed to be choked, and their footsteps stopped. Lu Xiangdong, who was shot, couldn't believe it and lowered his head to look at his chest. He just wanted to show off. But he didn't expect to know that the 2 wounds were bleeding profusely and the intense pain was coming too late. Bang. 1 shot in the head. For a moment, the vast cafeteria fell silent. Chapter 21. Arrogance. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Lu Xiangdong lying lifeless on the ground, and then looked up in horror at the man with a gun aimed at them and a smile on his face. Why does he have a gun? How could he have a gun on this land? We dare not have it. Do you dare to kill someone? Knowledge of murder as a criminal offense. Bang. Breaking the law. Knowing the law and breaking it will only increase the severity of the offense. There are many people who cannot distinguish the situation, and some dare to use their previous identity to try to dominate others, without thinking about what era it is now. Do you know who the father of the person you killed is? How dare you? Bang bang. Another male student roared at Chen Bufan with dissatisfaction. Before he could finish speaking, he was shot twice and fell to the ground, spitting blood in his mouth. He couldn't help but whisper, "Do you know who my dad is? Who is your father? Shouldn't you ask your mother? What's the use of asking me? I haven't had a good relationship with your mother yet. How would you know?" Bang. Shot your head. Allah. I killed 3 people without changing my face. The female classmates who were originally watching the play were intimidated by Chen Bufan's decisive killing and headshot. They felt that Chen Bufan and Su Cheng were the same kind of people, both crazy and crazy. A few people were scared and couldn't control themselves. Yellow and thick urine flowed down their pants and stockings from the bottom of their thighs to their feet. The yellow urine and snow-white thighs were clearly layered, tempting them immensely. The bookworm with that perverted hobby might have already hit him. Fangul, let's go. We're all in the car. Zombies are about to surround us. Chen Bufan turned his head and walked towards the car. If he didn't leave soon, there would be more zombies and he would get annoyed if the car couldn't drive out. Stop. Chen Bufan turned around in surprise. Is there really someone who is not afraid of death? Brother Cheng. Zhao Xuewei hurriedly came over and grabbed Su Cheng's arm, not wanting him to speak again. Otherwise it would be too worthless to be killed by another madman. Leaving Qingshan here is not afraid of running out of firewood. This county is such a big place. And their big car is not afraid of not being found. Get lost. Su Cheng's eyes turned red as he pushed Zhao Xuewei, who was pulling him, backwards. He was already red-eyed and couldn't let Yuhan disappear from his sight. Zhao Xuewei fell to the ground and looked at Su Cheng, who was crazy like a fool. Su Cheng, just do it. For a woman who has played house a few times, she really treats her as a wife. Immature. Be ill. I don't even look at the scene. Who has the final say? If it weren't for your father being the deputy mayor, my mother would have been able to hang out with you like this idiot. Anyway, the end is coming and the deputy mayor is useless. Let's find you dead. Leave Wang Yuhan behind. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave this grand cafeteria today, Su Cheng shouted loudly, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the car. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the people in the car, and they didn't come out to look at him. Looking at Su Cheng with a favorability rating of 100. Chen Bufan laughed to death. Is this guy a 250, right? I have a gun. What do you have? Is there any illness? Bang bang. 2 shots were fired precisely from 2 glasses lenses, turning blood-red eyes into 2 holes and bleeding outwards. Arrogant. Glancing at the crowd, they all lowered their heads and remained silent. Seeing that no one dared to speak, they gave him some fun and got in the car and left. After Chen Bufan and his group left, the people in the cafeteria breathed a sigh of relief. After the apocalypse, everyone is not normal anymore. Why are they all so cruel? The damaged cafeteria door revealed a large opening, revealing groups of zombies outside. A small group chased after the car, while a large number of zombies were attracted by the smell of blood and walked towards the cafeteria. The remaining people in the cafeteria panicked and fled in all directions. Some of the male students who usually play well together formed their own teams and ran away, ignoring the remaining girls. The girls had no idea and all ran to the overthrown girl, hurriedly helping her up. Xuewei, what should we do? That group of kids ran away on their own. Yeah. Xuewei, where are we going? There are monsters outside. Those kids are used to being selfish and self-centered in their daily lives. How could they care about our life and death when it's so dangerous? Xuewei, we all listen to you. Zhao Xuewei was helped up, furrowed her brow, and touched the painful area behind her body. She lifted her hand and saw that there was blood, her silver teeth clenched in anger. Damn it. She's sitting on a glass shards. Ah, Xuewei, you're bleeding. It's okay. You guys help me. I could have wound on my butt, and it's inconvenient to walk. Let's leave school first. You guys pack your bags and walk in the opposite direction to that car. Zhao Xuewei's buttocks are injured, and every step she takes hurts to death. So her walking posture is very strange. Puff. Hee laugh at you, sir. Li Qianqian, hurry up. Oh, okay, Xuewei, let's go. After speaking, the 2 girls supported Zhao Xuewei one by one, while the other girl picked up a few longer-looking knives and put on their backpack. They hurriedly ran outside the cafeteria. Luckily, the zombies were walking slowly now. Passing by Su Cheng's body, Zhao Xuewei gritted her teeth and looked at his body, kicking him hard a few times. I shall refrain from using any inappropriate language or expressions. In a rather tumultuous scene, Zhao Xuewei exclaimed to her companions, urging them to cease their antics as the situation escalated. Hurry, let us find a place to change our trousers, she cried, her voice tinged with urgency. The others, equally flustered, could not contain their laughter despite their predicament, as they sought refuge in an unoccupied apartment within the residential complex adjacent to their school. A sense of relief washed over them. At last, we are safe. You too, quickly change out of those clothes, Zhao Xuewei commanded, her tone a mixture of exasperation and camaraderie. Li Man and Lu Xian promptly removed their garments, the air becoming thick with an unmistakable odor. Fortunately, they had spare clothing on hand. Zhao Xuewei, lie down on the couch. Let me examine your injury, one of the girls suggested, concern etched on her face. As they tended to Zhao Xuewei's wounds, their conversation was filled with playful banter, though the gravity of the situation lingered. With a sudden movement, one of the girls inadvertently caused Zhao Xuewei to cry out in pain. It's just a minor injury, she reassured her friends, though the discomfort was evident. The following morning, Chen Bufan awoke to find Li Wenin peacefully sleeping beside him. A smile of satisfaction crept across his face as he savored the moment. Li Wenin, still weary from the previous night's efforts caring for her brother, briefly opened her eyes before succumbing to sleep once more. After returning from school the previous day, they had ensured Li Wenxiang was settled in his room, tending to his injury with minimal resources. His girlfriend and a few friends had made arrangements to stay together, adapting to the challenges of their circumstances, including the lack of water and electricity. They managed with a bottle of mineral water to freshen up, demonstrating resilience in the face of adversity. The RV lingered downstairs, filled with an abundance of water, yet he remained indolent, seated upon the sofa, where he retrieved 2 portions of rice, a plate of 4 happiness meatballs, and a bowl of vegetarian stew, enriched with 10 goji berries, mindful of his health. Despite his robust physique, he could not afford to indulge recklessly. The sumptuous meal spun into delight. The greasy fare consumed early in the morning was a testament to his hunger, necessitating a hearty replenishment. As he bit into a meatball, the rich aroma of meat enveloped him. Chen Bufan was a meat lover, savoring every morsel. Upon finishing, he relished an entire roasted chicken. Content in his high metabolism and hearty appetite, he glanced at his brother-in-law, still ensconced in slumber. A subtle check confirmed the rise and fall of breath. He was alive, which sufficed. Returning to the sofa, he claimed yesterday's reward, a potion capable of enhancing his physique by 100 pounds, albeit a diluted version. He had no intention of consuming it, as he was already satisfied with his 500-pound capacity, placing him among the elite of humanity. In the realm of zombies, however, a mere bite could spell his demise, yet he possessed the antidote. The clone soldiers, customizable in physique, skills, and memories, unwaveringly loyal to their host, ready to fulfill any request, sparked a peculiar gleam in Chen Bufan's eyes. The prospect of having a stunning female bodyguard attending to his daily needs, while also providing protection, was enticing. This reward was surely the first of many. Indulging in such luxuries was paramount. Seated on the sofa, he fixated on an invisible azure screen, meticulously crafting a character to his liking. Ultimately, he sculpted a figure with a cool demeanor and an alluring physique. Upon claiming his creation, a flash of blue light revealed a woman of 170 centimeters, statuesque and striking. Indeed, she embodied the perfect vision of a guardian in his mind, an air of elegance with a voluptuous form, her skin an exquisite porcelain. By heavens! System, have you provided her with attire? What will I do if someone sees her? This is excessive. Chen Bufan berated the system while scrutinizing the new character from head to toe. Hello, master, she greeted, to which he responded with a mix of astonishment and approval. Another flash of blue light materialized, a complete ensemble: black lingerie, a tailored women's suit, a handgun with several magazines, and a short sword, slightly longer than a dagger. Not bad. The weapons come equipped with essentials. Quickly, don this outfit. Understood, master. From now on, you shall address me as master. Understood, master. As she adorned herself, Chen Bufan did not miss a single detail. Let us bestow a name upon you. Given your cool visage and graceful stature, you shall be known as Pillar of Heaven. Upon hearing her name, the girl narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, her hand instinctively rising near her curvaceous hips, contemplating drawing her weapon. Her fingers grazed the grip before retreating, a conflict brewing within her. Were it not for Chen Bufan, she would have had no qualms about eliminating him. Do you not like it? How about Megatron, Bumblebee, Red Spider, Fallen Autobot? Do you suffer from some ailment? The girl pursed her lips, silently turning to gaze out the window. Presenting her tailored trousers to Chen Bufan, her fists tightening and relaxing in a silent struggle. I may be a clone, but I am no fool, she mused. Laughter echoing in the air. Having jested with you, I must express that your very creation is to ensure my tranquility. Lacking creativity in naming, I have chosen a homophonic moniker. Your skin, as smooth as fine jade, shall henceforth be called a Ning. A Ning? Quite agreeable, indeed. It surpasses even Optimus Prime. Haha. Very well, do as you wish, but henceforth, your duty is to safeguard my safety. Understood, boss. Human, in Ning height, 170 centimeters physique, capable of bearing 500 pounds beauty, 97 skills, proficient in driving, firearms, and martial arts. Nodding at the data, I felt reassured. Now, I have a driver. Just yesterday, I nearly fell victim to Li Wennin's ambush. And Ning, can you operate any vehicle? Boss, not just vehicles, I can pilot anything, including airplanes and tanks. Splendid. I have great confidence in you. The boss was highly satisfied. Henceforth, you shall serve as my aide. Thank you, boss. A hint of warmth melted in Ning's cold demeanor as she adapted. Her memories and physical form had fully merged. System, check in. System. Chen Bufan sensed a wave of disgruntled resentment. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 walkie-talkies, with an effective range of 10 kilometers and a standby duration of 15 days. How convenient. System. Do you merely observe when I ignore you? System. Did you not see how you engaged with Li Wennin? When did I confront her? What nonsense are you spouting? System. I distinctly heard a sound last night. You were quite engaged. Chen Bufan shook his head. The system had taken a turn for the mischievous. Chapter 23. What are you doing in my home? Today, astonishingly, there were no tasks from the system. Even the mission to clear zombies was absent. Could it be due to the scarcity of zombies in the vicinity? Bufan, when did you rise? Have you seen my brother? Chen Bufan turned to see Li Wennin, clad in pajamas, her curves captivating as she rubbed her eyes, emerging from the bedroom. I've been awake for a while. Your brother is still asleep. Are you hungry? A bit. I'm quite tired. As a Ning approached, Chen Bufan noticed and gently waved her back to the windowsill, rendering her almost invisible. Li Wennin, still drowsy, sauntered over to sit beside him, leaning into his embrace, her head nestled comfortably against him. Chen Bufan wrapped his arm around her shoulder, observing her dazed state. Her vigilance was lacking. She had failed to notice a stranger standing nearby. In this post-apocalyptic world, she had entrusted her safety to him, displaying no wariness whatsoever. He scratched her gently, eliciting a slight retreat, but upon another playful tickle, she lifted her head, pouting at him as he gestured towards the window. Li Wennin, still in a daze, gazed ahead, where a tall figure in a suit and an icy countenance caught her eye. She looked at her, their gazes locked, a moment of silence between two exquisite women. Oh my goodness, who is she? Li Wennin's eyes widened, her senses returning, and she quickly regained her composure, narrowing her gaze at Chen Bufan and then at the girl. Her chest began to rise and fall rapidly, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. You rascal, Chen Bufan. After only a few days of having me, you bring in such a stunning woman? Look at her figure. She's barely smaller than me. Those long legs and that strikingly cold visage, it's utterly captivating. Tell me, who is she? Where did she come from? And what are your intentions? Li Wennin attempted to rise from Chen Bufan's embrace, yet he held her tightly, rendering her immobile. Pouting, she gazed up at him. Unable to resist the allure of her delicate lips, he leaned in for a kiss, prompting her to tilt her head in disdain. She introduced a Ning, a former soldier skilled in marksmanship and driving, who would henceforth be responsible for their transportation and protection. Is that all? Li Wennin inquired, peering into his eyes. I'm not inclined to comply. Chen Bufan remained composed. Leaning closer to his ear, Li Wennin whispered playfully, Rogue, do you think I believe you? Do you really need someone as beautiful as her to protect you? You can't hide your intentions. We've only just begun this journey together. And you're already bored with me? Do you still want me? As her words escalated in grievance, tears cascaded down her cheeks. This scoundrel, just a few days in, and he's already seeking other women. I, a yoga instructor, can master any pose. Am I not enough for you? Please don't cry. How could I ever forsake you? You are my favorite, he insisted, fervently defending himself. Upon hearing his claim of having no ulterior motives, both women rolled their eyes in unison, unconvinced. Given in Ning's beauty, it was hard to blame them. Even Li Wennin found her appealing. Do you take me for a fool? With her stunning looks, she could easily become your conquest. I merely showed you a bit of concern, and you shamelessly claimed me. Li Wennin felt a pang of discomfort. Her partner seemed to possess a wandering heart. After all, there are no faithful men. Yet, she had prepared herself mentally. In this apocalyptic world, she had witnessed his prowess over the past few days. He was capable of ensuring their survival, and a man of strength would naturally attract multiple women. In times of scarcity, beautiful women are often at a disadvantage. Even in peaceful times, powerful individuals rarely have just one partner. She had seen that, in desperate circumstances, a single pack of noodles could be bartered for a woman's company. Despite her initial affection for him as an individual, the knowledge of his secrets thrilled her. Her tears now stemmed from her fondness for him, a playful display to convey her discontent. Even if she couldn't control him, she would not tolerate him entertaining every woman. She wouldn't consume what a pig had already savored. Be good, stop crying. You are my first woman. You hold a unique place in my heart. Since the onset of the apocalypse, we have relied on one another, and you will always be my most cherished, he soothed, gently wiping her tears. For Chen Bufan, Li Wenin was indeed special. She was his first, and such moments leave an indelible impression on both men and women alike. Regardless of how many women he may encounter, none would ever hold the same significance as Li Wenin, for their connection was genuine. Humph. Have her accompany me to the car downstairs. I wish to take a shower, Li Wenin declared, her eyes still red as she dabbed her tear-stained face. Having vented her frustrations, her mood lightened. Just wait until I return, I'll deal with you thoroughly. Chen Bufan exhaled in relief, nodding at Ning. Li Wenin took Ning's hand, and together they descended the stairs. She had already recorded her iris upon their return yesterday, granting them access to the vehicle. Li Wenxiang awoke after a day of unconsciousness, his eyes fluttering open to the familiar sights of his bedroom. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Wasn't he just confronting that madman Su Cheng in the school cafeteria? How did he end up in his own sanctuary? Could it be that after my death, I have been reborn? A smile crept across Li Wenxiang's lips as he lay on the bed. I have actually been reborn. He recalled the events just days before the apocalypse when Su Cheng, in a brazen attempt to steal his girlfriend Wang Yuhan, had the audacity to commit murder. In his final moments, he had seen his most trusted roommate, Lu Xiangdong, betray him in a surprise attack. He was in cahoots with Su Cheng. How ungrateful. It was Lu who he had saved multiple times on the day the apocalypse erupted. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Very well. I have been reborn. This time, I must stockpile supplies. Lu Xiangdong, your fate is sealed. Sister, Yuhan, I will protect you both this time. We shall live well together. I will ensure your survival. Li Wenxiang exclaimed with excitement, leaping from his bed. Outside, Chen Bufan, Li Wenin, and Ning, and Wang Yuhan were gathered around the dining table, indulging in a feast of delectable dishes, all freshly prepared by Ning, with assistance from Li Wenin and Wang Yuhan. Earlier that day, after their shower, Li Wenin and Ning had returned, and Wang Yuhan had come down from upstairs to check on Li Wenxiang. Li Wenin was quite interested in her brother's girlfriend, and the three women had spent the day in lively conversation. Fortunately, Ning was not overly talkative, or she might have driven Chen Bufan to distraction. As night fell, Ning prepared a sumptuous dinner that rivaled that of any restaurant, as the dishes from eateries often contained excessive oil. The group was relishing their meal. I have been reborn. I will ensure your survival. Ha ha. Li Wenin and Wang Yuhan blushed at the antics of the foolish brother. They set down their chopsticks and dashed into the bedroom. Inside, Li Wenxiang, with a bandage wrapped around his head, stood on his bed with hands on his hips, laughing heartily. What are you doing? A sense of pressure coursed through his veins, and he looked in astonishment at the two women who had rushed in. Sister? Yuhan, what are you doing here? Did Lu Xiangdong knock some sense out of you? Where was I? He exclaimed. Sit down, you're making a scene. Li Wenin admonished. Her cheeks flushed. So, it was you who saved me yesterday? Suddenly, Li Wenxiang's voice raised in realization. And you, how did you end up in my home? Li Wenin and Wang Yuhan turned to see Chen Bufan leaning against the doorframe, a grin on his face. Li Wenin's face turned crimson. Keep your voice down. How's your head? A bit dizzy, Li Wenxiang replied, glancing at the shorter Chen Bufan and then at his sister. All right, come out and eat something good. Chen Bufan interjected, breaking the moment. After the meal, Chen Bufan sat on the sofa in Li Wenxiang's home, under the scrutiny of Li Wenxiang. The elegant, cool woman remained still not far away. Why aren't you leaving? Li Wenxiang asked, while Li Wenin and Wang Yuhan pushed him back into the room. Oh, so it was you who drove the car into the cafeteria doors, killed Su Cheng and Lu Xiangdong, and brought us back? Indeed, after you called me yesterday, I felt a sense of unease, prompting him to take me to find you. You ought to express your gratitude to him, otherwise, I would have lacked the means to rescue you myself. He truly possesses remarkable abilities, does he not? Sister, what is your connection with him? Ahem, he is your brother-in-law, replied Li Wenin, her cheeks flushed. What? How did he become my brother-in-law? Why on earth would you take a liking to such a trivial fellow? What kind of talk is that? You mustn't refer to him as your brother-in-law. Besides, he is anything but trivial. Not trivial. He is so short. I can't believe it. Did you, with him? Even Li Wenxiang, though not the sharpest, caught on, his eyes widening in realization. After a moment of silence, he asked, was he coercive, or was it your own volition? Of course, it was my own choice. I was quite curious about him when we first met. In this apocalyptic world, he took care of me, helped me gather supplies, and trained me to combat zombies. Without him, we would have perished long ago. Li Wenxiang gazed intently into his sister's eyes, sensing no deceit. Li Wenin remarked, Can you really tell? Brother, your taste is rather questionable. 2 days later, on the morning of 203496, Chun Bufan sat on the sofa sharpening his knife. His gaze following Li Wennin's movements as she performed push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, and squats in the living room. Her alluring figure captivated his attention. 2 days prior, he had administered a physical enhancement serum to Li Wennin, for as someone dear to him, she deserved the best, a fitting reward for her affections. Now, after a morning of training, Chun Bufan was treated to a delightful visual feast. Watching someone beautiful engage in any activity was a pleasure. And Ning, seated nearby maintaining her firearm, teased him with a knowing smile. Boss, are you drooling? Chun Bufan quickly wiped the corner of his mouth. Where? Not at all. Damn it, are you lying? He rolled his eyes at a Ning, who possessed an icy demeanor yet was unexpectedly playful. Li Wenxiang bounded over to sit beside Chun Bufan, wearing a mischievous grin that left Chun Bufan bewildered. What are you up to? Why are you grinning so foolishly? Surely you're not holding in a fart. Who are you calling foolish? Ahem. Hee, brother-in-law. Could you possibly spare me a firearm? His gaze fixated on the gun in Ning's possession. It was no wonder he was grinning so widely. Who could resist such an appealing item? No, I cannot give it to you. Why not? With your sister's poor judgment. How could I possess such a weapon? Oh dear brother-in-law, it is I who failed to recognize your greatness. You should be magnanimous. What? I meant to say, I am magnanimous and do not hold grudges against the lesser. Cough. Li Wenxiang scratched his head in confusion. You would be better off playing with a kitchen knife instead. Sister, don't call me that. I am an only child. Brother-in-law. Ugh. Knowing that Chun Bufan saved them and has now become family with his sister, Li Wenxiang felt a burgeoning fondness for him, reaching a pleasant level of 90. Chun Bufan could confidently entrust him with a firearm in this dire world. Every additional hand was a boon. This weapon boasts formidable penetrating power, capable of breaching standard bulletproof vests, with a magazine capacity of 20 rounds. Given your strength, your large hands are perfectly suited for its use. Go learn from your sister and I thank you, brother-in-law. This gun is truly exquisite, and sister, your taste is impeccable. You rascal. Bang. Boom. Buzz. Crackle. Thud. Get down. Upon hearing the sound of explosions, Chun Bufan immediately lunged forward, shielding Li Wennin beneath him, cradling her head protectively. And Ning swiftly followed suit, pressing down on Chun Bufan to shield the both of them. Li Wenxiang found himself knocked to the ground as Chun Bufan shielded Li Wennin. Whoosh. Swish. Bang. The entire building trembled, windows shattering, while several individuals clung desperately to their heads, pressing them lower as the sound of glass shards exploding against the walls echoed around them. After a minute, the cacophony gradually subsided. Chun Bufan slowly lifted his head, surveying the surroundings. Furniture lay in ruins, enveloped in dust. Coughing, he asked, "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Carefully, he helped Li Wennin to her feet, meticulously checking for any wounds. "Brother Fan, I'm fine. Are you all right?" Li Wennin frantically examined Chun Bufan, grateful that he had protected her. Otherwise, she could have sustained severe injuries. In moments of peril, one truly understands their significance in the hearts of others. Without hesitation, Chun Bufan instinctively protected her, and she felt both touched and pained. "Don't worry, we're all safe here. The rest of the community is in no better condition than us." Chun Bufan gently wiped the dust from her face, revealing 2 distinct trails of tears. He then turned to instruct Li Wenxiang to check on his girlfriend upstairs, only to find the latter sporting a small cut on his face, gazing resentfully at the trio. "You're all saving one another while leaving me behind. How cruel. Quit your whining and hurry upstairs to check on others." "Understood, sister." What on earth happened? The windows of the building were entirely gone, resembling the aftermath of a bombing. Building 10 ahead suffered even greater damage, as it stood obliquely in front of Building 9. Chun Bufan approached the window, leaning against the wall. The wind on the 12th floor was strong, causing him to squint. "Be careful, brother Fan," Li Wennin urged, grasping his arm. For reasons unknown, a gas station 500 meters away had exploded, affecting several nearby communities. The force was astonishing. Bang! A car beside the gas station erupted. "Look, brother Fan," Li Wennin exclaimed. Chun Bufan raised his gaze, witnessing the formerly confined zombies emerging from the residential buildings, unimpeded by windows, one after another, tumbling down like dumplings. Those with broken arms staggered toward the gas station, while others crawled with broken legs, leaving behind a trail of thick blood. There are so many. Whoosh. A zombie fell from above, barely grazing their window. "Watch out." Bang. It shattered upon impact, and moments later, the zombie, with only one remaining arm, began to crawl toward the mass of corpses. This is terrifying. We've been too comfortable these past few days. This truly is the apocalypse, isn't it? Since acquiring the system, Chen Bufan had lacked for nothing. Food, clothing, all essentials were at his disposal. His inherently laid-back disposition, combined with formidable strength and weaponry, had led him to underestimate the zombies entirely. After becoming entwined with Li Wenin, he fell into a gentle reverie, accompanied daily by beauty, indulging in feasts without worry, making his existence seem far removed from the impending apocalypse. The dilapidated buildings before him, the gas station engulfed in flames, and the devastation wrought by explosions, shattered doors. The emergence of zombies and hordes of the undead snapped Chen Bufan back to the grim reality he had momentarily forgotten. Moreover, there had been no explosions in his previous life. Boss, over here. Chapter 25. Departure. The trio entered the kitchen, which was designed with a north-south orientation, allowing visibility of the northern side from the kitchen and the southern side from the living room. Their community comprised 13 buildings. Initially, there were few zombies outside, as most remained trapped within their homes. However, the recent explosion had shattered the glass, releasing the zombies. While they had initially planned to venture out later to find a safer shelter, circumstances had drastically changed. In the neighboring community, over 50 low-rise buildings were now swarming with countless zombies drawn by the noise. As they passed each building, more zombies poured through the open unit doors, and soon the air was filled with screams, clearly lured by the scent of flesh. The two communities were separated by a mere fence, a construct meant to deter the honorable but utterly ineffective against such an overwhelming horde. The zombies amassed like a swarm of locusts, breaching everything in their path. The sight sent shivers down Chen Bufan's spine. With no doors to impede them, the enticing aroma drifted through the air, attracting the undead. No one could withstand such a massive congregation, unless armed with artillery or missiles. With only knives and handguns at their disposal, they would be swiftly overwhelmed. We must leave. If the horde reaches the building and breaches the entrance, we will be trapped here, facing certain death. We cannot remain here any longer. There are far too many zombies to contend with, he urged. Brother Fan, what should we do now? Where do you suggest we go? We will follow your lead. They implored. Gather your belongings. We need to head downstairs to the RV. Once inside, we will be safe. The vehicle is armored and impervious to zombie assaults. I'll go upstairs to rally more people and prepare our weapons. All right, be careful. We will just pack a couple of outfits. Chen Bufan drew his knife and ascended to the upper floor, encountering Li Wenxiang leading a group of people out. Hey, brother-in-law, you made it up. Yes, gather everyone. We must leave immediately. The zombie horde in the neighboring community is far too dense. It's perilous, and if we delay any longer, it may be too late. Understood. Li Wenxiang turned to shout for those inside to gather their belongings. Chen Bufan returned to the room, packing the supplies that Li Wenin and Ning had organized. He pondered whether they would ever return. Li Wenin, clutching a photo album, gazed longingly at the room's decor, reluctant to leave, but understood the necessity of their escape. A group congregated in the hallway, with Chen Bufan leading them lightly equipped. The 5 students from upstairs had each gathered bags of provisions they had scavenged from the supermarket over the past 2 days. And Ning, you lead the way. Wenin, stay behind me. Wenxiang, bring up the rear with them. The situation outside is dire, so do not fall behind. After giving his instructions, Chen Bufan distributed walkie-talkies to Ning, Li Wenin, and Li Wenxiang to maintain communication and ensure no one was left behind. And Ning held a short sword in one hand and carried an AR-15 rifle on her back. The rifle was notably quiet, and her marksmanship was unparalleled, making her the ideal choice to lead the way. You two should style your hair into buns. Avoid high ponytails, as being pulled down by zombies would leave you helpless. Oh, thank you, Brother Fan, responded Shin Tong and Wang Lingling, who hurriedly tied their hair. Let us proceed. Under the leadership of Chen Bufan, and with Ning forging the path ahead, the group descended the staircase. The further they went down, the louder the sounds of conflict became. It appeared that zombies had infiltrated the building, and caution was paramount. Turning to Li Wenin, and Ning advised, stay close to me and be vigilant. I'm fine, Li Wenin replied. This was their first experience fleeing for their lives, and tension hung in the air as everyone breathed heavily, cold sweat streaming down their faces. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they found their path obstructed by a throng of people. Several men wielded pot lids as makeshift shields, struggling against the relentless onslaught of zombies, which, drawn by the scent of flesh, howled in excitement, their movements slightly more frenetic than usual. Ah, help me please, a man cried out, from their elevated position. It was inconvenient to bend down to defend themselves, and the urgency of the situation left everyone flustered in the face of the terrifying zombie attack. Tang Dalong stood behind the shield bearers, brandishing a stick with a fruit knife affixed to the end, gritting his teeth as he aimed to stab the zombies below. Suddenly, a zombie that had been pushed down clutched a man's calf, causing him to fall. Terrified, he screamed and dropped whatever he was holding, desperately reaching upward, hoping to grasp something, anything. He managed to seize Tang Ren's leg, pulling him down as well. Tang Ren, Tang Dalong shouted, gripping his brother's clothing and pulling with all his might. Tang Ren remained seated, trying to pull the fallen man back up. The zombies hunched over the man, clawing and biting at him, and soon he was covered in wounds. The scent of blood only intensified the zombies' frenzy, as they eagerly tore flesh from his body. Some zombies used their sharp claws to rip open his abdomen, devouring his entrails. "Ah, it hurts. Help me. I don't want to die." The man's pleas turned into a gurgling whisper as he coughed up blood, gradually losing consciousness. Tang Ren, the dull thuds of gunfire echoed as Ning stood atop the staircase, witnessing the unfolding events below. Precise shots felled the approaching zombies, quickly creating a blockade on the stairs, granting the individuals below a moment's respite. Were they soldiers? How did they possess firearms? "Do not speak. Those weapons do not resemble ours," someone remarked. "Let us follow them. Having guns provides a measure of safety. If they have weapons, they ought to protect us." Another scoffed. "Humph, cease your chatter. They might as well eliminate you. What nonsense are you spouting? What do they owe you? They are not soldiers. Can one be a good person merely by wielding a gun? If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. If you wish to survive, perhaps you should lower your voice. They are watching you." Ha 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 ha. Tang Dalong turned to see a striking beauty, and dared not speak until Chun Bufan descended, at which point he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the beauty had not taken aim at him. Chapter 26. Breaking free from encirclement. "Boss, you have come down. What should we do?" The sheer number of zombies below was overwhelming, and we, the few stragglers, cannot be relied upon. Do not delay your departure. Chun Bufan leaned over the staircase, observing the thronging undead below. "We cannot afford to be trapped here. We must break free from this building first. Brother Dalong, lead your group to throw the obstructing corpses out of the stairwell windows. Too many bodies will block our path. The rest of us will handle the remainder. Once we reach the first floor, find your own vehicles. I will clear the way. If you can keep up, escape with me. If not, I cannot wait for you. You know that if we are surrounded by zombies and our vehicle becomes immobilized, we are doomed." "Understood. I will ensure we follow your lead. Your care for us is evident, and we are not ungrateful." With that, he turned to rally his team to move the corpses. "Quickly, everyone, do not dawdle. Toss the bodies down and clear the path." The group hurriedly set to work, but the narrow staircase allowed only a few to operate simultaneously. "Ning, you handle the zombies outside the unit door. Wen and Wen Chong, we will use handguns to shoot the zombies in the stairwell. It will serve as good practice for your marksmanship. Aim for the head." They nodded, and Ning, shouldering her firearm, took a running leap, kicking off the wall to vault elegantly onto the windowsill. She fired precise shots at the encroaching zombies, preventing them from entering the unit door. Indeed, it is all thanks to the boss. Tang Dalong marveled at Ning's agile movements and graceful form. The gunfire intensified, and zombies both inside and outside the building fell in droves. Many had tumbled from the shattered windows of their own community. "Ah, my leg." A man, distracted while moving corpses, failed to notice a limbless zombie crawling through the gaps, which tore a chunk of flesh from his leg. He collapsed, only to be bitten on the neck. Bang! Chun Bufan swiftly dispatched the man with a shot to prevent him from turning and complicating matters further. "Watch your feet. Do not let the prone zombies bite your legs. Pay attention to finish them off." The group, witnessing Chun Bufan's decisive actions, wiped their brows and worked with renewed urgency. As Chun Bufan continued to fire from behind, Tang Dalong led his team to either throw the corpses out or set them aside. Under the relentless suppression of gunfire, these numerous carbon-based life forms were utterly defenseless. Soon, a group of individuals arrived at the first floor, where the staircase, both inside and out, was littered with corpses, and a putrid stench permeated the air. As they walked over the gruesome scene, their feet became ensnared by the blood and flesh, making each step arduous. "Tang Dalong, you all should take the car. In 5 minutes, we will charge out through the southern gate. Just follow our vehicle," he instructed. "All right, but boss, someone is attempting to smash your car," Chun Bufan replied, speechless as he observed the group descending from another floor. Were they ignorant of his prowess? Or did they simply disdain his vehicle? Did they think they could shatter his car's windows with a rolling pin? Did they consider his system to be mere rubbish? "System, please do not involve me. I am merely a delivery service." Carry on with your business. Tang Dalong directed his family towards the underground parking garage. Let us go to our car. The railing over there won't hold much longer. Surveying those around him, Li Wenin, Li Wenxiang, Wang Yuhan, and Ning, Han Wenqing, and Su Yang, a total of 11 individuals could squeeze into the RV. From the explosion at the gas station to their descent down the stairs. And now their rush to escape the building. A mere 30 minutes had elapsed. The railing over there was already leaning precariously, with thousands of zombies pressed against it. Some of the foremost zombies had their skin crushed and were even suffocated in the throng. Faceless zombies, roar. Stop pushing. There's nothing ahead. My face has been crushed off. With a crack, skulls shattered, and brains oozed out, leading to demise. More and more zombies were being compressed against the barrier. And the railing, laden with shredded flesh, ultimately succumbed to the immense pressure and collapsed with a resounding crash. Zombies, brothers, charge with me. Roar. Who stepped on my foot? Roar nonsense. Your foot is on the railing. Hey, stop smashing. Is the car owner coming? If they arrive, how will we escape without a vehicle? Quit dawdling. Keep an eye on the zombies. We must continue smashing. This car is too damn sturdy. Oh dear, let us hurry. The horde is approaching. If we don't move now, we will be trapped. Damn it. This wretched vehicle won't brake. As Chen Bufan and his group rushed closer, they shouted, Quick! Kid, open the door. The zombie horde is upon us. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Yes. Hurry and drive, let us in. What are you all waiting for? Move. What concern is our vehicle to you? Can't you see how many of us there are? There's no room left for you. And you are the ones smashing our car. How dare you ask for a ride? Li Wenin was infuriated by their audacity. How shameless can they be? They vandalize our vehicle and expect to hitch a ride. Watch your tone, you foul woman. We are all part of the same community, fellow residents. Is it too much to ask for a little help? Stop arguing. Let us move. The horde is coming. If you don't take us, then none shall depart. An elderly man wielding a kitchen knife struck at a tire, only to find that the tire remained unscathed, and he fell back from the recoil. Ouch, old man. You've injured us. Hurry and open the door to take us along, or you shall not escape. Old man. Li Wenin was about to respond, but Chen Bufan interjected. Enough, Wenin, we cannot afford any delays. He raised a hand to halt her, a glint of cold amusement in his eyes. Did they not see the gun in his hand? Open the door, and remember to let and Ning drive. Understood. Li Wenin cast a glance at him, remarking, I can drive too. As for any special instructions? Oh, yes, that's it. It would have been better to open the door earlier. Old man, we shall depart in this vehicle shortly. It appears robust and secure. Hey, you wretched woman, why didn't you open it sooner? A bystander, with a lecherous gaze, scrutinized Li Wenin, thinking to himself, not only do I wish to board this grand RV, but I also intend to drive a smaller vehicle within it. Such a physique. TSK, ha ha ha. Best of luck to you. Once Li Wenin opened the door, their group gradually boarded the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity while the horde was still in motion and time was manageable, Chen Bufan relished a moment that revealed the darker aspects of human nature. Hey, you brat. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Get lost. We need to board. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Bufan paid them no heed. A series of gunshots erupted, each bullet finding its mark on the bystander. The individual, taken aback, had not anticipated their firearms were real. They were residents of the northernmost building in the community, fleeing southward from the encroaching horde, and had merely been passing by when they caught the attention of Chen Bufan and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Bufan's group, situated in the southernmost building, had no idea this gang was armed, for they did not resort to violence in the apocalypse simply because they possessed firearms. The bystander perished with a sense of injustice, lamenting that their group had 2 knives and had resorted to robbing others for food, and even their wives, while they had done nothing despite their weaponry, remaining oblivious to the situation. Son, my son, you dare to kill. I'll fight you. Bang. This time, it was Li Wenxiang who fired, his hand trembling, his eyes reflecting fear, reluctance, anger, and a hint of exhilaration. The elderly woman's eyes widened. A bullet hole in her forehead and a gaping wound in the back of her head, splattering the old man behind her with a mix of red and white. Alas, the caliber was too potent. As the bullet passed through the woman, it struck his head, reuniting the family once more. Well done, but do not become complacent. Let us move. The group settled into the vehicle, securing the doors. Boss, they are behind us. In the rearview mirror, a line of vehicles had formed behind the RV. The last one honking incessantly, urgency evident. Let us go. The RV roared to life, several zombies desperately pounding against it, accomplishing nothing but losing chunks of decaying flesh. Don't dirty my vehicle, damn it. Let us set off. Crush them. Just watch. And Ning smirked, and the vehicle surged forward. Chen Bufan clutched the handrail tightly, exclaiming, "You've got to be kidding. There is no need to drive like this. I haven't even fastened my seatbelt." Dozens of zombies obstructed their path. Yet they were effortlessly flattened. Had it been a sedan, progress would have been impossible. Chapter 27. Divergence at a junction 5 kilometers from the community. The convoy came to a halt. Compared to when they first set out, 2 vehicles were missing. In the rearview mirror, it was evident that those 2 vehicles had succumbed to either panic or mechanical failure. Just after exiting the community, one had taken a sharp turn and collided with an abandoned vehicle, leading to its occupants being devoured by the zombies that shattered the glass. The other vehicle faced a similar fate, surrounded by the horde, its engine smoking, unable to escape. If it were not for your presence, we might have been trapped within these walls. Here are several bags of supplies that we managed to gather over the past few days. Initially, we thought we could wait at home for rescue, but the explosion at the gas station obliterated our home. Tang Dalong, accompanied by Tang Ren, approached with several bags in hand, his face adorned with a bittersweet smile, reflecting on the fleeting nature of having one's own home. Now that it is lost, the future remains uncertain. I am profoundly grateful to you, my elder brother, for saving my life. Had it not been for your men firing earlier, I would have been bitten to death, still drenched in cold sweat. At that moment when Tang Ren was captured, he believed his end was nigh. Chen Bufan nodded, accepting the supplies without pretense. No matter how much one accumulates, it can eventually run out. Accepting a small quantity of provisions in gratitude for saving a life is hardly excessive. What are your plans? He held Tang Dalong in high regard. He was bold in action and possessed commendable capabilities, making him a valuable ally. I had initially intended to remain at home, or perhaps linger with influential figures, believing it would ensure our survival. However, with our home gone and your assistance in our escape, we have decided to consult as a family. Since we have ventured out, we wish to return to our rural hometown to ascertain the well-being of our elderly kin. Regardless of their fate, it would bring us some solace. In the countryside, where land is abundant and the population sparse, there may still be a chance for survival. What about you, my esteemed leader? Chen Bufan felt a pang of regret as he watched talent slip away. Yet, each individual has their own aspirations, and he could not compel them to stay. As they were not beauties, I plan to roam freely, for the world is vast, and I can journey anywhere. My family resides within the vehicle, and wherever they are. That is my home. You possess the strength to thrive anywhere, yet the ties of family prevent you from accompanying me. Thus, we shall part ways here. I wish you a safe and smooth journey. Take care, and until we meet again. Tang Dalong felt a profound sense of loss. In a world like this, it would surely be better to follow someone strong, but the bonds of family held him back. Until we meet again, and may your journey be smooth. After the Tang family departed, others also bid farewell, returning to their rural homes. Only Chen Bufan and his 5 companions remained, along with Han Wenqing and Su Yang. What are your thoughts? Brother-in-law, I intend to leave with Su Yang and the others. We are all from nearby villages, and we're here solely for our studies. With everything as it is, school is no longer an option, and we all wish to return home to our mothers, making for a suitable companionship. Han Wenqing stepped forward to speak. As classmates of Li Wenxiang, they addressed Chen Bufan as brother-in-law. Indeed, exercise caution on your journey. Do not easily trust others in these dire times, for humanity has turned treacherous. Protecting yourself is essential to safeguarding your family. Understood, brother-in-law. Thank you for rescuing us. Brother-in-law, wish you a safe journey. Everyone, please take care. You emotional soul. Enough with the tears, there are vehicles aplenty here. Find one and set off. May we all continue to live on. Brother, I wish you good fortune. You as well. Li Wenxiang also bid farewell to his roommates. He had contemplated taking them along, but his parents were not far away. In a blink, only Chen Bufan and his family of 5 remained. What shall we do now? Where can we go? The homeless. As long as we are together, we can go anywhere. Indeed, brother-in-law, we no longer have a home. We can go anywhere you decide, Li Wenxiang said with a grin. Don't be foolish, Li Wenin admonished him, giving him a meaningful glance. Wang Yuhan, her eyes reddened, lowered her head. Li Wenxiang scratched his head. Sister, brother-in-law, may I accompany you to see my parents? I long to know if they're still alive. Wang Yuhan deeply missed her parents, uncertain of their well-being. Unable to reach them. She understood the odds were slim, but they were her parents. She felt an insatiable urge to see them at least once. If her sister and brother-in-law disagreed, she would find a way to return and check on them herself. Chen Bufan exchanged glances with Li Wenin, and they turned to Li Wenxiang, who also appeared eager to visit. Human information, Wang Yuhan, 19 years old, height, 165 centimeters, carrying capacity, 20 pounds, attractiveness, 85. Affection level, 70, not solely indicative of romantic feelings. Let us first have a meal and rest for a while. After dining, we shall go and take a look. We have no particular destination anyway. Thank you. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, sister. Thank you, Wenxiang. Wang Yuhan sincerely expressed her gratitude. For although she and Li Wenxiang were in a romantic relationship, in such a perilous world, it was unwise to risk one's life for someone just met. There's no need for thanks. We are all family, Li Wenxiang replied, bowing his head slightly to Chun Bufan in appreciation. The group had a simple meal in the car, instant noodles, sausages, marinated eggs, and pickled vegetables. They had begun their escape early in the morning, and it had been quite exhausting. At the government cafeteria, a throng of zombies surrounded the entrance, numbering at least 500. The zombies outside were relentlessly banging against the glass doors, which were reinforced by a grid iron shutter. This horde had been attracted by the explosion at the gas station earlier that day, wandering from neighboring residential areas, drawn to the scent of the people inside the cafeteria. Inside the government cafeteria, dozens of survivors remained, fortunate that the food storage contained ample rice, flour, and oil, allowing them to hide for so many days. At that moment, a group of ragged survivors was moving tables to barricade the entrance, forming their last line of defense. Mayor Wang, it seems we are doomed today, with so many zombies. That door will not withstand for long, one of them lamented. Indeed, I had anticipated a peaceful retirement in a few years, never expecting to face such a calamity at the end of my days. Alas, it is futile to speak of it now. We are not alone in this plight. We should contemplate how to meet our end with dignity. Being devoured piece by piece is no different from dismemberment. I have only indulged a little in my life. I do not deserve this fate. Oh, Laoli, why utter such words at this moment? What? Are we to fear such talk when death is imminent? Since time immemorial, what have officials sought but to elevate their status? How regrettable, how lamentable. The group gazed in silence at this self-revealing corrupt official, pondering the absurdity of his words. Would it not be better to think of ways to survive? It was indeed shameful to associate with someone like him. Wang Shuqing looked at these once dignified individuals, now disheveled, greasy, and emitting a foul stench, their clothes tattered and worn, and shook his head in dismay. Do not despair too much. There are 2 layers of doors. Once the glass shatters, we can wield our weapons through the mesh gate to eliminate the zombies. If we succeed, all will rejoice in safety. Should we falter, we shall take as many as we can, considering it our final service to the nation and its people. Wang Shuqing clutched a long, sharp bone knife, perfectly suited for piercing eye sockets, gesturing as he spoke to the despondent group. I wonder how Xiaoyu and Yuhan are faring. Are they still alive? Chapter 28. Fierce battle in the canteen. In the government canteen, over 40 individuals gathered. Under Wang Shuqing's leadership, they stood at the entrance, anxiously watching the horde of zombies poised to break through the door. In just a few days of the apocalypse, the zombies had decayed significantly under the sweltering heat. One could even discern the fat maggots writhing within their mouths and eye sockets upon closer inspection. Each time a maggot crawled into a zombie's mouth, it would twitch, consuming the creature as if it were a snack. Some female clerks could no longer endure the grotesque sight, their faces contorted with terror, transforming the already foul-smelling room into an even more nauseating atmosphere. Others silently retreated, positioning themselves to shield the group. At last, the moment arrived. With a series of cracking sounds, the zombies, lured by the scent of flesh, shattered the glass door and collectively lunged forward, getting ensnared in the iron gate. The crowd instinctively took a step back. Wang Shuqing, observing the trapped zombies, gritted his teeth, maneuvered around the table, and approached. He pushed aside the outstretched arms of a zombie and thrust his knife into its eye socket with ruthless precision. With a sickening squelch, the zombie collapsed as if a switch had been flipped. Yes, come quickly, strike at their eye sockets. There is still a chance. Witnessing his success in slaying a zombie, the others began to muster courage. I'm fighting alongside you. Keep it down. I'll join in too. The doorway was narrow, and several individuals stood at the threshold, jabbing their weapons at the zombies' heads. In a short span, they managed to dispatch a few, but soon, one unfortunate soul was caught and dragged forward, pressed against the door, where a zombie bit into his neck, tearing fresh flesh from his shoulder and greedily chewing. The bitten individual could utter no words, his face a mask of terror. A group of individuals hastily pushed the table forward. At that moment, the door came crashing down. Suddenly, a horde of zombies surged in, their arms reaching out from behind the table to grasp at those in the front row. Some people crouched low, exerting every ounce of strength to push against the table, while others frantically slashed at the zombies. Chen Bufan parked his vehicle at the back entrance of the city hall, with a recreational square ahead already overrun by zombies. They had no choice but to park at the back and devise a plan to enter the municipal building in search of Wang Yuhan's father. It was a fortunate misdirection. Just as they parked, they noticed a throng of zombies crowding the cafeteria door at the back entrance, indicating that someone was trapped inside, with zombies swarming all around. Using firearms was not an option. Chen Bufan surveyed the blocked cafeteria entrance, surrounded by layers of zombies. How could anyone breach this without guns? Perhaps they could lure the zombies away with the vehicle? Li Wenxiang proposed. How do we lure them? Honk the horn? That would draw all the zombies from the square over here, wouldn't it? What about using blood? Don't zombies get attracted to the scent of blood? Chen Bufan, along with his sister Li Wenin, turned to Wang Yuhan. Where are we going to get blood? Wang Yuhan felt the weight of their gazes upon her. Her face gradually flushing crimson, her ears burning as well. Turning away, she reached into her pants, tugging and pulling at something. Chen Bufan and Li Wenxiang exchanged glances, speechless. Why wouldn't she just go to the restroom? Li Wenin stepped in front of the two with a smile. All right. Wang Yuhan held up a sanitary pad. Her face as red as blood, looking at Li Wenin. What should we do? Chen Bufan turned back, extending his hand to take it. Wow, that is quite a lot. Wang Yuhan covered her face and dashed to the restroom to quickly grab another. You're such a nuisance. Li Wenin playfully chastised Chen Bufan. All right, you two wait here. With a knife in one hand and the blood pad in the other, Chen Bufan stealthily approached the rear of the zombie horde surrounding the cafeteria. He tiptoed to observe the chaotic scene within. Kill. Hold them back. Help. I don't want to die. Ouch, that hurts. I'll fight you all. What a lively commotion. Chen Bufan unfolded the blood pad, unleashing a strong scent of blood. Come and take a look, fresh and warm. The zombies at the back of the horde perked up, tilting their heads and sniffing, keenly investigating the tantalizing aroma of blood. Half of them turned around, staring intently at Chen Bufan, an overwhelming sense of pressure rising, thick with suffocating anger. What a scene it was. Hello there. Chen Bufan swung his knife horizontally, decapitating a row of 45 zombies in one swift motion, then reversed the blade for another strike before sprinting away. Roar. Howl. A large portion of the zombie horde followed Chen Bufan, while the remaining ones continued their assault on the cafeteria, drawn by the more potent scent of blood within. Chen Bufan affixed the blood pad to the rear of the RV and drove off slowly. After a moment, he concealed himself, watching as the RV gradually led away a small cluster of zombies. Chen Bufan took a detour back to the cafeteria entrance, affixing a silencer to his handgun. He smeared some of the blood and flesh of the fallen zombies onto himself, striving to mask his own scent. As the creatures were captivated by the overwhelming stench of blood within, he seized the opportunity to strike. With precise aim at their necks or the napes of their necks, he dispatched them one by one, either severing heads or plunging his blade deep. His knife was razor-sharp and with considerable strength. He soon felled dozens of zombies before reaching the entrance. Inside the cafeteria, over 20 survivors had already perished, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of the undead. Although the zombies moved slowly, their immense strength allowed them to drag away anyone they grasped. Some individuals, injured and unaware, suddenly transformed into zombies, biting others in their desperation. The remaining survivors had succumbed to despair. The numbers of zombies were simply too great, and a few elderly individuals sat on the ground, lost in memories of their lives. Wang Shuqing gasped for breath, straining against the table. He could no longer wield his knife. If not for a lingering sense of regret, he would have succumbed long ago. Chapter 29. Wang Shuqing struggled against the table in a final act of defiance, filled with sorrow at the thought he might never see his daughter again. She was beautiful, understanding, and excelled in her studies. He had envisioned the day he would walk her down the aisle, a promise made that now seemed impossible to fulfill. Exhausted, he raised his gaze to the dwindling number of survivors, all of whom lacked the strength to resist. Suddenly, he noticed something, a deputy mayor hiding in the back kitchen with two others. He stared at them in disbelief. How could they still be alive while the zombies breached their sanctuary? Wang Shuqing sighed in disappointment. In times of peril, one would expect self-preservation to take precedence. Yet he was astounded that even in such dire circumstances, some would resort to cowardice. Must one be shackled by fate before realizing the need to fight back? Slowly, he sank to the ground, using his weight to brace himself against the table. Beside him lay a girl, usually polite and cheerful, who had been fiercely protecting herself and others before being bitten by a zombie, an unfortunate victim of another who had succumbed to the infection. In this apocalyptic world, perhaps death was a form of release. The pressure on the table suddenly eased, and the sounds of terrified screams and weeping ceased abruptly. The remaining few survivors looked on in horror and astonishment at what lay behind Wang Shuqing. Just moments ago, the zombie that had been straining to reach him was now impaled from behind by a gleaming steel blade. The sharp edge had pierced through its forehead, rendering it lifeless. Yet its body remained suspended, astonishingly still, as if the sheer strength of its assailant held it firmly in place, unmoving in the air. Wang Shuqing and the others stood in stunned silence as the blade was gradually withdrawn from the zombie's head, ultimately vanishing into the gaping wound. The lifeless body, bereft of its supporting strength, collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, echoing in the hearts of the onlookers. With the zombie no longer obstructing the view, the wielder of the knife finally emerged, one hand gripping the weapon and the other holding a gun, his clothing splattered with the blood and putrid flesh of the undead. The man's expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with a chilling indifference. Those who met his eyes were left awestruck by his imposing presence. Too fearful to maintain eye contact, even the curious dared only to glance briefly before lowering their heads. Behind him lay a gruesome tableau of severed heads and dismembered limbs. A veritable sea of corpses, Chun Bufan remarked. The most lethal form of arrogance is that which is invisible. Does anyone know Wang Yuhan? Chun Bufan's calm voice broke the silence, resonating like a drop of ink dispersing in water. The crowd turned their attention to Wang Shuqing, who, upon hearing his daughter's name, felt a surge of emotion and attempted to rise, but after exerting himself for so long, he found himself too weak to stand. Struggling in vain. I know her. I know her. A rotund middle-aged man rushed out from the kitchen. Excitement etched across his face as he gazed at the man before him. Surely, after vanquishing so many zombies, he hadn't come seeking revenge. Besides, he genuinely recognized Wang Yuhan, a striking young woman who had aligned herself with a formidable man in this apocalypse to save her father, which seemed entirely reasonable. Brave warrior. I know Wang Yuhan. Are you here to help her rescue someone? Let us go quickly. Take me to her. She will certainly remember me. The man eagerly reached out to grab the warrior's arm but hesitated, deterred by the foul stench emanating from Chun Bufan, not wishing to touch the decaying flesh. Unbeknownst to him, the two younger students who had accompanied him had not followed him out. Instead, upon seeing Chun Bufan, they quickly crouched down, hiding themselves. The boys, having fled the high school cafeteria, had intended to seek help from the government, but found themselves cornered in this very cafeteria again. To their terror, the man who had slain their leader in the second high school cafeteria had returned to this one. Brother, why do you always find yourself entangled with cafeterias? They lamented. If they survived this ordeal, they vowed never to set foot in a cafeteria again. Meanwhile, the remaining onlookers huddled together, seeking solace, casting disdainful glances at the man who had cowered in the kitchen. Unable to confront the zombies was one thing, but to remain idle without even moving a table, only to emerge when help arrived and claim to know Wang Yuhan. What relevance did he have? Finally managing to rise, Wang Shuqing glared furiously at his former colleague. You know my daughter? Where were you just now? How is it possible that you know her? He pushed the shameless man aside and regarded the one who had dispatched the zombies as though they were mere chickens. Hello, I am Wang Yuhan's father. Where is my daughter? Is she all right? Weak and trembling, Wang Shuqing inquired anxiously about his daughter's well-being. In a world fraught with peril, one who seeks out those acquainted with his daughter embodies either profound love or deep-seated vengeance. Should he come seeking retribution, the fate of his daughter remains uncertain. Even in death, he would find clarity. Conversely, if no vendetta exists, it signifies an interest in his daughter. In this apocalyptic realm, her beauty and virtue dictate her fate. She either thrives beyond measure or suffers immensely, dependent solely on the company she keeps. He is now consumed with an urgent desire to learn of her whereabouts. Ah, what a coincidence. Your daughter has crossed paths with the younger brother-in-law of our leader, and I am here to take you away. Come with me. Your daughter is in our custody. The pallor of Wang Shuqing's face deepened. In this dystopia, where the law has crumbled, malevolence inevitably rises. Regardless of the circumstances, he must see his daughter, even if it means facing death alongside her. The nearby man, upon learning of the vendetta, dared not utter a word. Thankfully, her father was present. Otherwise, he might have been seized as well. The remaining survivors fell silent, initially pondering the possibility of aligning with this individual. But now, who would dare? Could they still escape? The surrounding undead had thinned, presenting a fleeting opportunity to flee. But that window was closing rapidly. Observing the trembling form of Father Wang, he politely inquired if they could not proceed, offering to summon a vehicle for assistance. He had no interest in carrying the old man, who was rather rigid. This was also a message to the remaining survivors. he would not accompany them. They should hasten away. Very well, I will follow you, but please do not harm my daughter. You all should return home swiftly. Wang Shuqing instructed the others before unsteadily trailing behind Chen Bufan, his heart racing at the sight of the surrounding corpses. My daughter, a middle-aged man, with a glint of scheming in his eyes, stealthily followed in their wake. Chen Bufan sensed this, but remained unfazed. One cannot reason with the damned. He had no qualms about escorting the man to his reckoning. Chapter 30. Your vehicle has been confiscated by the government. Following Chen Bufan through the sea of cadavers, they arrived at a rear entrance of the government building, where a towering RV stood, its height reaching 4 meters. The vehicle, stained with the remnants of blood and flesh, bore no visible dents, a testament to its formidable resilience. Father, is that you, my daughter? Wang Shuqing looked up to see a small head peering out from the window. It could only belong to his daughter, Yuhan. Wang Yuhan burst from the vehicle, enveloping her father in a tight embrace. Darling, it's such a relief to see you alive. Father, what of mother? Have you been able to contact her? No, on the day of the outbreak. We took refuge in the cafeteria, but monsters lurked outside, preventing any communication with your mother. We were unable to escape. All right, let us board the vehicle. It is unsafe here. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you for rescuing my father. Wang Yuhan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, having initially thought she would merely come to pay a visit, never anticipating the salvation of her father. Quite the fortunate turn of events. Let us depart, he replied. Brother-in-law? The elder brother of that younger brother-in-law? Wang Shuqing murmured, piecing together the situation. Father, what are you babbling about? Wang Yuhan looked at him with confusion. It's nothing, let us move. Please wait. Just as the trio took a few steps forward, a voice rang out from behind them. As a few individuals turned around, they spotted the greasy man accompanied by a group of survivors, standing beside a vehicle. Noticing that he had drawn everyone's attention, the greasy man pretended to adjust his attire. Once satisfied with his appearance, he feigned seriousness as he addressed Chen Bufan. May I inquire where your leader is? Haha, I have something to inform him. What is it? Chen Bufan replied. Oh, young man, never mind. Just relay to your leader that I am the deputy mayor here. The epidemic is quite severe at present, and in order to manage it effectively, we must requisition your vehicle for official use. Rest assured, the government will return it to you once the epidemic is over. And should there be any damages, we will compensate you accordingly. Deputy Mayor Zhang Tao spoke with an air of authority, albeit uttering nonsense. Oh, my goodness. And you will compensate us? Truly a commendable leader. Indeed, hurry and notify your leader. This is urgent. You wouldn't want to regret it later. Come here. I will give you the keys. Just toss them over. Get lost, coward. A toad on a foot, not biting but still an annoyance, Chen Bufan retorted, casting a glance at Ning before boarding the vehicle with his companions. Hey, don't you dare. A gunshot rang out, and a spark ignited beneath Zhang Tao's feet, startling him into stumbling backward and falling to the ground. Do you dare to attack a government official? Are you attempting to break the law? I swear, I will call the police and have you arrested. Chen Bufan, noticing the zombies wandering in the distance, remained silent. With the car doors closed, he watched Zhang Tao's performance with amusement. After all, he was in no hurry and could enjoy the antics of a clown. Quickly, relay a response from your leader. The government demands your cooperation. Citizens have an obligation to comply. Be prompt. You must heed the directives of your superiors. 5 minutes elapsed, and Zhang Tao, weary and hoarse, continued to shout, while Chen Bufan elevated the vehicle, sipping juice, with Li Wenin standing beside him. The two observed Zhang's futile efforts below with unwavering focus. Meanwhile, Wang Shuqing and his daughter reminisced in the car, while Li Wangxiang fidgeted nervously before his father-in-law, completely ignored by everyone. As for Ning, unless Chen Bufan sought her out, she had little interest in engaging with him, relishing her own company instead. How cruel. How has this world become so unfriendly? Zhang Tao sat on the ground, glowering at those inside the vehicle. Suddenly, startled by a noise, Zhang Tao sprang to his feet, only to find that the group of survivors had mysteriously vanished, with no one having called after him. Enraged, he shouted, "You dare defy the government's orders. Prepare to face imprisonment." He hastily departed. Li Wenin glared at the plump man fleeing in disarray. With his belly full of greed, he dares to commandeer our vehicle. As if we were mere ghosts to be fooled. Bang! Oh! In the distance, Zhang Tao was shot in the thigh and collapsed to the ground. The sound of his agonized cries attracted nearby zombies, who eagerly feasted upon him, the flesh being rather fatty. Emerging from the happiness community, Wang Shuqing's eyes were red, and Wang Yuhan was in tears. After leaving the government cafeteria, they drove to Wang Shuqing's home, where they discovered his wife, Li Xiaoyu, had transformed into Li Wenyin embraced Wang Yuhan in a gesture of comfort, while Wang Shuqing expressed his gratitude to Chen Bufan. Young brother, thank you for saving both me and my Yuhan, and for bringing us back to see her mother, Wang Shuqing said, his eyes reddened with sorrow. He had shared a deep bond with his wife, and it was heartbreaking to realize she had succumbed to the initial wave of airborne infection, transformed by the mutation. Yet, he mused, perhaps it was for the best. In such a world, death could be more merciful than life. There's no need for thanks. Wang Yuhan and my brother-in-law are in love. After all, we are family. My brother-in-law may be a bit simple-minded, but he is a good man. What are your plans moving forward? I leave the affairs of the young ones to them. Given the state of the world, academic pursuits are the least of their concerns. As long as they care for one another, that is what truly matters. Do you have any thoughts? Upon hearing that Wang Yuhan's father was the mayor, Chen Bufan inquired. Are you well informed about the virus? He was eager to learn if there were any official updates. I'm afraid not. Since the outbreak, we have received no communication from the higher authorities. Initially, there were only a few cases isolated in the hospital. I dispatched the police chief with a special forces team to cordon off the area, but tragically, they all perished. Everything unfolded too swiftly, and we were caught unprepared. Currently, we cannot reach anyone, and there are no stationed troops nearby. It seems we must rely solely on our own efforts, Wang Shuqing replied, shaking his head as he cast aside his worries. From this moment onward, they were all but rootless drifters. Chen Bufan sat in a corner, activating the system. Having battled numerous zombies in recent days, his points had accumulated to 1237. At this moment, he felt a sense of confusion, unsure of his next course of action. He lacked for nothing. He had food, clothing, a beloved partner, and a secure RV. In this era devoid of labor, he found himself at a loss. Establish a base? Nonsense. I have no inclination for such idle pursuits. Shall I venture to another city? Perhaps there are bases elsewhere? That could be worth exploring. Gathering supplies while journeying might lead to discovering a favorable location. Frustration welled within him. Even in the apocalypse, he felt like a slothful fish. What were other protagonists up to? At that moment, the RV passed a hotel, and Chen Bufan's eyes lit up. He instructed Ning to stop the vehicle. Since I have no clear direction, let us find a hotel and rest well for now. Whatever we decide to do can wait until after a good sleep. He had no desire to accommodate a group within the confines of the RV. Although it could fit them all, it was meant solely for himself and his partner. With that thought, he realized he had a task at hand. Collect more vehicles and send this bothersome group away. Chapter 31. The hotel stood 3 stories tall. Its doors wide open, stained with blood. The lobby was eerily empty. The reception desk in disarray with the computer monitor askew and a mobile phone hastily left behind. Likely by the owner who had departed in haste. Scattered across the lobby floor were various items. Food containers, cigarettes, water bottles, and a suitcase belonging to an unknown woman. Its fabric now covered in dust. Chen Bufan, along with Li Wenyin, and Ning, and Li Wenxiang, entered the premises. The refrigerator at the entrance was stocked with an array of alcoholic beverages and soft drinks. Remarkably, no one had come to collect them despite the passage of time. He instructed Li Wenxiang to gather the drinks and cigarettes from behind the cash register and transport them to the RV as they continued their ascent to the 2nd floor. As they ascended to the 2nd floor, a myriad of rooms awaited them. A group of individuals tread cautiously, striving to minimize any sound. Their steps deliberate as they navigated the staircase strewn with various debris. Chen Bufan led the way, reaching the staircase's corner, where he cautiously peered around. To his astonishment, a grotesquely decayed face of a zombie loomed before him, mere centimeters separating them. A jolt coursed through Chen Bufan's heart. His pulse quickening as his expression morphed into one of horror. His mouth gaped open, then snapped shut as he nearly cried out. He sensed the zombie's eyes flickering with a newfound awareness. Reacting swiftly, he extended his hand to grasp the zombie's neck, stifling it. While raising his knife to plunge it into the creature's mouth, the blade emerging from the back of its skull. The momentary brightness in the zombie's eyes faded into darkness once more. Chen Bufan, seeking to quell his surprise, unceremoniously discarded the zombie's lifeless body onto the ground. Are you all right? A voice echoed through the silent corridor. I'm fine, he replied, the sound reverberating in the stillness. Soon, the distant growls of zombies emanated from the 2nd floor rooms. After a brief pause, 3 zombies emerged, though only 2 advanced. One was a female zombie cradling a baby zombie, which squirmed and cried within its mother's embrace, tightly swaddled. The flesh on the mother's face was nearly gone, revealing a considerable expanse of skull, suggesting that she had undergone a transformation, having consumed her own child. The other, a male zombie, clutched a female's lower leg bone, gnawing on it as if savoring the freshness of the flesh, indicating it had not been long since her demise. Noticing no further zombies approaching, Chen Bufan gently tapped his knife against the wall, drawing the attention of the two zombies, who shuffled toward him. The male zombie abandoned the leg bone and hastened forward, colliding with the female zombie, who, upon falling, did not pursue but instead retrieved the baby zombie before continuing towards Chen Bufan, drawing his handgun and affixing a silencer. He recognized the narrowness of the corridor and the close proximity of the zombies, fearing he might be unable to wield his knife effectively. With a series of muffled shots, he sent the three zombies to their final rest. "Let us search every accessible room on the second floor, splitting up to do so," he suggested, deliberately encouraging Li Wenin to become more independent, unwilling to let her overly rely on him. As anticipated, upon hearing the plan to divide, Li Wenin's eyes widened with apprehension, her large, watery gaze imploring him to reconsider and allow her to accompany him. However, Chen Bufan merely glanced at her before turning away and proceeding on his own. Each of the three possessed firearms, and he held no concerns for Li Wenin if she could conquer her fears. Her strength and weaponry would render her formidable against most adversaries. It was imperative she learn to stand on her own, for true strength lay in self-reliance. The trio meticulously inspected every room, finding the open ones devoid of life, while the closed doors echoed with the moans of trapped zombies that could not escape. "Boss," and Ning called from one of the rooms, the same one previously occupied by the male zombie. Chen Bufan entered to discover the bodies of two women. One resembled the male zombie in age, while the other was a human female corpse, stripped of clothing, her legs devoured by zombies, bearing visible scars that indicated she had suffered abuse in life. After clearing the second floor, they proceeded to the third. This one had a simple layout, consisting of a long corridor lined with guest rooms on either side. At the end of the corridor on the third floor, 5 zombies were relentlessly pounding on a door. Unlike the typical guest room doors, this one appeared robust and formidable. The trio approached the door cautiously, glancing into each room they passed, only to discover that all had been thoroughly cleared. However, the number of human corpses far exceeded that of the zombies. "Shall we leave? Something feels amiss here," Li Wenin remarked, casting a concerned glance at Chen Bufan. For her, nothing was more paramount than their safety. There was no need to linger in such a precarious place, especially when there were countless other options for shelter. Chen Bufan, upon hearing Li Wenin's words, found her reasoning sound. Given the unknown risks posed by the inn, it was unwise to gamble with their safety. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, where death was rampant, accommodations were plentiful. "Let us seek another refuge," they resolved, turning to depart. Suddenly, the door at the end of the corridor swung open without warning, accompanied by a thunderous crash as the heavy door slammed against several zombies, sending them staggering backward. In quick succession, a group of muscular men, bare-chested and wielding sharp machetes, erupted from within like tigers unleashed. With swift and decisive movements, they dispatched the zombies in a matter of moments. Following the skirmish, several of the men hastily dragged the corpses into an adjacent room. Soon after, 2 men returned, bearing a lifeless naked female body, her face obscured by hair. Her features were indistinguishable, yet her voluptuous form was evident. The pale skin was marred by a constellation of bruises, and her arms hung limply, clearly devoid of life. It dawned upon the trio that they had stumbled upon a group that derived pleasure from the torment of women. A flicker of fury ignited in Chen Bufan's otherwise tranquil gaze, while Li Wenin and Ning, both women, felt a deeper rage. For none wished to envision enduring such inhumane treatment themselves. In contrast to Li Wenin's seething anger, Ning maintained a cold composure, yet her heart brimmed with indignation. The three exchanged silent understanding as they discreetly concealed their firearms behind their backs, wary of alerting the perpetrators and prompting them to retreat into the confines of the room. Chapter 32. Clearing the inn suddenly, the 2 men lifting the body noticed 3 figures ahead. The corridor was dim due to the power outage, and as the others had already retreated into the room while they were occupied, only these 2 remained visible in the corridor, unperturbed by the sight. The men regarded the solitary figures as less threatening than humans. Besides, they had already eliminated the zombies on the 3rd floor, rendering them fearless of surprise attacks. 2 imposing figures, each towering above 180 centimeters, approached, their gaze entirely fixated on Li Wenin and Ning, neglecting Chen Bufan entirely. Li Wenin and Ning were both exquisite beauties, each rated above 90 by the system. One exuded warmth while the other radiated an icy allure, representing 2 distinct yet formidable archetypes. Their beauty was captivating, enchanting all who beheld them. With the scarcity of women in sight, the prospect of capturing these two was tantalizing. Such an acquisition would surely delight their leader, who might reward them with the recently captured individual. The duo exchanged sly smiles. As if the three were already in their grasp, their disregard for Chun Bufan palpable. They had long ago cast aside any pretense of virtue, engaging in brawls and clandestine misdeeds without remorse. Who did this man think he was, parading with two extraordinary beauties? The saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet bears the burden of beauty. They callously discarded a body into an adjacent vacant room, and each drew a knife from their pockets. Since you've arrived, consider yourselves guests. Our leader has a penchant for warmly welcoming visitors. Come, let us introduce you. One of them remained silent, casually twirling his knife, the threat implicit in his demeanor. Move. Why the glare? Don't refuse a toast, and end up with a punishment drink. Another taunted. What are you staring at? Got something to say? Before their brazen taunts could continue, the man before them abruptly raised a handgun, joined by the two stunning women, who also brandished firearms. The sight of three weapons aimed at them left Lu Dahu and Li Chang bewildered, exchanging glances, their minds racing. Is this a breach of conduct? Lu Dahu thought nervously, initially dismissing Chun Bufan as an ordinary man, yet now he recognized the truth. He was indeed quite ordinary. I bet your gun is unloaded. Bang! A flash erupted from the muzzle of the man's gun, followed by the low rumble of a gunshot. The bullet sliced through the air, striking Lu Dahu in the head, blood and brain matter exploding outward. In disbelief, Lu Dahu fell lifelessly, realizing too late the gravity of the situation. This was no mere bluff. Chun Bufan felt a reluctant sense of duty. He had initially intended to remain an observer, but now that he was embroiled in this conflict, he resolved to see it through to its conclusion. Li Chang stood slightly behind Lu Dahu, a spray of blood splattering across his face as he lost grip of his knife, falling to the ground. Having followed his brother in crime for so long, this was his first encounter with someone armed. How many people are inside? What kind? What weapons? Chun Bufan's voice pierced through to Li Chang. Swallowing hard, Li Chang felt the weight of dread. This seemingly ordinary man exuded a terrifying aura that made him want to flee. Brother, don't shoot. There are 21 people in total, 15 are ours, and 6 are survivors we captured. Our leader has a gun, the rest only have knives. That's all there is. He retreated, opening the door. Let us go in together. No tricks, unless you wish to meet a grim fate. I understand. Li Chang dared not play tricks. This man was merciless and would kill without a moment's hesitation. Lu Dahu had barely uttered a word. No, he hadn't even finished his sentence when he was struck down, showcasing a ruthlessness that was no less than their own. They were all too familiar with their own nature. And if they were bold enough to wield knives in times of peace, one could only imagine their audacity in a lawless world. Chun Bufan and his companions advanced with their guns drawn, while Li Chang, wearing a face of forced submission, stumbled backward in retreat. Bang! 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 A man inside the room, unclothed, peered through the peephole, only to catch sight of the back of Li Chang's head obstructing his view. What on earth is going on? Open the door, came Li Chang's response. Recognizing the voice of his comrade, the man had no reason to doubt and opened the door. Accustomed as they were to their own arrogance, the door swung outward. Inside the room, a cacophony of voices drowned out the sound of Chun Bufan's silenced weapon. As the door opened, the tumultuous sounds poured forth, women's anguished cries, men's furious roars, and a group of men laughing with malicious glee. As Li Chang retreated inside, and Ning seized the door handle and yanked the door wide open. Chun Bufan caught a glimpse of the grim reality within. His heart raced. He had encountered genuine villains. At the foot of the grand bed, a man was pinned to the ground by several others, their feet pressing down on his head as they laughed uproariously, taunting him to gaze towards the bed. He struggled and screamed, desperate to break free, but his fists were no match for their numbers, leaving him powerless. On the bed, a corpulent man was tearing at a woman's clothing, who clung tightly to her garments, refusing to let go. Chun Bufan surveyed the scene, his finger tightening on the trigger of his weapon. Though he was no saint, he harbored a deep disdain for wickedness. He believed in extinguishing threats before they could burgeon, even if that danger had yet to reach him. Good people posed no harm to him. It was the vile who were aggressive, and he feared they might one day turn their aggression upon him. Killing them for self-preservation seemed justified, did it not? The deafening thud of gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang. The first bullet struck Li Chang squarely in the groin, followed swiftly by a second that pierced his chest. The relentless gunfire continued. Accompanied by a Ning's gun struck the hand of the corpulent man on the bed, causing a 5.4 pistol to clatter onto the mattress. Clutching his mangled hand, the man glared fiercely at Ning. Chen Bufan extended his hand toward Ning, who, casting a glance at him, drew forth a short sword and passed it to him. Chen Bufan approached a man wailing in agony, and amidst his pleas for mercy and cries, plunged the sword into his prized possession, rendering it utterly ruined. The men present gazed at Chen Bufan in terror, their minds racing with visions of their impending fate. They had never anticipated such a day to unfold. "Ah, I curse you and your entire family." Withdrawing the short sword, he pierced it again into the man's thigh, extracting it only to stab it once more into his kidney. "Spare me. I beg you, spare me," he pleaded. Have these women ever begged for mercy in such a manner before? Chen Bufan continued relentlessly until he had severed the man's fingers and cut through his tendons. At which point he returned the short sword to Ning. "Didn't you enjoy your touch? Now you will never touch again. Cut their tendons as well." "Very well." And Ning responded, her fury palpable, and she showed no mercy. The room echoed with the continuous, harrowing screams. Chen Bufan glanced at the women lying motionless on the ground. Their spirits dulled. He offered no comfort, for a respectable woman could not be soothed by mere words after enduring such trauma, and the disreputable ones required no consolation. The man, pinned to the ground, had cradled the woman who had just suffered at his hands. She, paralyzed by fear, remained unresponsive as he wept, consumed by self-loathing for his inability to protect her. Approaching the bed, Chen Bufan regarded the corpulent man, whose hand was shattered yet silent. Chen Bufan's gaze was steady, and the man returned his stare with a malevolent glare. Human, Wang Yong height, 171 centimeters physique, capable of carrying 80 gene appearance, 49 favorability, 100 who are you? Why are you opposing me? Wang Yong trembled as he uttered these words, not out of fear, but from excruciating pain. He did not recognize Chen Bufan. Why had he come to eliminate them? Does your hand hurt? What about your gunshot wounds? Does that pain you? Chen Bufan inquired. Wang Yong, his visage contorted in agony, demanded, "Who exactly are you? I have no grievances with you. Why are you tormenting me?" Chen Bufan countered, "What of them? Do they harbor enmity against you? Why do you toy with them so?" Realizing that Chen Bufan was an interloper, Wang Yong glanced at the two women wielding guns, and considering the conduct of his subordinates, he deduced that this was no mere meddling. It mattered little now. He understood that his demise was imminent, and thus he ceased to feign bravado. They bear no ill will towards me, but who could resist their beauty? Who could overlook their weakness? In a world governed by the law of the jungle, what is the harm in toying with them? They'll merely be devoured by zombies once outside, anyway. Indeed, Chen Bufan replied. You articulate it well, the strong prey upon the weak. Alas, I find myself stronger than you now, and I shall commence my game with you. However, my methods may not align with your preferences. Wang Yong's expression twisted in rage, his eyes blazing with fury, wishing he could devour Chen Bufan whole. Yet, they were powerless to act, and Ning's skill had rendered them utterly incapacitated, leaving them to seethe in impotent fury. Chen Bufan looked at Wang Yong and whispered, "Oh, don't look at me like that. I just did what you thought was right. So what are you angry about? What is there to be angry about? Now it's just you guys as the target. The weak should be bullied, right?" Chen Bufan turned around and walked out, pulling over a zombie corpse from another room. He picked up their knife and picked some flesh and blood from the zombie's body. "Don't come over here. You devil. I don't want to become a zombie. I don't want it. Go away. Ah, woo-woo. Don't." Chen Bufan slowly applied the flesh and blood from the knife to the wound of this frightened man. He applied a lot of it, and even cut a hole in his neck to make it faster, applying zombie flesh and blood. He wiped 3 people in total. You devil. You devil. The people in the room looked at him with fear. It was too cruel. Is he going to turn people into zombies? No. Do you want him to eat us? Devil. When they mutate, they will slowly eat you. It must be fun. After speaking, he ignored them and looked at several women who had snapped out of their daze. You guys go. Several women looked at him gratefully. And then the light in their eyes faded again. Where else can we go? They killed our husbands, relatives, and insulted us. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live either. Thank you. Can you shoot us to death? I don't want to hurt anymore. The woman looked at Chen Bufan with a slightly relieved smile on her face, her eyes numb and devoid of any desire for survival. Although the other 2 women didn't speak, their expressions in their eyes were basically the same. Bang, 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 bang. Chen Bufan respected their choice, and in their grateful eyes, each of them was shot in the head. Okay, can I kill him? Chen Bufan turned his head, and the man who was forced to watch his wife being insulted looked at him with a dull expression. You can vent your anger, but don't let him die too easily. The man smiled gratefully at him, shook and stood up, climbed onto the bed, and punched Wang Yong in the face under his angry gaze. Punch left, punch right, punch left, punch right, until Wang Yong's face swelled up and his fists were broken. Wang Yong was a bit confused after being beaten, so he used a knife to cut his thighs and arms until he couldn't see Wang Yong clearly before stopping. The benefactor said they couldn't let them die too comfortably. The man got out of bed, and his wife had already calmed down. The two of them kowtowed 3 times to Chen Bufan, but they didn't want to die. He and his wife wanted to join Chen Bufan's team, and their benefactor's life-saving grace would never be repaid in their lifetime. Just don't know, will the benefactor accept them? Benefactor, can we husband and wife follow you? We can be like oxen and horses to repay your life-saving kindness. Human, Wang Yu height, 180 cm physical fitness, weight bearing 110 pounds appearance, 81 likelihood, 95 human, Zhao Shui height, 165 cm physical fitness, weight bearing 30 pounds appearance, 87 likelihood, 95 looking at the two people. Their likability is as high as 95. Chen Bufan was somewhat taken aback. The couple exhibited a commendable sense of gratitude, and it seemed their salvation had not been in vain. After some contemplation, he decided to take them along, for there would undoubtedly be laborious tasks in which their assistance would prove beneficial. Wenyin, please escort them to the vehicle and help them settle in. They are now part of our circle. Understood, replied Li Wenyin, who found a sense of satisfaction in the unfolding events. She anticipated what was about to transpire and chose to avert her gaze from the impending grotesque scene, as the outcome was bound to be the same regardless. Come with me. She felt a surge of sympathy for the couple's plight. Fortunate indeed was she, for she had someone to shield her. Once the crowd dispersed, Chen Bufan and Ning moved the 4 deceased women's bodies to another room to prevent them from being devoured shortly thereafter. 15 minutes later, the 3 individuals smeared with the blood and flesh of zombies began their transformation. No, please spare us. We promise we won't do it again. It was all Wang Yong's coercion. Wang Yong lay sprawled on the bed, disdainfully observing this pitiful group. They had been formidable in their actions, yet now they sought to shift the blame onto him. Did I force you to do anything? Useless fools. Wang Yong fell silent. Having long resigned himself to the cruel cycle of fate, he had grown indifferent to it all. Prior to the apocalypse, he had walked a dark path, and in the aftermath, darkness enveloped him further. What sins had he not committed? He had relished enough in this life and felt no remorse. For an hour, the 3 zombies feasted upon human flesh, spreading infection and causing more suffering, until each person met a torturous demise akin to being drawn and quartered. Chen Bufan exhaled a breath of rancid air, then took pleasure in exterminating this repugnant group, the most vile he had encountered since the onset of the apocalypse. Humans act, and heaven observes. 30 years of fortune can turn to misfortune, and those who commit heinous acts must eventually face retribution.